"Will the lieutenant be back soon?" I asked. The clock above the officer's desk said almost 10 o'clock. I wondered how late Hawking was going to work tonight. I had no desire to talk to Sergeant Hajar. Whatever his connection to Papa, I still didn't trust him. "The lieutenant said he'd be right back. He's just gone downstairs for something." That made me feel better. "Is it all right if I wait in his office? We're old friends." The cop looked at me dubiously. "Can I see some identification?" he asked. I gave him my Algerian passport. It's expired, but it's the only thing I own with my photograph on it. He punched my name into his computer, and a moment later my whole history began spilling across his screen. He must have decided that I was an upright citizen because he gave me back my passport, stared up into my face for a moment, and said, "You and Lieutenant Hawking go back a ways together." "It's a long story, all right," I said. "He won't be another 10 minutes. You can take a seat in there." I thanked the cop and went into Hawking's office. It was true, I had spent a lot of time here. The lieutenant and I had formed a curious alliance, considering that we worked opposite sides of the legal fence. I sat in the chair beside Hawking's desk and waited. 10 minutes passed, and I began to get restless. I started looking at the papers piled in hefty stacks, trying to read them upside down and sideways. His outbox was half filled with envelopes, and there was even more work crammed into the inbox. Hawking earned whatever meager wages he got from the department. There was a large manila envelope on its way to a small arms dealer in the Federated New England States of America, a handwritten envelope to some doctor in the city, a neatly addressed envelope to a firm called Universal Exports, with an address near the waterfront. I wondered if it was one of the companies Hassan dealt with, or maybe it was one of Zeipolt's, and a heavily stuffed packet being sent to an office supplies manufacturer in the Protectorate of Brabant. I had glanced at just about everything in Hawking's office, when, an hour later, the man himself appeared. "Hope I haven't kept you waiting," he said distractedly. "What the hell do you want?" "Nice to see you too, Lieutenant. I've just come from a meeting with Friedlander Bay." That caught his attention. "Oh, so now you're running errands for sand niggers with delusions of grandeur." "I forget. Is that a step up or a step down for you, Audran? I suppose the old snake charmer gave you a message?" I nodded. "It's about these murders." Hawking seated himself behind his desk and gazed at me innocently. "What murders?" he asked. "The two with the old pistol, the 2 throat slashings. Sure, you remember. Or have you been too busy rounding up jaywalkers again?" He shot me an ugly look and ran a finger along a heavy jaw that badly needed shaving. "I remember," he said bluntly. "Why does Bay think this concerns him?" 3 of the 4 victims did odd jobs for him back in the days when they had a little more spring in their step. He just wants to make sure that none of his other employees get the same treatment. Papa has a lot of civic consciousness that way. I don't think you appreciate that about him." Hawking snorted. "Yeah, you're right," he said. "I always thought those 2 sex changes worked for him. They looked like they were trying to smuggle cantaloupes under their sweaters. Papa thinks these murders are aimed at him." Hawking shrugged. "If they are, those killers are lousy marksmen. They haven't so much as nicked Papa yet." He doesn't see it that way. The women who work for him are his eyes, the men are his fingers. He said that himself in his own warm and wonderful way. What was Abdullaya then, his asshole? I knew that Hawking and I could go on like that all night. I briefly explained the unusual proposition Friedlander Bay had asked me to deliver. As I expected, Lieutenant Hawking had as little faith as I. "You know, Audran," he said dryly, "official law enforcement groups worry a lot about their public image. We get enough beating up in the news media as it is, without having to go out on the front steps and kiss ass with somebody like Friedlander Bay, because nobody thinks we can do a damn thing about these murders without him." I patted the air to make it all better between us. No, I said, it isn't that at all. You're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding Papa's motives. No one's saying you couldn't nail these murderers without help. These guys aren't any more clever or dangerous than the scruffy, beetle-headed crumbs you pull in here every day. Friedlander Bay only suggests that because his own interests are directly involved, teamwork might save everybody time and effort, as well as lives. Wouldn't it be worth it, Lieutenant, if we keep just one of your uniformed cops from stopping a bullet? Or one of Bay's whores from annexing a butcher knife? Yeah. Listen, I already got a call from Papa, probably while you were on your way over here. We went through this whole song and dance already, and I agreed to a certain point. A certain point, Audran. I don't like you or him trying to make police policy, telling me how to run my investigation, interfering in any way. Understand? I nodded. I knew both Lieutenant Ocking and Friedlander Bay, and it didn't make any difference what Ocking said he didn't want. Papa'd get his way anyhow. "Just so we understand each other on this," said the lieutenant. "The whole thing is unnatural, like rats and mice going to church to pray for the recovery of a cat. When it's over, when we have those two killers, don't expect any more honeymoon. Then it will be seizure guns and batons and the same old harassment on both sides." I shrugged. "Business is business," I said. "I'm real tired of hearing that line," he said. "Now get out of my sight." I got out and took the elevator down to the ground floor. It was a nice, cool evening, a swelling moon slipping in and out of gleaming metal clouds. I walked back to the Budayin thinking. In 3 days, I was going to have my brain wired. I'd avoided that fact since I left Friedlander Bay's. Now I had all the time in the world to think about it. I felt no excitement, no anticipation, only dread. I felt that somehow Marid Audran would cease to be, and someone new would awaken from that surgery, and that I'd never be able to put my finger on the difference. It would bother me forever, like a popcorn hull wedged permanently between my teeth. Everyone else would notice the change, but I wouldn't because I was on the inside. I went straight to Frenchie's. When I got there, Yasmin was working on a young, thin guy wearing white baggy pants with drawstrings around the ankles and a gray salt-and-pepper sport coat about 50 years old. He probably bought his whole wardrobe in the back of some antique shop for 1.5 kyam. It smelled musty, like your great-grandmother's quilt that has been left in the attic too long. The girl on stage was a sex change named Blanca. Frenchie had a policy about not hiring Debs. Girls were all right with him, and Debs who'd had their full changes, but the ones stuck indecisively in the middle made him feel that they might get stuck sometime in the middle of some other important transaction, and he just didn't want to be held responsible. You knew when you went into Frenchie's that there wasn't going to be anybody in there with a cock bigger than yours, unless it was Frenchie himself or one of the other customers. And if you found out that awful truth, you had nobody to blame but yourself. Blanca danced in a peculiar, half-conscious way that was common among dancers all up and down the street. They moved vaguely in time to the music, bored and tired and waiting to get out from under the hot lights. They stared at themselves incessantly in the smeared mirrors behind them, or they turned and stared at their reflections across the room behind the customers. Their eyes were fixed forever in some empty space about 1.5 feet above the customers' heads. Blanca's expression was a faint attempt to look pleasant. Attractive and alluring weren't in her professional vocabulary, but she looked as if she'd just had a lot of nerve-deadening drug pumped into her lower jaw, and she hadn't decided if she liked it yet. While Blanca was on stage, she was selling herself. She was promoting herself as a product entirely separate from her own self-image. Herself as she would be when she came down from the stage. Her movements, mostly weary, half-hearted imitations of sexual motions, were supposed to titillate her watchers. But unless the customers had had a lot to drink or were otherwise fixated on this particular girl, the dancing itself would have little effect. I'd watched Blanca dance dozens, maybe hundreds of times. It was always the same music. She always made the same gyrations, the same steps, the same bumps, the same grinds at the same instants of each song. Blanca finished her last number, and there was a scattering of applause, mostly from the Mark who had been buying her drinks and thought he was in love with her. It takes a little longer for you to establish an acquaintance in a place like Frenchie's, or any of the other bars along the street. That seems like a paradox, because the girls rushed up to grab any single man who strayed into the place. The conversation was so limited, though. "Hi, what's your name?" "Juan Javier." "Oh, that's nice. Where are you from?" "Nuevo Texas." "Oh, that's interesting. How long have you been in the city?" "A couple of days." "Want to buy me a drink?" That's all there is. There ain't no more. Even a top-notch international secret agent couldn't relay more information in that small amount of time. Beneath it all was a constant undercurrent of depression, as if the girls were locked into this job, although the illusion of absolute freedom hovered almost visibly in the air. Any time you want to quit, honey, you just walk out that door. The way out the door, though, led to one of only two places. Another bar just like Frenchie's, or the next step down the ladder toward the deadly bottom of the life. "Hi, handsome. Looking for some company?" You know what I mean. And the income gets lower and lower as the girl gets older, and pretty soon you get people like Maribel turning tricks for the price of a shot glass of white wine. After Blanca, a real girl called Indahar came on stage. It might even have been her real name. She moved the same as Blanca, hips and shoulders swaying, feet almost motionless. As she danced, Indahar mouthed the words to the song silently, completely unaware that she was doing it. I asked a few girls about that. They all mouthed the lyrics, but none of them realized they did it. They all got self-conscious when I mentioned the fact. But the next time they got up to dance, they sang to themselves just as they always had. Made the time go quicker, I guess. Gave them something to do besides look at the customers. Back and forth the girls swayed, their lips moving, their hands making empty gestures, their hips swirling where habit told them to swirl their hips. It might have been sexy to some of the men who'd never seen such things before. It might have been worth what Frenchie charged for his drinks. I could drink for free because Yasmin worked there and because I kept Frenchie amused. If I'd had to pay, I would have found something more interesting to do with my time. Anything would have been more interesting. Sitting alone in the dark in a soundless room would have been more interesting. I waded through Indahar's set, and then Yasmin came out of the dressing room. She gave me a wide smile that made me feel special. There was some applause from 2 or 3 men scattered along the bar. She was mixing well tonight, making money. Indahar threw on a gauzy top and started hitting up the customers for tips. I kicked in a kyam and she gave me a little kiss. Indahar's a good kid. She plays by the rules and doesn't hassle anybody. Blanca could go to hell as far as I was concerned, but Indahar and I could be good friends. Frenchie caught my eye and motioned me down to the end of the bar. He was a big man about the size of 2 average Marseille enforcers, with a big black bushy beard that made mine look like the fuzz in a cat's ear. He glowered at me with his black eyes. "Where are you at, Cap?" he asked. "Nothing's happening tonight, Frenchie," I said. "Your girl's doing all right for herself." "That's good," I said, "because I lost my last feek through a hole in my pocket." Frenchie squinted and looked at my galabia. "You don't have any pockets in that outfit, mon Noraf." "That was days ago, Frenchie," I said solemnly. "We've been living on love since." Yasmin had some orbital velocity modi chipped in, and her dancing was something to watch. People all up and down the bar forgot their drinks and the other girls' hands in their laps and stared at Yasmin. Frenchie laughed. He knew that I was never as flat-out broke as I always claimed to be. "Business is bad," he said, spitting into a small plastic cup. With Frenchie, business is always bad. Nobody ever talks prosperity on the street. It's bad luck. "Listen," I said, "there's some important thing I have to talk over with Yasmin when she's finished this set." Frenchie shook his head. "She's working on that mark down there wearing the fez. Wait until she milks him dry, then you can talk to her all you want. If you wait until the mark leaves, I'll get someone else to take her next turn on stage." "Allah be praised," I said. "Can I buy you a drink?" He smiled at me. "Buy 2, he said. "Pretend one's for me, one's for you. Drink them both. I can't stomach this stuff anymore." He patted his belly and made a sour face, then got up and walked down the bar, greeting his customers and whispering in the ears of his girls. I bought 2 drinks from Dahlia, Frenchie's short, round-faced, informative barmaid. I'd known Dahlia for years. Dahlia, Frenchie, and Chiriga were very likely fixtures on the street when the street was just a goat path from one end of the Budayin to the other. Before the rest of the city decided to wall us in, probably, and put in the cemetery. When Yasmin finished dancing, the applause was loud and long. Her tip jar filled quickly, and then she was hurrying back to her enamored Mark before some other bitch stole him away. Yasmin gave me a quick, affectionate pinch on the ass as she passed behind me. I watched her laughing and talking and hugging that cross-eyed bastard son of a yellow dog for half an hour. Then his money ran out, and both he and Yasmin looked sad. Their affair had come to a premature end. They waved fond, almost passionate farewells, and promised they'd never forget this golden evening. Every time I see one of those goddamn wogs climbing all over Yasmin, or any of the other girls for that matter, I remember watching nameless men grabbing at my mother. That was a hell of a long time ago. But for certain things, my memory works just too well. I watched Yasmin and I told myself it was just her job, but I couldn't help the sick acid feeling that climbed out of my gut and made me want to start breaking things. She scooted down beside me, drenched with perspiration, and gasped, "I thought that son of a slut would never leave." "It's your charming presence," I said sourly. "It's your scintillating conversation. It's Frenchie's needled beer." "Yeah," said Yasmin, puzzled by my annoyance. "You're right. I have to talk to you about something." Yasmin looked at me and took a few deep breaths. She mopped her face with a clean bar towel. I suppose I sounded unusually grave. Anyway, I went through the events of the evening for her, my second meeting with Friedlander Bay, that is, his conclusions, and how I had failed to impress Lieutenant Auking. When I finished, there was stunned silence from all around. "You're going to do it?" asked Frenchie. I hadn't noticed him returning. I wasn't aware that he'd been eavesdropping, but it was his place, and nobody knew his eaves better. "You're going to get wired?" asked Yasmin breathlessly. She found the whole idea vastly exciting. Arousing, if you get my meaning. "You're crazy if you do," said Dahlia. Dahlia was as close to being a true conservative as you could find on the street. "Look what it does to people." "What does it do to people?" shouted Yasmin, outraged, tapping her own modi. "Oops, sorry," said Dahlia, and she went to mop up some imaginary spilled beer at the far, far end of the bar. "Think of all the things we could do together," said Yasmin dreamily. "Maybe it's not good enough for you the way it is," I said, a little hurt. Her expression fell. "Hey, Muddy, it's not that. It's just—" "This is your problem," said Frenchie. "It's none of my business. I'm going in the back and count tonight's money. Won't take me very long." He disappeared through a ratty gold-colored cloth that served as a flimsy barrier to the dressing room in his office. "It's permanent," I said. "Once it's done, it's done. There's no backing out. Have you ever heard me say that I wanted to have my wires yanked?" asked Yasmin. "No," I admitted. "It was just the irrevocableness of it that prickled my skin." "I haven't regretted it for an instant, and neither has anybody else I know who's had it done." I wet my lips. "You don't understand," I said. I couldn't finish my argument. I couldn't put into words what she didn't understand. "You're just afraid," she said. "Yeah?" I said. That was a good starting point. "The half-Hodge has his brain wired, and he's not even a quarter of the man you are. And all it got him was Sonny's blood all over everything. I don't need moddies to make me act crazy. I can do that on my own." Suddenly she got a faraway, inspired look in her eyes. I knew something fascinating had occurred to her, and I knew it most likely meant bad news for me. "Oh, Allah and the Virgin Mary in a motel room," she said softly. That had been a favorite blasphemy of her father's, I think. "This is working out just like the hexagram said." The hexagram. I had put that I Ching business out of my mind almost before Yasmin had finished explaining it to me. "Remember what it said?" she asked. "About not being afraid to cross the Great Water?" "Yeah. What Great Water?" "The Great Water is some major change in your life. Getting your brain wired, for instance." "Uh-huh. And it said to meet the great man. I did that twice." "It said to wait 3 days before beginning and 3 days before completing." I counted up quickly. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, when I was going to have this thing done, would be after 3 days. "Oh, hell," I muttered. "And it said that nobody would believe you. And it said that you had to keep up your confidence during adversity. And it said that you didn't serve kings and princes but higher principles. That's my Marid." And she kissed me. I felt ill. There was absolutely no way I could get out of the surgery now, unless I started running and began a new life in some new country, shoving goats and sheep around and eating a few figs every couple of days to stay alive like the other fellahin. "I'm a hero, Yasmin," I said. "And we, heroes, sometimes have secret business to attend to. Gotta go." I kissed her 3 or 4 times, squeezed her right silicone tit for luck, and stood up. On the way out of Frenchie's, I patted Indahar's ass, and she turned and grinned at me. I waved good night to Dahlia. Blanca, I pretended, didn't even exist. I walked down the street to the Silver Palm just to see what people were doing and what was going on. Mahmoud and Jacques were sitting at a table, having coffee and sopping up hummus with pita bread. The half-hutch was absent, probably out kicking gigantic heterosexual stonecutters around for the hell of it. I sat down with my friends. "Mayor and so forth," said Mahmoud. He was never one to worry about formalities. "Yours too," I said. "Getting yourself wired, I hear," said Jacques. "A crucial decision, a major undertaking. I'm sure you've considered both sides of the matter." I was a little astonished. "News travels fast, doesn't it?" Mahmoud raised his eyebrows. "That's what news is for," he said, around a mouthful of bread and hummus. "Permit me to buy you some coffee," said Jacques. "Praise Allah," I said, "but I feel like something stronger." "Just as well," said Jacques to Mahmoud. "Marid has more money than the two of us together. He's on Papa's payroll now." I didn't like the sound of that rumor at all. I went to the bar and ordered my gin, bingara, and roses. Behind the bar, Heidi grimaced, but she didn't say anything. She was pretty. Hell, she was one of the most beautiful real women I'd ever met. She always fitted into her well-chosen clothing the way some of the Debs and Changes wished they could, with their store-bought bodies. Heidi had wonderful blue eyes and soft, pale bangs. I don't know why, but bangs on young women always make me jittery. I think it's the hebephile in me. If I examine myself closely enough, I find hints of every objectionable quality known to man. I'd always wanted to get to know Heidi really well, but I guess I wasn't her type. Maybe her type was available on a Mahdi, and after I got my brain wired. While I was waiting for her to mix my drink, another voice spoke up about 20 feet away, beyond a group of Korean men and women who would soon learn, no doubt, that they were in the wrong part of town. "Vodka martini. Dry. Pre-war Wolfschmitz if you've got it, shaken and not stirred, with a twist of lemon peel." Well now, I said to myself. I waited until Heidi came back with my drink. I paid her and swirled the liquor and ice in tight counterclockwise circles. Heidi brought my change, I tipped her a kyam, and she started some polite conversation. I interrupted her rather rudely. I was more interested in the vodka martini. I picked up my glass and stepped back from the bar, just enough to get a good look at James Bond. He was just as I remembered him from the brief encounter in Chitty's place, and from Ian Fleming's novels. Black hair parted on one side, a heavy lock of it falling in an unruly comma over the right eye, the scar running down the right cheek. He had straight black brows and a long straight nose. His upper lip was short, and his mouth, though relaxed, somehow gave the impression of cruelty. He looked ruthless. He had paid a great deal of money to a team of surgeons to make him look ruthless. He glanced at me and smiled. I wondered if he recalled our previous meeting. His gray-blue eyes crinkled a bit at their edges as he observed me. I had the distinct feeling that I was, in fact, being observed. He was wearing a plain cotton shirt and tropical worsted trousers, no doubt of British manufacture, with black leather sandals suitable to the climate. He paid for his martini and came toward me, one hand extended. "Nice to see you again, old man," he said. I shook hands with him. "I don't believe I've been granted the honor of making the gentleman's acquaintance," I said in Arabic. Bond answered me in flawless French. Another bar, another circumstance. It was of no great consequence. Everything turned out satisfactorily in the end. It had been satisfactory for him, at least. At the moment, the dead Russian had no opinion at all. "May Allah forgive me, my friends are waiting," I said. Bond smiled his famous half-smile. He gave me back an Arabic saying in perfect local Arabic. "What has died has passed," he said, shrugging, meaning either that bygones were bygones, or that it would be good policy for me to begin forgetting all the recently dead. I wasn't sure which interpretation Bond intended. I nodded, disconcerted more by his facility with my language. Then I remembered that he was wearing a James Bond modi, probably with an Arabic language daddy chipped in. I took my drink to the table where Mahmoud and Jacques were sitting, and chose a chair from which I could keep an eye on the bar and its single entrance. By the time I'd seated myself, Bond had downed his martini and was going out into the cobbled street. I felt a chilly wave of indecision. What was I supposed to do? Could I hope to bring him down now, before I had my brain wired? I was unarmed. What possible good could come of attacking Bond prematurely? Yet, surely Friedlander Bey would consider this an opportunity lost, one that might well mean the death of someone else, someone dear to me. I decided to follow. I left my drink untasted on the table and gave my friends no explanation. I got out of my chair and went to the open doorway of the Silver Palm, just in time to see Bond turn left into a side street. I crept along carefully behind. Evidently I wasn't careful enough, because when I stopped at the corner and peered cautiously around, James Bond was gone. There were no other streets parallel to the street for him to have turned onto. He must have entered one of the low, whitewashed, flat-roofed dwellings on the block. That was some information, at least. I turned around again to walk back to the Silver Palm, when a flare of pain detonated behind my left ear. I crumpled to my knees, and a strong, tanned hand grabbed the light material of my galabia and dragged me back to my feet. I muttered some curses and raised my fist. The edge of his hand chopped at the point of my shoulder, and my arm dropped, numb and useless. James Bond laughed softly. "Every time you see a well-set-up European in one of your grimy, quaint rum shops, you think you can come along behind and relieve him of his pocketbook. Well, my friend, sometimes you choose to rob the wrong European." He slapped me across the face, not very hard, threw me away from himself against the rough face of the wall behind me, and stared at me as if I owed him an explanation or apology. I decided he was right. 100,000 pardons, Effendi," I murmured. Somewhere in my mind arose the thought that this James Bond was handling himself a good sight better than he had when he let me escort him out of Cheery's a couple of weeks ago. Tonight his goddamn black comma of hair wasn't even out of place. He wasn't even breathing hard. There was some logical explanation for all that, too. I'd let Papa or Jacques or the I Ching figure it out. My head was throbbing too hard and my ears were chiming. "And you needn't bother with that Effendi bunk," he said grimly. "That's a Turkish flattery, and I still have more than one grudge against the Turks. You're no Turk anyway, by the looks of you." His slightly cruel mouth gave me a slightly vicious sneer, and he walked by me as if I were no threat at all to his safety or his wallet. That, in point of fact, was the plain truth. I had just had my second run-in with the man who called himself James Bond. At the moment we each had a score of 1 out of a possible 2. I was in no hurry at all to play the rubber match. He seemed to have learned a lot since our last meeting, or for some reason of his own, he had allowed me to chuck him so easily out of chitties. I knew I was badly outclassed here. As I walked slowly and painfully back to the Silver Palm, I came to an important decision. I was going to tell Papa that I wouldn't help him. It wasn't merely a matter of being afraid to have my brain wired. Hell, even with it goosed from here to the Prophet's birthday, I was no competition for these killers. I couldn't even follow James Bond down one goddamn block in my own neighborhood without getting my ass kicked around. I didn't have a single doubt that Bond could have dealt more harshly with me if he'd chosen to. He thought I was just a robber, a common Arab thief, and he merely treated me the way he treated all common Arab thieves. It must have been a daily occurrence for him. No, there was nothing that could persuade me otherwise. I didn't need the 3 days to think about it. Papa and his wonderful scheme could just go to hell. I went back to the Silver Palm and threw down my drink in 2 great gulps. Over the protestations of Mahmoud and Jacques, I said that I had to be going. I kissed Heidi on the cheek and whispered a licentious suggestion in her ear. The same suggestion I always whispered, and she replied with the same amused rejection. I walked thoughtfully back to Frenchie's to explain to Yasmin that I was not going to be a hero, that I was not going to serve higher principles than kings and princes and all the rest of that foolishness. Yasmin would be disappointed in me, and I probably wouldn't get into her pants for a week. But that was better than getting my throat slashed and having my ashes strewn over the sewage treatment plant. I would have a lot of explaining to do to everybody. I would have a lot of apologizing to do, too. Everyone from Salima to Chiri to Sergeant Hajar to Friedlander Bey himself would be after my balls. But I had made my decision. I was my own man, and I wouldn't be pressured into accepting a terrifying fate, however morally right and public-spirited they all made it sound. The drink at the Silver Palm, the 2 at Frenchie's, a couple of trifets, 4 sunnies, and 8 Paxium all agreed with me. Before I found my way back to Frenchie's, the night was warm and safe and wholly on my side. And everybody who was urging me to wire my brain was stuffed down deep in a dark pit into which I planned never again to peek. They could all jam each other silly for all I cared. I had my own life to lead. Chapter 11. Friday was a day of rest and recuperation. My body had been bruised and beaten by a lot of people lately, some of whom had been friends and acquaintances, some of whom I was just chafing to catch in a dark alley real soon. One of the best things about the Budayin is the prevalence of dark alleys. They were planned purposefully, I think. Somewhere in somebody's sacred scripture it says, "And there shall be caused to be built dark alleys, wherein the mockers and the unrighteous shall in their turn have their heads laid open, and in likewise their fat lips busted. And even this shall be pleasing in the sight of heaven." I couldn't quote you exactly where that verse comes from. I might have dreamt it up early Friday morning. The Black Widow sisters had first crack at me. Various lackeys of Lut Zeipolt, Friedlander Bey, and Lieutenant Ocking had caused me grief, as had their smugly smiling masters. And just last night I'd been briefly chastised by this James Bond lunatic. My pill case was now completely empty. Nothing but pastel-colored dust on the bottom that I could lick from my fingertips, hoping for a milligram of help. The opiates were the first to go. My supply of Sunine, bought from Chidiga and then Sergeant Hajar, had been downed in rapid succession as each of my body's movements brought new twinges and spasms of pain. When the Sunnies were gone, I tried Paxium. The little lavender pills that some people believe is the ultimate gift of the organic chemical universe, the answer to all of life's little worries, but which I'm coming to the conclusion aren't worth their weight in jackal snot. I ate them anyway and washed them down with about 6 ounces of Jack Daniels that Yasmin brought home from work with her. Okay, that left the full-throttle blue triangles. I didn't really know what they'd do for pain, but I was certainly willing to use myself as a research volunteer. Science marches on. I dropped 3 trifits, and the effect was fascinating from a pharmacological standpoint. In about half an hour, I began taking a tremendous interest in my heartbeat. I measured my pulse rate at something like 422 per minute, but I kept getting distracted by phantom lizards crawling around just at the edges of my peripheral vision. I'm almost certain that my heart wasn't really pumping that hard. Drugs are your friends. Treat them with respect. You wouldn't throw your friends in the garbage. You wouldn't flush your friends down the toilet. If that's the way you treat your friends or your drugs, you don't deserve to have either. Give them to me. Drugs are wonderful things. I won't listen to anybody trying to get me to give them up. I'd rather give up food and drink. In fact, on occasion I have. The effect of all the pills was to make my mind wander. Actually, any sign of life on its part was heartening. Life was taking on a kind of bleak, pungent, really penetrating, and awfully huge quality that I didn't enjoy at all. On top of that, I remembered that I'd collected a couple of caps of RPM from Saeed the Half-Hodge. This is the same junk that Bill the taxi driver has coursing through his bloodstream all the time, at the cost of his immortal soul. I've got to remember not to ride with Bill anymore. Jesus, that stuff is just really scary. And the worst part was that I actually paid cash money for the privilege of feeling so lousy. Sometimes I'm disgusted by the things I do, and I make resolutions to clean myself out. I promised when the RPM wore off, if it ever did. Friday was the Sabbath, a day of rest, except for everybody in the Budayin, who went right back to work as soon as the sun went down. We observed the holy month of Ramadan, but the city's cops and the mosque's bullies let up on us a little on Fridays. They were happy to get whatever cooperation they could. Yasmin went to work, and I stayed in bed reading a Simnon I think I'd read when I was about 15, and again when I was about 20, and again a couple of other times. It's hard to tell with Simnon. He wrote the same book a dozen times, but he had so many different books that he wrote a dozen times each that you have to read all of them and then sort them out in some kind of rational order, according to a logical thematic basis that's always been far beyond me. I just start at the back, if it's printed in Arabic, or the front, if it's printed in French, or the middle, if I'm in a hurry or too full of my friends, the drugs. Simnon. Why was I talking about Simnon? It was going to lead to a vital and illuminating point. Simnon suggests Ian Fleming. They're both writers. They both clawed out thrillers in their individual fashions. They're both dead. And neither one of them knew the first thing about making a good martini. Fleming's shaken and not stirred my holy whoring mother's ineffable left tit, and Ian Fleming leads neatly and directly to James Bond. The man with the Bond Modi never again left another 007 trace in the city. not so much as the stub of a Moreland's Special with the gold rings around the filter, or a chomped-on slice of lemon peel, or a Beretta bullet hole. Yeah, it was the Beretta he'd used on Bogatyrev and Devi. The Beretta was Bond's choice of pistols in the early Fleming novels, until some hotshot reader pointed out that it was a lady's gun with no stopping power. So Fleming had Bond switch to the Walther PPK, a smallish but reliable automatic. If our James Bond had used the Walther, it would have left a messier indentation in Devi's face. The Beretta made a rather tidier little hole, like the pop-top slot in a can of beer. That slapping around I got from him was the last anyone saw or heard of James Bond in the city. He had a low tolerance for boredom, I guess. That's another first-rate reason for getting to know your medicines and correctives. Boredom can be tedious, but not when you're counting your pulse at over 400 a minute. By the life of my beard and the sacred shifting balls of the Apostle of God, may the blessings of Allah be on him and peace, I really just wanted to go to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, though, a black and white strobe effect started flashing, and purple and green things swam by, gigantic things. I cried, but they wouldn't leave me alone. I couldn't see how Bill could drive his taxi through them all. So that was Friday, in brief summary. Yasmin came home with the Jack Daniels. I killed the rest of my drug supply, passed out sometime near noon, and awoke to find Yasmin gone. It was now Saturday. I had 2 more days to enjoy my brain. Early Saturday evening I noticed my money seemed to have vaporized. I should have had a few hundred kyam left. I'd spent a little, of course, and I'd probably blown even more that I couldn't account for, yet I had the feeling that I ought to have more than the 90 kyam I found in my shoulder bag. 90 kyam wasn't going to get me much of anything. A new pair of jeans was going to cost me 40 or more. I began to suspect that Yasmin had been dipping into my finances. I hate that about women. Even the ones whose genetic threads in their cells still said they were male. Joe Mama says, just 'cause the cat had their kittens in the oven don't make them biscuits. Take a pretty boy, nip off his queue, and buy him a silicone balcony that could comfortably seat an underfed family or 3, and before you know it, she's digging around in your wallet. They eat up all your pills and caps, spend your money, bitch about the goddamn sheet and the blanket, stare rapturously all afternoon at themselves in the bathroom mirror. Make innocent little remarks about the devastating young plushes passing by in the other direction. Want to be held for an hour after you've exhausted yourself jamming them into the floorboards, and then they climb up your back because you look out the window with a slightly irked expression on your face. What could you possibly be annoyed about with a virtually perfect goddess hanging around the apartment, decorating your floor with her dirty underwear? You might take something to elevate your mood, but the precious bitch already consumed all that. Remember? Only another day and a half of Marido Dran's brain, as Allah the Protector in his wisdom had designed it. Yasmin was not speaking to me. She thought I was a coward and a selfish son of a clapped-up ass for not going along with Papa's plan. 1 minute it was all set. On Monday morning I was going to meet with Friedlander-based surgeons and have my thoughts electrified. The next minute I was a rotten bastard who didn't care what happened to his friends. She couldn't remember if I was going to get my brain wired or not. She couldn't think back far enough to recall the last argument. I could. I was not going to get my brain wired, and that was the end of it. I didn't get out of bed all day Friday or Saturday. I watched shadows get longer and shorter and longer. I heard the muezzin call the faithful to prayer, and then, what seemed to me like a few minutes later, he called again. I stopped paying attention to Yasmin and her moods sometime on Saturday evening, before she started to get ready for work. She slammed her way back and forth across my room, calling me all kinds of innovative foul names, some of which I'd actually never heard before, despite my years of wandering. It just made me love the little slut even more. I didn't get out of bed until Yasmin left for Frenchie's. My body alternated between rattling chills and flashes of fever so bad I had to cool off in the shower. Then I'd lie back in bed and shiver and sweat. I soaked the sheets and the mattress cover, and clung with white-knuckled fingers to the blanket. The phantom lizards were on my face and arms now, but crawling around less frequently. I felt safe enough to go to the bathroom again, something I'd been thinking about for a long while. I wasn't hungry, but I was pretty thirsty. I drank a couple of glasses of water, then slid shakily back into bed. I wished Yasmin would come home. Despite the waning effects of the drug overdose and my growing fear, I had made up my mind about Monday morning. Saturday night passed with more cold sweats and remittent fever, and I stared wakefully at the ceiling, even after Yasmin came back and went drunkenly to sleep. Sunday, just before sunset, while she was getting herself ready to go to work again, I got out of bed and stood naked behind her. She was putting on her eye makeup, screwing her face into crazy expressions, and glossing her eyelids with loveliness from some rich bitch department store beyond the Budayin. She wouldn't use inexpensive paint from the bazaars like everyone else, as if anyone in Frenchie's could get a good look at her in that dimness. The same makeup was on the racks in the souks, but Yasmin paid top prices for it across town. She wanted to look heartbreaking on stage, when not a juiced-up fool in the place would be looking at her eyes. She was going for a layered effect of blue and green below her narrow, sketched-in eyebrows. Then she worked on a tasteful sprinkle of gold, glittery sparkles. The sparkles were the hard part. She put them on one by one. "Get to bed early," she said. "Why?" I asked innocently. "Because you have a busy day tomorrow," she said. I shrugged. "Your brain," she said. "Remember?" "My brain, I remember," I said. "It's not going anywhere unusual. I don't have anything particularly taxing lined up for it." "You're getting the worthless thing wired!" She turned on me like a nesting falcon on a hawk. "Not the last time I thought it over," I said. She grabbed up her small blue overnight case. "Well, you son of a bitching mother-ugly Kafir," she cried. "Fuck you and the horse you rode in on." She made more noise leaving my apartment than I thought was possible, and that was before she even slammed the door. After she slammed the door, it got very quiet, and I was able to think. I couldn't think of anything to think about, though. I walked around the room a few times, put one or two things away, kicked some of my clothes from the right to the left and back again, and laid down on the bed. I'd been in the bed so long that it wasn't diverting to be there again now, but there wasn't that much else to do. I watched the darkness in the room stretch and reach out toward me. That wasn't so exciting anymore either. The pain had gone. The overdose-induced hysteria had gone. My money had gone. Yasmin had gone. This was peace and contentment. I hated every goddamn second of it. In this silent center of motionless and mindlessness, free of all the frenzy that had surrounded me for many days, I surprised myself with a piece of genuine intuition. It began by congratulating myself for figuring that the man with the James Bond Modi had a Beretta rather than a Walter. Then the Bond thought linked up to something else, and they hooked together with one or two more ideas, and it all illuminated an inexplicable detail that had been simmering in my memory for a couple of days at least. I recalled my last visit to Lieutenant Auking. I remembered the way he didn't seem to be at all interested in my theories or Friedlander-based proposition. That wasn't so unusual. Auking resisted interference from anyone. He disliked positive interference in the form of authentic assistance just as much. It wasn't Auking himself to whom my thoughts kept returning. It was something in his office. One of the envelopes had been addressed to Universal Export. I recalled wondering idly if Zypalt ran that firm or if Hassan the Shiite ever received any curious traits from them. The company's name was so commonplace that there were probably 1,000 Universal Exports all around the world. Maybe Auking was just sending off a mail order for some rattan patio furniture to put next to his backyard barbecue. Of course, the very ordinariness of Universal Export was the reason that M, the head of James Bond's Special 00 section, used it as a false cover and code name in Ian Fleming's books. The forgettable name would never have stuck in my memory without that connection to the Bond stories. Maybe Universal Export was a disguised reference to the man who'd worn the James Bond Mahdi. I wished that I had memorized the address on that envelope. I sat up startled. If the Bond explanation had any truth to it, why was that envelope in Lieutenant Auking's outbox? I told myself that I was getting as jumpy as a grasshopper on a griddle. I was probably looking for honey where there were no bees. Still, I felt my stomach turn sick again. I felt myself being drawn unwillingly into a morass of tortuous and deadly paths. It was time for action. I had spent Friday, Saturday, and most of Sunday paralyzed between my worn and grimy sheets. It was the moment to get moving, to leave the apartment, to rid myself of this clinging morbidity and fear. I had 90 kyam. I could buy myself some butaqualides and get some decent sleep. I threw on my galabia, which was getting a little on the soiled side, my sandals and my libde, the close-fitting cap. I grabbed my shoulder bag on the way out the door and hurried downstairs. Suddenly I really wanted to score some beauties. I really wanted them. I'd just gotten over 3 horrible days of sweating too much of everything out of my system, and already I was rushing out to buy more. I made a mental note to slow down my drug intake, crumpled the mental note, and tossed it into my mental wastebasket. Beauties, it seemed, were scarce. Chiriga didn't have any, but she gave me a free drink of tende while she told me about how much trouble she was having with a new girl working for her, and that she was still saving her honey peel armati for me. I remembered the hollow porn ad outside old Lila's shop. "Chiri," I said, "I'm just getting over the flu or something, but I promise we'll go have dinner some night next week. Then, inshallah, we'll burn your Mahdi out." She didn't even smile. She looked at me as if she were watching a wounded fish flopping in the water. "Marid, honey," she said sadly. "Now really, listen to me. You got to cut out all these pills. You're wrecking yourself." She was right. But you don't ever want to hear that kind of advice from anybody else. I nodded, gulped the rest of the tende, and left her club without saying goodbye. I caught up with Jacques, Mahmoud, and Saeed at Big Al's old Chicago. They said they were all tapped out, financially and medicinally. I said, "Fine, see you around." "Marid," said Jacques. "Maybe it's not of my—" "It's not," I said. I passed by the Silver Palm, no action there either. I passed by Hassan's shop, but he wasn't in the back, and his American chicken just gazed at me with sultry eyes. I ducked into the red light. That's how desperate I was beginning to feel. and Fatima told me that one of the white girl's boyfriends had a whole suitcase full of different stuff, but that he wouldn't be in until maybe 5 in the morning. I said that if nothing else turned up by then, I'd come back. No free drink from Fatima. Finally, at Joe Mama's Hellenic hideaway, I ran into a little luck. I bought 6 beauties from Joe Mama's second barmaid, Rocky, another hefty woman with short, brushy black hair. Rocky stung me a little on the price, but at that point I didn't care. She offered me a beer on the house to wash them down, but I told her I was just going to go home and take them and climb back into bed. "Yeah, you're right," said Joe Mama. "You got to get to sleep early. You got to get up in the morning, darling, and have your skull drilled." I shut my eyes briefly and sighed. "Where did you hear about that?" I asked her. Joe Mama pasted a slightly offended, wholly innocent look on her face. "Everybody's been knowing it, married. Ain't that the truth, Rocky? It's what everybody's been having trouble believing. I mean, you getting your brain wired? For sure the next thing we be hearing, Hassan'll be giving away free rugs or rifles or hand jobs to the first 20 callers." "I'll take that beer," I said, very tired. Rocky drew one. For a moment nobody knew if this was the free beer or if I'd turned that one down and this was another one that I had to pay for. "It's on me," said Joe Mama. "Thanks, Mama," I said. "I'm not getting my brain wired." I took a big gulp of the beer. I don't care who told who. I don't care who they heard it from. This is me, Marid, talking. I am not getting my brain wired. Comprendez? Joe Mama shrugged like she didn't believe me. After all, what was my word against the word of the street? "I gotta tell you what happened in here last night," she said, about to launch into one of her endless but entertaining stories. I half wanted to hear it because I had to keep up with the news, but I was rescued. "There you are!" shouted Yasmin, banging into the bar and whacking a vicious swipe at me with her purse. I ducked my head, but she cracked me in the side. "What the hell?" I started to say. "Take it outside," said Joe Mama automatically. She looked as astonished as I felt. Yasmin wasn't in the mood to listen to either of us. She grabbed me around the wrist. Her hand was as strong as mine, and my wrist was grabbed. "You come with me, you cocksucker," she said. "Yasmin, shut the fuck up and leave me alone," I said. Joe Mama got off her stool. That ought to have been a warning, but Yasmin paid her no attention. She still had my wrist, and her fingers closed even tighter. She yanked on my arm. "You're going to come with me," she said in an ominous voice. "Because I got something pretty to show you, you goddamn yellow-bellied pussy." I was really angry. I'd never been this angry with Yasmin before, and I still didn't know what she was talking about. "Slap her face for her," said Rocky from behind the bar. That always works in the hollow shows for excitable heroines and panicking junior officers. I didn't think, though, that would quiet Yasmin down. She'd probably just beat the living hell out of me, and then we'd go do whatever she wanted in the first place. I raised the arm she was still clutching, turned it outward a little, broke her grasp, and grabbed her wrist. Then I twisted her arm and forced it up behind her back in a tight hammerlock. She cried out in pain. I pushed her arm further, and she yelped again. "That's for calling me those names," I said, growling softly, close to her ear. "You can do that at home if you want, but not in front of my friends." "You want me to hurt you bad?" she said angrily. "You can try." "Later," she said. "I still got something to show you." I let go of her arm, and she rubbed it for a moment. Then she snatched up her purse and kicked open Joe Mama's door. I raised my eyebrows at Rocky. Joe Mama was giving me an amused little smile, because all of this would eventually make a better story than the one she never got to tell me. Joe Mama, at least, was going to come out ahead. I followed Yasmin outside. She turned to me. Before she could say a word, I put my right hand tightly around her throat and flung her up against an ancient brick wall. I didn't care how much I hurt her. "You're never going to do that again," I said in a dangerously calm voice. "You understand me?" And just for the pure sadistic pleasure of it, I knocked her head roughly against the bricks.
"Fuck you, asshole!"
"Any time you think you're man enough, you mutilated, gelded son of a bitch," I said. And then Yasmin started to cry. I felt myself collapse inside. I felt I had done the worst thing I could ever do, and there was no way I could make up for it. I might crawl on my knees all the way to Mecca to pray for forgiveness, and Allah would forgive me, but Yasmin wouldn't. I would have given anything I had, anything I could steal, if the last few minutes hadn't happened. But they had, and they would be difficult for either of us to forget. "Marit," she whispered between sobs. I held her. Right then, there wasn't a damn thing in the world to say. We clasped each other that way, close together. Yasmin weeping, me wanting to but unable, for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes. A few people passed by on the sidewalk and pretended they didn't see us. Joe Mama stuck her head out of the door and ducked back inside. A moment later, Rocky looked out as if she were just casually counting the crowd that didn't exist on this dark street. I wasn't thinking anything. I wasn't feeling anything. I just clung to Yasmin and she clung to me. "I love you," I murmured at last. When you find the appropriate time, it's always the best and only thing to say. She took my hand, and we started walking slowly toward the back of the Budayin. I thought we were just wandering, but after a few minutes I realized that Yasmin was leading me somewhere. The grim certainty grew in me that I didn't want to see what she was going to show me. A body had been stuffed into a large plastic trash bag, but someone had disturbed the pile of bags. Nikki's bag had split open, and she lay sprawled on the damp, filthy bricks of a tight, blind alley. "I thought it was your fault she was dead," said Yasmin with a little whimper. "Because you didn't do very much to try and find her." I held Yasmin's hand, and we just stood there for a while, staring down at Nikki's corpse, not saying anything more for a while. I knew that I'd see Nikki like this sometime. Finally. I think I knew it from the beginning, when Tamiko had been murdered and Nikki made that short, frantic phone call. I let go of Yasmin's hand and knelt down beside Nikki. There was a lot of blood all over her, in the dark green trash bag, on the moss-covered bricks of the pavement. "Yasmin, baby," I said, looking up into her bleak face. "You don't want to see this anymore. Why don't you call Auking, then go home? I'll be there in a little while." Yasmin made a vague, meaningless gesture. "I'll call Auking," she said in a toneless voice. "But I gotta go back to work." "Frenchie can go fuck himself tonight," I said. "I want you to go home. Listen, honey, I need to have you there." "All right," she said, smiling a little through the tears. Our relationship hadn't been destroyed after all. With a little care, it would be just as good as new, maybe even better. It was a relief to feel hopeful again. "How did you know she was here?" I asked, frowning. "Blanca found her," said Yasmin. "Her back door's down there, and she passes by here on her way to work. She pointed further up the alley, where a peeling gray-painted door was set into the blank brick wall. I nodded and watched Yasmin walk slowly toward the street. Then I turned back to Nikki's ruined body. It had been the throat slasher, and I could see the bruises on Nikki's wrists and neck, the burn marks, and a lot of small cuts and wounds. The killer had invested more time and expertise in finishing Nikki than he had with Tammy or Abdullahi. I was sure the medical examiner would find the traces of rape, too. Nikki's clothing and purse had been thrown into the trash bag with her. I looked through her clothes, but I didn't find anything. I reached for the purse, but I had to lift Nikki's head. She had been clubbed cruelly and savagely until her skull and hair and blood and brains were all crushed together into a repellent mass. Her throat had been cut so brutally that her head was almost severed. I had never seen such profane, desecrating, perverse savagery in my life. I cleared the strewn refuse from a space and rested Nikki's corpse gently on the broken bricks. Then I walked away a few steps, knelt, and vomited. I heaved and retched until my stomach muscles began to ache. When the sickness passed, I made myself go back to look through her purse. I found two curious and noteworthy objects. A brass reproduction that I'd seen in Zeipolt's house of an ancient Egyptian scarab, and a crude, almost homemade-looking modi. I put both in my shoulder bag, chose the trash bag with the least stench surrounding it, and made myself as comfortable as I could. I addressed a prayer to Allah on behalf of Nikki's soul. Then I waited. "Well," I said quietly, looking around at the squalid, mucky place where Nikki had been abandoned. "I guess I get up in the morning and get my brain wired." Maktub, all right. It was written. Chapter 12. Muslims are often, by nature, very superstitious. Our co-travelers through Allah's bewildering creation include all sorts of jinn, ifrit, monsters, and good and bad angels. Then there are legions of sorcerous people, armed with dangerous powers, the evil eye being the most frequently encountered. All of this makes the Muslim culture no more irrational than any other. Every group of people has its own set of unfriendly, unseen things waiting to pounce on the unwary human being. Commonly, there are far more enemies in the spirit world than there are protectors, although there are supposed to be uncountable armies of angels and the like. Maybe they've all been on R&R since the deparadization of Shaitan. I don't know. Anyway, one of the superstitious practices clung to by some Muslims, particularly the nomadic tribes and the uncivilized fellaheen of the Maghrib, i.e. my mother's people, is to name a newborn with an affliction, or a dreadful quality, to ward off the envy of whatever spirit or witch might be paying too much attention. I'm told that this is done all over the world by people who have never even heard of the Prophet, may peace be on his name. I am called Marid, which means illness, and I was given it in the hope that I would not, in fact, suffer much illness in my lifetime. The charm seems to have had a certain positive effect. I had a burst appendix removed a few years ago, but that's a common routine operation, and it is the only serious medical problem I've ever had. I guess that may be due to the improved treatments available in this age of wonders, but who can say? Praise Allah and all that. So I haven't had much experience with hospitals. When the voices woke me, it took me quite some time to figure out where I was, and then another while to recall why the hell I was there in the first place. I opened my eyes. I couldn't see anything but a dim blur. I blinked again and again, but it was like someone had tried to paste my eyelids closed with sand and honey. I tried to raise my hand to rub my eyes, but my arm was too weak. It wouldn't travel the negligible distance from my chest to my face. I blinked some more and squinted. Finally, I could make out 2 male nurses standing near the foot of my bed. One was young, with a black beard and a clear voice. He held a chart and was briefing the other man. "Mr. Audran shouldn't give you too much trouble," he said. The second man was a good deal older, with grey hair and a hoarse voice. He nodded. "Meds?" he asked. The younger man frowned. "It's unusual. He can have almost anything he wants with approval from his doctors. The way I understand it, he'll get that approval just by asking, as much and as often as he wants." The grey-haired man let out an indignant breath. "What did he do, win a contest? An all-expense-paid drug holiday in the hospital of his choice?" "Lower your voice, Ali. He isn't moving, but he may be able to hear you. I don't know who he is, but the hospital has been treating him like a foreign dignitary or something. What's being spent to ablate every little twinge of his discomfort could relieve the pain of a dozen suffering poor people on the charity wards." Naturally, that made me feel like a filthy pig. I mean, I have feelings, too. I didn't ask for this kind of treatment. I didn't remember asking for it, at least, and I planned to put an end to it as soon as I could. Well, if not an end to it, that is, maybe ease it off a little. I didn't want to be handled like a feudal sheikh. The younger man went on, consulting his chart. "Mr. Audran was admitted for some elective intracranial work. Elaborate circuit implants, very experimental, I understand. That's why he's been on bed rest this long. There may be some unforeseen side effects." That made me a little uneasy. What side effects? Nobody had ever mentioned them to me before. "I'll take a look at his chart this evening," said the grey-haired man. "He sleeps most of the time. He shouldn't bother you too much." "Merciful Allah. Between the etorphine bubble and the injections, he should sleep for the next 10 or 15 years. Of course, he was underestimating my wonderfully efficient liver and enzyme system. Everyone always thinks I'm exaggerating about that. They began to leave the room. The older man opened the door and stepped out. I tried to speak. Nothing came out, as if I hadn't used my voice for months. I tried again. There was a whispered, croaking sound. I swallowed a little saliva and murmured, "Nurse." The man with the black beard put my chart on the console beside my bed and turned to me, his expression blank. "Be right with you, Mr. Audran," he said in a cool voice. Then he went out and shut the door behind him. The room was clean and plain and almost bare of decoration, but it was also comfortable. It was much more comfortable than the charity wards, where I had been treated after my appendix burst. That had been an unpleasant time. The only bright spots were the saving of my life, all thanks be to Allah, and my introduction to Sanin. Once again, may Allah be praised. The charity wards were not wholly philanthropic. I mean, the fellahin who could not afford private doctors were indeed given free medical attention, but the hospital's principal motive was to provide a wide range of unusual problems for the interns, residents, and student nurses to practice upon. Everyone who examined you, everyone who performed some sort of test, everyone who did some minor surgery at your bedside had only a modest familiarity with his job. These people were earnest and sincere, but inexperienced. They could make the simple taking of blood an ordeal, and a more painful procedure a hellish torture. It was not so in this private room. I had comfort and ease and freedom from pain. I had peace and rest and competent care. Friedlander Bey was giving this to me, but I would repay him. He would see to that. I suppose that I dozed off for a little while, because when the door opened again I awoke with a start. I expected to see the nurse, but it was a young man in a green surgical outfit. He had dark, sunburnt skin and bright brown eyes, with one of the largest black mustaches I've ever seen. I imagined him trying to contain the thing within a surgical mask, and that made me smile. My doctor was a Turk. I had a little trouble understanding his Arabic. He had trouble understanding me, too. "How are we today?" he said without looking at me. He glanced through the nurse's notes and then turned to the data terminal beside my bed. He touched a few keys and displays changed on the terminal screen. He made no sounds at all, neither the doctor's concerned clucking nor the encouraged humming. He stared at the scrolling parade of numbers and twirled the ends of his mustache. At last he faced me and said, "How are you feeling?" "Fine," I said noncommittally. When I deal with doctors, I always figure that they're after certain specific information. But they won't ever come out and ask you just what they need to know, because they're afraid you'll distort the truth and give them what you think they want to hear. So they go about it in this circular way, as if you're not still trying to guess what they want to know and distorting the truth anyway. "Any pain?" "A little," I said. It was a lie. I was drifted to the hairline, my former hairline, that is. You never tell a doctor that you're not suffering, because that might encourage him to lower your dosage of anodynes. "Sleeping?" "Yes." "Had anything to eat?" I thought for a moment. I was ravenously hungry, although the IV was dripping a glucose solution directly into the back of my hand. "No," I said. "We might start you on some clear liquids in the morning." "Been out of bed?" "No." "Good. Stay there for another couple of days." "Dizzy? Numbness in your hands or feet? Nausea? Unusual sensations, bright lights, hearing voices, phantom limbs, anything like that?" Phantom limbs? No. I wouldn't tell him that if it was true. "You're doing just fine, Mr. Audran. Coming along right on schedule." "Allah be thanked. How long have I been here?" The doctor gave me a glance, then looked at my chart again. "A little over 2 weeks," he said. "When did I have the surgery?" 15 days ago. You were in the hospital for 2 days of preparation before that." "Aha." There was less than a week of Ramadan remaining. I wondered what had happened in the city during my absence. I certainly hoped a few of my friends and associates were left alive. If anyone had been hurt, killed, that is, it would be Papa who would have to bear the responsibility. That was just about as effective as blaming it on God, and as practical, too. You couldn't get a lawyer to sue either of them. "Tell me, Mr. Audran, what is the last thing you remember?" That was a tough one. I thought for a few moments. It was like diving into a dark, stormy cloud bank. There was nothing there but a grim feeling of foreboding down below. I had vague impressions of stern voices and the memory of hands rolling me over on the bed and bolts of blazing pain. I remembered someone saying, "Don't pull on that." But I didn't know who had said it or what it meant. I searched further and realized that I couldn't remember going into surgery or even leaving my apartment and coming to the hospital. The very last thing I could see clearly was Nicky, my friend, I said. my mouth suddenly dry and my throat tight. "The one who was murdered," said the doctor. "Yes." "That happened almost 3 weeks ago. You don't remember anything since?" "No, nothing." "Then you don't recall meeting me before today? Our conversations?" The dark cloud wall was rushing up to blot me out, and I figured now was a good time for it too. I hated these gaps in my consciousness. They're a nuisance, even the little 12-hour holes. A 3-week slice missing from my mental pie was more trouble than I wanted to deal with. I just didn't have the energy to work up a decent panic. "I'm sorry," I said. "I just don't remember." The doctor nodded. "My name is Dr. Yinignani. I assisted your surgeon, Dr. Lisan. In the last several days, you've gradually recovered some self-awareness. If, however, you've lost the content of our talks, it is very important that we discuss that information again." I just wanted to go back to sleep. I rubbed my eyes with a weary hand. "And if you do explain it all to me again, I'll probably forget it, and you'll just have to do it all over tomorrow or the next day." Dr. Yinignani shrugged. "That is possibly so, but you have nothing else to occupy your time, and I am paid well enough that I am more than willing to do what must be done." He gave me a broad smile to let me know he was joking. These fierce types have to do that, or you'd never guess. The doctor looked like he ought to be shouldering a rifle in some mountain ambush, rather than wielding clipboards and tongue depressors. But that's just my shallow mind making stereotypes. It keeps me amused. The doctor showed me his huge, crooked yellow teeth again and said, "Besides, I have an overwhelming love for mankind. It is the will of Allah that I should begin to end all human suffering by having this same uninteresting interview with you each day until you at last remember it. It is for us to do these things. It is for Allah to understand them." He shrugged again. He was very expressive for a Turk. I blessed the name of God and waited for Dr. Yinignani to launch into his bedside manner. "Have you looked at yourself?" he asked. "No, not yet. I'm never in a hurry to see my body after it's been offended in any serious way. I do not find wounds particularly fascinating, especially when they are my own. When I had my appendix taken out, I couldn't look at myself below the navel for a month. Now, with my brain newly wired and my head shaved, I didn't want to look in a mirror. That would make me think about what had been done, and why, and where all this might lead. If I were careful and clever, I might stay in that hospital bed, pleasantly sedated for months or even years. It didn't sound like so terrible a fate. Being a numb vegetable was preferable to being a numb corpse. I wondered how long I could malinger here before I was rudely dumped back on the street. I was in no hurry, that's for sure. Dr. Yinignani nodded absently. "Your patron," he said, choosing the word judiciously, "your patron specified that you were to be given the most comprehensive intracranial reticulation possible. That is why Dr. Lisan performed the surgery himself. Dr. Lisan is the finest neurosurgeon in the city, one of the most respected in the world. Quite a lot of what he has given you, he invented or refined himself, and in your case, Dr. Lisan has tried 1 or 2 new procedures that might be called experimental." That didn't soothe me. I didn't care how great a surgeon Dr. Lisan might be. I am of the better safe than sorry school. I could be just as happy with a brain lacking one or two experimental talents, but one that didn't run the risk of turning to tahini if I concentrated too long. But what the hell? I grinned a crooked devil-may-care grin and realized that poking hot wires into unknown corners of my brain to see what happened was not much worse than gunning around the city in the back of Bill's taxi. Maybe I did have some kind of death wish after all. Or some kind of plain stupidity. The doctor raised the lid of the tray table beside my bed. There was a mirror under there, and he rolled the table so that I could see my reflection. I looked awful. I looked like I died and started off toward hell and then got lost, and now I was stuck nowhere at all, definitely not alive, but not decently deceased either. My beard was neatly trimmed, and I had shaved every day, or someone had done it for me, but my skin was pale, an unhealthy color, like smudged newsprint, and there were deep shadows under my eyes. I stared into the mirror for a long moment before I even noticed that my head was indeed bald, just a fine growth of fuzz covering my scalp, like lichen clinging to a senseless stone. The implanted plug was invisible, hidden beneath protective layers of gel strip bandages. I raised a tentative hand as if to touch the crown of my head, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt a strange, unpleasant tingling shoot up through my bowels, and I shuddered. My hand fell away, and I looked at the doctor. "When we take the gel strips off," he said, "you'll notice that you have two plugs. One anterior and the second plug posterior." Two? I'd never heard of anyone with two plugs before. "Yes. Dr. Lisanne has given you twice the augmentation of a conventional corimbic implantation. That much capacity hooked into my brain was like putting a rocket engine on an ox cart. It would never fly." I closed my eyes, feeling more than a little frightened. I started murmuring Al-Fatiha, the first surah of the Noble Quran, a comforting prayer that always comes to me at times like this. It is the Islamic equivalent of the Christian Lord's Prayer. Then I opened my eyes and stared at my reflection. I was still afraid, but at least I had made my uncertainty known in heaven, and from here on I'd just accept everything as the will of Allah. Does that mean I can chip in two different modis at the same time and be two people at once? Dr. Yanignani frowned. "No, Mr. Audran, the second plug will accept only software add-ons, not a full personality module. You wouldn't want to try two modules at once. You might end up with a pair of charged cerebral hemispheres and a back brain that would be completely useless, except as a paperweight. We have given you the augmentation as—" He almost committed an indiscretion and mentioned a name. "Your patron directed. A therapist will instruct you in the proper use of your corimbic implants. How you choose to employ them after you leave the hospital is of course your own affair. Just remember that you're dealing directly with your central nervous system now. It isn't a matter of taking a few pills and staggering around for a while until you recover your sobriety. If you do something ill-advised with your implants, it may well have permanent effects. Permanent, frightening effects." Okay, he had me sold. I did what Papa and everybody else wanted. My brain was wired. Good old Dr. Yanignani had put the fear into me, though, and I told myself right there in the hospital bed that I'd never promised that I'd use the damn thing. I'd get out of the hospital as soon as I could, go home, forget about the implants, and go about my business as usual. It would be a cold day in Jeddah before I chipped in. Let the plug sit there for decoration. When it came to Marid Odran's subcellular amplification PAL, the batteries had definitely not been included, and I intended to leave it that way. Zinging my little gray cells with chemicals now and then didn't incapacitate them permanently, but I wasn't going to sizzle them in any electric frying pan. Only so far can I be pushed, and then my inborn perversity asserts itself. "So," said Dr. Yanignani more encouragingly, "with that mandatory warning out of the way, I suppose you're looking forward to hearing about what your improved mind and body are capable of doing for you." "You bet," I said, without enthusiasm. "What do you know about the activities of the brain and the nervous system?" I laughed, about as much as any hustler from the Budayin who can barely read and write his name. "I know that the brain is in the head. I've heard that it's a bad idea to let some thug spill it on the sidewalk. Beyond that, I don't know much." I did truthfully know some more, but I always hold something in reserve. It's a good policy to be a little quicker, a little stronger, and a little smarter than everybody thinks you are. "Well then, the posterior corimbic implant is completely conventional. It will enable you to chip in a personality module. You know that the medical profession is not unanimous in its sanction of these modules. Some of our colleagues feel that the potential for abuse far outweighs the benefits. Those benefits actually were very limited at first. The modules were produced on a limited basis as therapeutic aids for patients with certain severe neurological disturbances. However, the modules have been taken over by the popular media and are used for purposes grossly different from those their inventors originally intended." He shrugged again. "It's too late to do anything about that now, and those few who are outraged and would prohibit the module's use can barely get an audience for their views. So you will have access to the entire range of personality modules for sale to the public, modules that are extremely serviceable and can save a good deal of drudgery, as well as those that many people might find offensive." I thought immediately of Honey Pilar. You can walk into any shop and become Salah ad-Din, a genuine hero, the great sultan who drove out the Crusaders, or become the mythical Sultan Shahryar, and entertain yourself with the beautiful storyteller and the entire 1,000 Nights and a Night. Your posterior implant can also accommodate up to 6 software add-ons. "That's just the same kind of implant all my friends have," I said. "What about the experimental advantages you mentioned? How dangerous will they be to chip in?" The doctor smiled briefly. "That's difficult to say, Mr. Odran. They are, after all, experimental. They've been tested on many animal subjects and just a few human volunteers. The results have been satisfactory, but not unanimously. A lot will depend on you, if Allah pleases. Let me explain by first describing the sort of controls we're talking about. Personality modules alter your consciousness and make you believe temporarily that you are someone else. The add-ons feed directly into your short-term memory and give you an instant knowledge of any subject. That vanishes when you remove the chip. The add-ons you can use with the anterior implant affect several other, more specialized diencephalic structures." He took a black felt-tip pen and sketched a rough map of the brain. "First, we have inserted an extremely thin silver plastic-sheathed wire into your thalamus. The wire is less than 1,000th of an inch in diameter, too delicate to be manipulated by hand. This wire will connect your reticular system to a unique add-on we will provide you. It will enable you to damp out the neural network that catalogs sensory detail. If, for instance, it is vital for you to concentrate, you may choose to block out disturbing visual, audible, tactile, and other signals. I raised my eyebrows. I can see how that may come in handy, I said. Dr. Yenignani smiled. It is only a 10th part of what we have given you. There are other wires to other areas. Near the thalamus in the center of your brain is the hypothalamus. This organ is small, but it has many varied and vital functions. You will be able to control, augment, or override most of them. For example, you may decide to ignore hunger if you wish. Using the proper add-on, you will feel no hunger at all, however long you fast. You will have the same control over thirst and the sensation of pain. You may consciously regulate your body temperature, blood pressure, and the state of sexual arousal. Perhaps most usefully, you will be able to suppress fatigue. I just sat and looked at him wide-eyed, as if he had unwrapped for me a fabulous treasure or a real wishing lamp. But Dr. Yenignani was no enslaved jinn. What he offered was not magic, but as far as I was concerned, it might as well have been. I didn't even know if I entirely believed him, except that I tended to believe fierce Turks in positions of authority. I humor them, at least, so I let him continue. You will find it simpler to learn new skills and information. Of course, you will have electronic add-ons to feed these things into your short-term memory. But if you want to transfer them permanently to your long-term memory, your hippocampus and other associated areas have been circuited for this. If you need to, you may alter your circadian and lunar clocks. You'll be able to fall asleep when you wish and awaken automatically according to the chips you're using. The circuit to your pituitary will give you indirect control over your other endocrines, such as your thyroid and adrenal glands. Your therapist will go into more detail about just how you can take advantage of these functions. As you see, you may devote total attention to your tasks without needing to interrupt them quite so often for the normal bodily necessities. Now, of course, one can't go indefinitely without sleep or taking in water or emptying one's bladder, but if you choose, you may dismiss the insistent and increasingly unpleasant warning signs. My patron doesn't want me distracted, I said dryly. Dr. Yenignani sighed. No, he doesn't, not by anything. Is there anything more? He chewed his lip for a moment. Yes, but your therapist will cover all of it, and will give you the usual brochures and booklets. I may say that you'll be able to control your limbic system, which influences your emotions. That is one of Dr. Lisanne's new developments. I'll be able to choose my feelings? Like I was choosing what clothes to wear? To some extent. Also, in wiring these areas of the brain, we were often able to affect more than one function at one location. For instance, as a positive bonus, your system will be able to burn alcohol more efficiently, quicker than the standard ounce an hour. If you choose. He gave me a brief knowing look, because of course a good Muslim does not drink alcohol. He must have been aware that I wasn't the most devout person in the city, yet the subject was still a delicate one between two relative strangers. My patron will be pleased by that too, I'm sure. Fine, I can't wait. I'll be a force for good among the unrighteous and corrupt. Inshallah. said the doctor. "As God wills." "Praise Allah," I said, humbled by his honest faith. "There is still one thing more, and then I wish to give you a personal word, a little of my own philosophy. The first thing is that, as you must know, the brain, the hypothalamus, actually has a pleasure center that can be electrically stimulated." I took a deep breath. "Yes, I've heard about that. The effect is supposed to be absolutely overwhelming. Animals and people who have leads into that area and are permitted to stimulate the pleasure center often forget everything else, food, water, every other need and drive. They may continue exciting the pleasure center to the point of death." His eyes narrowed. "Your pleasure center has not been wired. Your patron felt it would have been too great a temptation for you, and you may have more to accomplish than spending the rest of your life in some dream heaven." I didn't know if I felt glad about that news or not. I didn't want to waste away as the result of some never-ending mental orgasm, but if the choice was between that or going up against two savage, mad assassins, I think, in a moment of weakness, I might pick exquisite pleasure that didn't fade or pall. It might take a little getting used to, but I'm sure I would get the hang of it. "Near the pleasure center," said Dr. Yenignani, "there is an area that causes rage and ferociously aggressive behavior. It is also a punishment center. When it is stimulated, subjects experience torment as great as the ecstasy of the pleasure center. This area was wired. Your sponsor felt that this might prove useful in your undertaking for him, and it gives him a measure of influence over you." He said this in a clearly disapproving tone of voice. I wasn't crazy about the news either. If you choose to use it to your advantage, you can become a raging, unstoppable creature of destruction. He stopped, evidently not liking how Friedlander Bay had exploited the neurosurgical art. "My patron gave this all a lot of thought, didn't he?" I said sardonically. "Yes, I suppose he did. And so should you." Then the doctor did an unusual thing. He reached over and put his hand on my arm. It was a sudden change in the formal atmosphere of our talk. "Mr. Audran," he said solemnly, looking directly into my eyes, "I have a rather good idea of why you had this surgery." "Uh-huh," I said, curious, waiting to hear what he had to say. "In the name of the Prophet, may peace be on his name and blessings, you need not fear death." That rocked me. "Well," I said, "I don't think about it very much, I guess. Anyway, the implants aren't that dangerous, are they? I admit that I was afraid they'd roast my wits if something went wrong, but I didn't think they could kill me." "No, you don't understand. When you leave the hospital, when you are in that situation for which you underwent this augmentation, you need not be afraid. The great English shair, William al-Shakespeare, in his splendid play King Henry IV Part II, says, 'We owe God a death, and let it go which way it will. He that dies this year is quit for the next.' So you see, death comes to us all. Death is inescapable. Death is desirable as our passage to paradise, may Allah be praised. So do what you must, Mr. Audran, and do not be hindered by an undue fear of death in your search for justice." wonderful. My doctor was some kind of Sufi mystic or something. I just stared at him, unable to think of a damn thing to say. He squeezed my arm and stood up. "With your permission," he said. I gestured vaguely. "May your day be prosperous," I said. "Peace be on you." "And on you peace," I replied. Then Dr. Yinignani left my room. Jo Mama would get a big kick out of this story. I couldn't wait to hear the way she'd tell it. Just after the doctor went out, the young male nurse returned with an injection. "Oh," I said, starting to tell him that earlier I hadn't meant that I wanted a shot. I had only wanted to ask him a few questions. "Roll over," said the man briskly. "Which side?" I jiggled a little in bed, feeling the soreness in each hip, deciding that both are pretty painful. "Can you give it to me someplace else, my arm?" "Can't give it to you in your arm. I can give it to you in your leg, though." He pulled back the sheet, swabbed the front of my thigh about halfway down toward the knee, and jabbed me. He gave the leg another quick swipe with the gauze, capped the syringe, and turned away without a word. I wasn't one of his favorite patients, I could see that. I wanted to say something to him to let him know that I wasn't the self-indulgent, vice-ridden, swinish person he thought I was. Before I could speak a word, though, before he'd even reached the door to my room, my head began to swirl, and I was sinking down into the familiar warm embrace of numbness. My last thought, before I lost consciousness, was that I had never had so much fun in my life. Chapter 13. I did not expect to have many visitors while I was in the hospital. I had told everyone that I appreciated their concern, but that it was no big deal, and that I'd rather be left in peace until I felt better. The response I usually got, carefully considered and tactfully phrased, was that nobody was planning to visit me anyway. I said good. The real reason I didn't want people coming to look at me was that I could imagine the after-effects of major brain surgery. The visitors sit on the foot of your bed, you know, and tell you how great you look, and how quickly you'll feel all better, and how everybody misses you, and, if you can't fall asleep fast enough, all about their old operations. I didn't need any of that. I wanted to be left alone to enjoy the final, straggling, time-released molecules of etorphine planted in a bubble in my brain. Sure, I was prepared to play a stoic and courageous sufferer for a few minutes every day, but I didn't have to. My friends were as good as their word. I didn't have a single goddamn visitor. Not until the last day, just before I was discharged. All that time, no one came to see me. No one even called or sent a card or a crummy plant. Believe me, I've got all that written down in my book of memories. I saw Dr. Yinignani every day, and he made sure to point out, at least once each visit, that there were worse things to fear than death. He kept dwelling on it. He was the most morbid doctor I've ever known. His attempt to calm my fearful spirit had absolutely the wrong effect. He should have stuck with his professional resources. Pills. I mean the kind I got in the hospital, made by real pharmaceutical houses and all, are very dependable and can make me forget about death and suffering and anything else just like that. So, as the next few days passed, I realized that I had a clear idea of how vital my well-being was to the tranquility of the Budayin. I could have died and been buried inside a brand-new mosque in Mecca, or some Egyptian pyramid thrown together in my honor, and nobody would even know about it. Some friends. The question arises, Why did I even entertain the notion of sticking my own neck out for their well-being? I asked myself that over and over, and the answer was always because who else did I have? Triste, no? The longer I observe the way people really act, the happier I am that I never pay attention to them. The end of Ramadan came, and the festival that marks the close of the holy month. I was sorry I was still in the hospital because the festival, Eid al-Fitr, is one of my favorite times of the year. I always celebrate the end of the fast with towers of ataif, pancakes dipped in syrup and sprinkled with orange blossom water, layered with heavy cream and covered with chopped almonds. Instead, this year I took some farewell shots of Sanin, while some religious authority in the city was declaring that he'd sighted the new crescent moon. The new month had begun, and life could now return to normal. I went to sleep. I woke up early the next morning when the blood nurse came around for his daily libation. Everyone else's life may have gone back to normal, but mine was permanently dog-legged in a direction I could not yet imagine. My loins were girded, and now I was needed on the field of battle. Unfurl the banners, O my sons, we will come down like a wolf on the fold. I come not to send peace, but a sword. Breakfast came and went. We had our little bath. I called for a shot of Sanin. I always liked to take one after all the heavy work of the morning was finished, while I had a couple of hours before lunch. A drifty little nap, then a tray of food, good stuffed grape leaves, hamoud, skewered kofta on rice, perfumed with onions, coriander, and allspice. Prayer is better than sleep, and food is better than drugs. Sometimes. After lunch, another shot and a second nap. I was awakened by Ali, the older, disapproving nurse. He shook my shoulder. "Mr. Odran," he murmured. Oh no, I thought, they want more blood. I tried to force myself back to sleep. "You have a visitor, Mr. Odran." A visitor? Surely there had been some mistake. After all, I was dead, laid to rest on some mountain top. All I had to do now was wait for the grave robbers. Could it be that they were here already? I didn't even feel stiff yet. They wouldn't even let me get cold in the tomb, the bastards. Ramses II was shown more respect, I'll bet. Harun al-Rashid, Prince Saleh ibn Abdul Wahid ibn Saud. Everybody but me. I struggled up to a sitting position. "Oh, clever one, you are looking well." Hassan's fat face was resting in its shabby business smile. The unctuous look that even the stupidest tourist could spot as too deceitful by half. "It is as God pleases," I said groggily. "Yes, praise Allah. Very soon you will be wholly recovered, inshallah." I didn't bother to respond. I was just glad he wasn't sitting on the foot of my bed. "You must know, my nephew, that the entire Budayin is desolate without your presence to light our weary lives." "So I understand," I said, "from the flood of cards and letters, from the crowds of friends that mobbed the hospital corridors day and night, anxious to see me or just hear word of my condition, from all your many little thoughtfulnesses that have made my stay here bearable, I cannot thank you enough." "No thanks are necessary. For a duty, I know, Hassan. Anything else?" He looked a little uncomfortable. It might have crossed his mind that just possibly I was mocking him, but usually he was impervious to that sort of thing. He smiled again. "I am happy that you will be among us again tonight." I was startled. "I will." He turned over one fat palm. Is it not so? You are to be discharged this afternoon. Friedlander Bey sent me with a message. You must visit him as soon as you feel well. Tomorrow will be soon enough. He does not wish for you to hurry your recuperation. I didn't even know that I was being released, and I'm supposed to see Friedlander Bey tomorrow, but he doesn't want to hurry me. I suppose your car is waiting to take me home. Now Hassan looked unhappy. He didn't like my suggestion at all. Oh, darling, I wish it were so, but it cannot be. You must make other arrangements. I have business elsewhere. Go in safety, I said quietly. I laid my head back on the pillow and tried to find my dream again. It was long gone. Allah yisalamak, murmured Hassan, and he was gone too. All the peace of the last few days disappeared, and it happened with disturbing suddenness. I was left with a pervasive feeling of self-loathing. I remembered one time a few years ago when I had pursued a girl who worked sometimes at the Red Light and sometimes at Big Al's Old Chicago. I had worked my way into her consciousness by being funny and fast and, I suppose, contemptible. I finally got her to go out with me, and I took her to dinner, I don't remember where, and then back to my apartment. We were on the bed 5 minutes after I locked the front door, and we jammed for maybe another 10 or 15 minutes, and then it was all over. I lay back and looked at her. She had bad teeth and sharp bones and smelled as if she carried sesame oil around with her in an aerosol. My God, I thought, who is this girl? And how am I going to get rid of her now? After sex, all animals are sad, after any kind of pleasure, really. We're not built for pleasure. We're built for agony, and for seeing things too clearly, which is often a terrible agony in itself. I loathed myself then, and I loathed myself now. Dr. Yanignani knocked lightly on my door and came in. He glanced briefly at the nurse's daily notes. "Am I going home?" I asked. He turned his bright black eyes on me. "Oh, yes. Your discharge orders have already been written. You have to arrange for someone to come and get you. Hospital policy. You can leave any time." "Thank God," I said, and I meant it. That surprised me. "Praise Allah," said the doctor. He looked at the plastic box of daddies beside my bed. "Have you tried all of these?" he asked. "Yes," I said. That was a lie. I had tried a few under the supervision of a therapist. The data add-ons had been pretty much of a disappointment. I don't know what I'd expected. When I chipped in one of the daddies, its information was sitting there in my mind as if I'd known all of it all my life. It was like staying up all night and cramming for an exam without having to lose any sleep and without the possibility of forgetting any of the material. When I popped the chip out, it all vanished from my memory. No big deal. Actually, I was looking forward to trying some of the daddies that Lila had in her shop. The daddies would come in very handy now and then. It was the moddies I was afraid of. The full personality modules. The ones that crammed you away in some little tin box inside your head, and someone you didn't know took over your mind and body. They still spooked the hell out of me. "Well then," said Dr. Yanignani. He didn't wish me luck because everything was in the hands of Allah, who knew what the outcome was going to be anyway, so luck hardly entered into it. I'd learned gradually that my doctor was an apprentice saint, a Turkish dervish. "May God provide a successful conclusion to your undertaking," he said. Very well spoken, I thought. I had come to like him a lot. "Inshallah," I said. We shook hands and he left. I went to the closet, took out my street clothes, threw them on the bed. There was a shirt and my boots and socks and underwear and a new pair of jeans that I didn't remember buying. I dressed quickly and spoke Yasmin's comm code into my phone. It rang and rang. I spoke my own, thinking she might be at my apartment. There was no answer there either. Maybe she was at work, although it wasn't 2 o'clock. I called Frenchie's, but no one had seen her yet. I didn't bother leaving a message. I called a cab instead. Hospital policy or not, nobody gave me a hard time about leaving unescorted. They wheeled me downstairs, and I got into the cab, holding a bag of toilet articles in one hand and my rack of daddies in the other. I rode back to my apartment, feeling a bewildering emptiness. No emotions at all. I unlocked my front door and went in. I figured the place would be a mess. Yasmin had probably stayed here a few times while I was in the hospital, and she was never great at picking up after herself. I expected to see little mounds of her clothes all over the floor, monuments of dirty dishes in the sink, half-eaten meals and open jars, and empty cans all around the stove and table. But the room was as clean as when I'd last seen it. Cleaner, even. I'd never done such a thorough job of sweeping, dusting, and washing the windows. That made me suspicious. Some skillful lockpicker with a yen for neatness had broken into my home. I saw 3 envelopes beside the mattress on the floor, stuffed fat. I bent over and picked them up. My name was typed on the outside of the envelopes. On the inside of each was 700 kyam, all in tens, 70 new bills, fastened together with a rubber band. 3 envelopes, 2,100 kyam. My wages for the weeks I'd spent in the hospital. I didn't think I was getting paid for that time. I would have done it for free. The sunning on top of the etorphine had been quite pleasant. I lay down on the bed and tossed the money to the side where Yasmin sometimes slept. I still felt a curious hollowness, as if I was waiting for something to come along and fill me up and give me a hint about what to do next. I waited, but I didn't get the word. I looked at my watch. It was now almost 4 o'clock. I decided not to put off the hard stuff. I might as well get it over with. I got up again, stuck a wad of a few hundred kyam in my pocket, found my keys, and went back downstairs. I began to feel just the beginning of some kind of emotional reaction. I paid close attention. I was nervous, not pleasantly so, and I was sure that I was fighting my way up the 13 steps of the gallows, intent on putting my head in some as yet unseen noose. I walked down the street to the east gate of the Budayin and looked for Bill. I didn't see him. I got into another cab. "Take me to Friedlander Bey's house," I said. The driver turned around and looked at me. "No," he said flatly. I got out and found another driver who didn't mind going there. I made sure we agreed on the cab fare first, though. When we got there, I paid the driver and climbed out. I hadn't let anyone know I was coming. Papa probably didn't expect to see me for another day. Nevertheless, his servant was holding the polished mahogany door open before I reached the top of the white marble stairs. "Mr. Odron," he murmured. "I'm surprised you remember," I said. He shrugged. I couldn't say if he smiled or not, and said, "Peace be upon you." He turned away. I said, "And upon you be peace," to his back, and followed. He led me to Papa's offices, to the same waiting room I had seen before. I went in, sat down, stood up again restlessly, and began to pace. I didn't know why I'd come here. After "Hello, how are you?" I was depressed to find I had nothing else to say to Papa at all. But Friedlander Bay was a good host when it served his purposes, and he wouldn't let a guest feel uncomfortable. In a while the communicating door opened, and one of the sandstone giants gestured. I passed by him and came again into Papa's presence. He looked very tired, as if he had been handling urgent financial, political, religious, judicial, and military matters without rest for many hours. His white shirt was stained with perspiration, his fine hair mussed, his eyes weary and bloodshot. His hand trembled as he gestured to the stone that speaks. "Coffee," he said, in a hoarse and peculiarly soft voice. He turned to me. "Come, my nephew, be seated. You must tell me if you are well. It pleases a lot that the surgery was successful. I have had several reports from Dr. Lisanne. He was quite satisfied with the results. In that regard, I am also satisfied. But of course the true proof of the value of the implants will be in how you use them." I nodded. "That's all." The stone arrived with the coffee, and it gave me a few minutes to settle my nerves while we sipped and chatted. I realized that Papa was looking at me rather closely, his brows drawn together, his expression mildly displeased. I closed my eyes in exasperation. I had come in my usual street clothes. The jeans and boots were fine in Chiri's club, or for hanging out with Mahmoud, Jacques, and Said, but Papa preferred to see me in the Galabia and Kafia. Too late now, I told myself. I'd started off in the hole, and I was going to have to climb out of it and gain some more ground to get back in his good graces. I shook my cup back and forth a little after the second refilling, indicating that I had had enough. The coffee things were cleared away, and Papa murmured something to the stone. The huge man left the room also. This was the first time, I believe, that I'd been alone with Papa. I waited. The old man pressed his lips together while he thought. "I am glad that you thought enough of my wishes to undergo the surgery," he said. "Oh, Sheikh," I said. "It is—" He shut me up with a quick gesture. "However, merely having the surgery will not solve our problems. That is unfortunate. I have had other reports that told me you were reluctant to explore the full benefits of my gifts. You may be thinking that you can satisfy our arrangement by wearing the implants but not using them. If you are thinking that, you are deluding yourself. Our mutual problem cannot be solved unless you agree to use the weapon I have given you, and use it to the utmost. I have not had such augmentation myself, because I believe my religion forbids it. Therefore, one might argue that I am not the proper person to advise you on this matter. Yet I think I know a thing or two about personality modules. Would you care to discuss a proper choice with me?" The man was reading my mind, but that was his job. The odd thing was that the deeper in I got, the easier it seemed to be to talk to Friedlander Bay. I wasn't even properly terrified when I heard myself declining his offer. "Oh, Sheikh," I said, "we do not even agree on the identity of our enemy. How, then, can we hope to choose a suitable personality as an instrument of our vengeance?" There was a brief silence during which I heard my heart give one good bam and start on another. Papa's eyebrows raised a little and fell back into place. "Once again, my nephew, you proved to me that I was not mistaken in my choice of you. You are correct. How, then, do you propose to begin?
O Sheikh, I will begin by making a closer ally of Lieutenant Auking and getting all the information he has in the police files. I know certain things about some of the victims that I'm sure he does not. I see no reason to give him this information now, but he may require it later. I will then interview all our mutual friends. I think I will find further clues. A careful scientific examination of all the available data should be the first step. Friedlander Bay nodded thoughtfully. Auking has information you do not have. You have information he does not have. Someone should assemble all that information in one place, and I would rather that person be you, and not the good lieutenant. Yes, I am pleased with your suggestion. All who see you live, O Sheikh.
May Allah grant that you go and come in safety. I saw no reason to tell him that what I truly planned to do was make a closer scrutiny of Herr Lutz Seipold. What I knew of Nikki and her death made the whole affair more sinister than either Papa or Lieutenant Auking were willing to admit. I still had the Mahdi I'd found in Nikki's purse. I'd never mentioned that Mahdi to anyone. I would have to find out what was recorded on it. I also hadn't mentioned the ring or the scarab. It took me another few minutes to ease myself out of Friedlander Bay's villa, and then I couldn't find a taxi. I ended up walking, but I didn't mind because I was having a fierce argument with myself all the way. The argument went like this. Self 1, afraid of Papa. Well, why not do what he wants? Just collect all the information and let him suggest the next step. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for a broken body, if not a dead one. Self 2, afraid of death and disaster, because every step I take is directly toward 2, not 1, but 2 psychopathic murderers who don't care half a chickpea if I live or die. As a matter of fact, either or both of them would probably give considerably more than that just for the chance to put a bullet between my eyes or slit my throat. That's why. Both selves had considerable stores of logical, reasonable things to say. It was like being at a mental tennis match. One would bash a statement across the net, and the other would bash a refutation right back. They were too evenly matched. The rally would go on forever. After a while I got bored and stopped watching. I had all the equipment, after all, to become El Cid or Khomeini or anybody else. And why was I still hesitating? Nobody else around here had any of my qualms. I didn't think of myself as a coward, either. What would it take to get me to chip in that first Mahdi? I got the answer to that the very same night. I heard the sunset call to prayer as I passed through the gate and headed up the street. Outside the Burayin, the muezzin sounded almost ethereal. Inside the gate, the same man's voice had somehow gained a reproachful note. Or was that my imagination? I wandered over to Chidiga's nightclub and sat down at the bar. She wasn't there. Behind the bar was Jamila, who had worked for Chidi a few weeks ago and then quit after my Russian was shot in the club. People come and go around the Burayin. They'll work in one club and get fired, or quit over some dumbass little thing, go work someplace else, eventually make the circuit and end up back where they started. Jamila was one of those people who can make the circuit faster than most. She was lucky to hang on to a job in one place for 7 days running.
"Where's Chidi?" I asked.
"She's coming in at 9.
You want something to drink?
Bingara and gin over ice with a little roses.
Jamila nodded and turned away to mix it.
Oh, she said. You had a call. They left a message. Let me find it.
That surprised me. I couldn't imagine who would leave a message for me, how they'd known I'd come in here tonight. Jamila returned with my drink and a cocktail napkin with 2 words scrawled across it. I paid her and she left without another word. The message was call Auking. What a fitting beginning to my new life as a Superman. Urgent police business. No rest for the wicked. It was becoming my motto. I unclipped my phone and growled Auking's comm code. Then waited for him to answer.
"Yeah,"
he said at last.
"Marid Odran," I said.
"Wonderful. I called the hospital, but they said you'd been discharged. I called your house, but there wasn't any answer. I called your girlfriend's boss, but you weren't there. I called your usual hangout, the Café Solace, but they hadn't seen you. So I tried a few other places and left messages. I want you here in half an hour." "Sure, Lieutenant. Where are you?" He gave me a room number and the address of a hotel run by a Flemish conglomerate in the most affluent section of the city. I'd never been in the hotel, or within so much as 10 blocks of it. That wasn't my part of town. "What's the situation?" I asked.
"A homicide.
"Your name has come up." "Ah. Anyone I know?"
"Yes.
It's odd that as soon as you went into the hospital, these bizarre killings stopped. Nothing unusual for almost 3 weeks. And the day you're released, we're right back in the reign of terror."
"Okay, Lieutenant, you've got me, and I'll have to confess. If I'd been smart, I would have arranged a murder or 2 while I was in the hospital, to throw off suspicion." "You're a wise guy, Odran. That just makes your predicament worse, all the way around."
"Sorry. So you never told me who's the victim?"
"Just get here fast," he said, and hung up.
I gulped my drink, left Jamila half a Kiam tip, and hurried out into the warm night air. Bill was still missing from his usual place in the wide Boulevard Il Jamil outside the Budayin. Another cab driver agreed to the fare I offered him, and we rumbled across town to the hotel. I went straight up to the room and was stopped by a police officer standing inside the yellow-tape crime scene barrier. I told him Lieutenant Auking was expecting me. He asked me my name and then let me pass. The room was like the inside of a slaughterhouse. There was blood everywhere, pools of blood, streaks of blood on the walls, blood spattered on the bed, on the chairs and bureau, all over the carpet. A murderer would have had to spend a lot of time and energy making certain his victim was sufficiently dead to splash all that blood so much, thoroughly soaking the room. He'd have to kill the wretch with stab after stab, like a ritual human sacrifice. It was inhuman, grotesque, and demented. Neither James Bond nor the nameless torturer had worked this way. This was either a third maniac or one of the first 2 with a brand-new Mahdi. In both cases, our scanty clues were now obsolete. That's all we needed at this point. The police were completing the job of bundling the corpse into a body bag on a stretcher and moving it out the door. I found the lieutenant.
"So who the hell got the business tonight?" I asked.
He looked at me closely, as if he could gauge my guilt or innocence from my reaction.
"Salima,"
he said. My shoulders slumped. I felt immensely exhausted all of a sudden. "Allah be merciful," I murmured. "So why did you want me here? What does this have to do with me? You're investigating all this for Friedlander Bay. And besides, I want you to look in the bathroom." "Why?" "You'll see. Be prepared, though. It's pretty sickening." That just made me less eager to go into the bathroom. I did, though. I had to. There was no choice. The first thing I saw was a human heart hacked from Selima's chest, sitting in the bathroom sink. That made me retch right there. The sink was fouled with her dark blood. Then I saw the blood smeared all over the mirror above the sink. There were uneven borders and geometric patterns and unintelligible symbolic marks drawn on the glass. The most unsettling part was the few words written in blood in a dripping handwriting that said, "Odron, you next." I felt a faint, unreal sensation. What did this insane butcher know about me? What connection did I have with the monstrous slaying of Selima and of the other Black Widow sisters as well? The only thought I had was that my motivation up until now had been a kind of gallant desire to help protect my friends, those who might be future victims of the unknown mad murderers. I had had no personal interest, except possibly a desire for revenge for Nikki's killing and for the others. Now, though, with my name written in congealing blood on that mirror, it had been made personal. My own life was at stake. If anything in the world could induce me to take the final step and chip in my first Mahdi, this was it. I knew absolutely that from now on, I'd need every bit of help I could get. Enlightened self-interest, I called it. And I cursed the vile executioners who had made it necessary. Chapter 14. First thing the next morning, I paid a call on Lila at her mod shop on 4th Street. The old woman was just as creepy as ever, but her costume had undergone some slight revision. She had her dirty, thin gray hair shoved up under a blonde wig full of ringlets. It didn't look so much like a hairpiece as something your great aunt would slip over a toaster to hide it from view. Lila couldn't do much with her yellowed eyes and wrinkled black skin, but she sure tried. She had so much pale powder on her face that she looked like she'd just busted out of a grain elevator. Over that she had smeared bright cerise streaks on every available surface. To me it appeared that her eyeshadow, cheek blush, and lipstick had all come out of the same container. She wore a sparkly pair of plastic sunglasses on a grimy string around her neck, cat's-eye sunglasses, and she had chosen them with care. She hadn't bothered to find herself some false teeth, but she had swapped her filthy black shift for an indecently tight, low-cut, slit-skirted gown in blazing dandelion yellow. It looked like she was trying to shove her head and shoulders free of the maw of the world's biggest budgie. On her feet she wore cheap blue fuzzy bedroom slippers. "Lila," I said.
"Married."
Her eyes weren't quite focused. That meant that she was just her own inimitable self today. If she had been chipping in some Mahdi, her eyes would have been focused and the software would have sharpened up her responses. It would have been easier to deal with her if she had been someone else, but I let it go. Had my brain wired.
"I heard."
She snickered, and I felt a ripple of disgust. "I need some help choosing a Mahdi.
What you want it for?
I chewed my lip. How much was I going to tell her? On one hand, she might repeat everything I said to anyone who came into her shop. After all, she told me what everybody else said to her. On the other hand, nobody paid any attention to her in the first place. I need to do a little work. I got wired because the job might be dangerous. I need something that will jack up my detective talent and also keep me from getting hurt. What do you think? She muttered to herself for a while, wandering up and down the aisles, browsing through her bins. I couldn't make out what she was saying, so I just waited. Finally, she turned around. She was surprised that I was still there. Maybe she'd already forgotten what I'd asked.
Is a made-up character good enough?
She said. If the character is smart enough, I said. She shrugged and mumbled some more, snagged a plastic-wrapped Maudie in her claw-like fingers and held it out to me.
Here,
she said. I hesitated. I recalled thinking that again she reminded me of the witch from Snow White. Now I looked at the Maudie like it was a poisoned apple. Who is it?
Nero Wolfe, she said. Brilliant detective. Genius for figuring out murders. Didn't like to leave his own house. Someone else did all his legwork and took the beatings.
Perfect, I said. I sort of remembered the character, although I don't think I ever read any of the books.
You'll have to get somebody to go ask the questions, she said.
She held out a second Maudie. Saeed'll do it. I'll just tell him he'll get to knock some heads together whenever he wants, and he'll jump at the chance. How much for both of them? Her lips moved for a long time while she tried to add two figures together.
73,
she whined.
Forget the tax.
I counted out 80 kyam and took my change and the two Maudies. She looked up at me.
Wanna buy my lucky beans?
I didn't even want to hear about them. There was still one little item troubling me, and it may have been the key to the identity of Nikki's killer, the torturer and throat-slasher who still needed silencing. It was Nikki's underground Maudie. She may have been wearing it when she died, or the killer may have been wearing it. As far as I knew, goddamn nobody may have been wearing it. It may just be a big nothing. But then why did it give me such a sick, desperate feeling whenever I looked at it? Was it only the way I recalled Nikki's body that night, stuffed into trash bags, dumped in that alley? I took 2 or 3 deep breaths. Come on, I told myself. You're a damn good stand-in for a hero. You've got all the right software, ready to whisper and chuckle in your brain. I stretched my muscles. My rational mind tried to tell me, 30 or 40 times, that the Maudie didn't mean anything, nothing more than a lipstick or a crumpled tissue I might have found in Nikki's purse. Aking wouldn't have been pleased to know that I'd withheld it and 2 other items from the police, but I was getting to the point where I was beyond caring about Aking. I was growing weary of this entire matter, but it was succeeding in pulling me along in its wake. I had lost the will even to bail out and save myself. Lila was fiddling with a Maudie. She reached up and chipped it in. She liked to visit with her ghosts and phantoms.
Married,
she whined, this time in the thrilling voice of Vivian Lee from Gone with the Wind. Lila, I've got a bootleg Maudie here, and I want to know what's on it.
Sure, married. Never you mind. Just you give me that little old...
"Lila!" I cried. "I don't have time for any of that goddamn Southern belle. Either pop your own Modi or force yourself to pay attention." The idea of popping out her Modi was too horrifying for her to consider. She stared at me, trying to distinguish me in the crowd. I was the one between Ashley, Rhett, and the doorway.
Why, Marid, what's come over you? You seem so feverish and all.
I turned my head away and swore. For the love of Allah, I really wanted to hit her. "I have this Modi," I said, and my teeth didn't move apart a fraction of an inch. "I have to know what's on it."
Fiddle-dee-dee, Marid, what's so important?
She took the Modi from me and examined it.
It's divided in 3 bands, honey.
But how can you tell what's recorded on it? She smiled.
Why, that's just the easiest thing in the world.
With one hand, she popped the Scarlett O'Hara Modi and tossed it carelessly somewhere beside her. It hit a rack of daddies and skittered into a corner. Lila might never find her Scarlet again. With the other hand, she centered my suspect Modi and chipped it in. Her slack face tightened just a bit. Then she dropped to the floor. "Lila," I said. She was twisting into grotesque positions, her tongue protruding, her eyes wide and staring and sightless. She was making a low, sobbing sound, as if she'd been beaten and maimed for hours and didn't even have the strength left to cry out. Her breathing was harsh and shallow, and I heard it rasp in her throat. Her hands were bundles of dry black sticks, scrabbling uselessly at her head, desperate to pop the Modi out, but she couldn't control her muscles. She was crying deep in her throat and rocking back and forth on the floor. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know what to do. If I'd come any closer, she might have clawed me. She wasn't human anymore. It was horribly easy to see that. Whoever had designed that Modi liked animals, liked to do things to animals. Lila was behaving like a large creature. Not a house cat or a small dog, but a caged, furious, tormented jungle animal. I could hear her hiss. I could see her snapping at the legs of the furniture and striking out at me with her non-existent fangs. When I stooped near her, she swung on me quicker than I thought possible. I tried to grab at the Modi and came away with 3 long, bloody slashes down my arm. Then her eyes locked on mine. She crouched, pulling her knees forward. Lila leaped, her thin black body launched toward me. She gave a shrieking, wailing cry and stretched out her hands for my neck. I was sickened by the sight, by the change that had come over the old woman. It wasn't just Lila attacking me. It was the old hag's body, possessed by the corrupt influence of the Modi. Ordinarily, I could have helped Lila away with one hand. Today, however, I found myself in mortal danger. This beast Lila would not be happy merely with cornering me or wounding me. It wanted me dead. As she flew toward me, I sidestepped as neatly as I could, giving her a lot of movement with my arms, the way a matador fools the eye of the bull. She crashed into a bin of used daddies, flipped on her back, and drew her legs up as if to disembowel me. I brought my right fist down hard on the side of her face. There was a muffled crack of bone, and she collapsed limply in the bin. I bent down and chipped out the bootleg Modi and tucked it away with my other software. Lila wasn't unconscious long, but she was stunned. Her eyes wouldn't focus, and she was muttering deliriously. When she felt better, she was going to be very unhappy. I looked quickly around her shop for something to fit her vacant implant. I ripped open a new Modi package. It was an instructional unit, I think, because it came with 3 daddies. Something about giving dinner parties for Anatolian bureaucrats. I was sure Lila would find that one fascinating. I unclipped my phone and called the hospital where I'd had my own amping done. I asked for Dr. Yinignani. When he answered at last, I explained what had happened. He told me an ambulance would be on its way to Lila's shop in 5 minutes. He wanted me to give the Modi to one of the paramedics. I told him that whatever he learned about the Modi was confidential, that he shouldn't divulge the information to the police or even Friedlander Bay. There was a long pause, but finally Dr. Yinignani agreed. He knew and trusted me more than he trusted Auking and Papa put together. The ambulance arrived within 20 minutes. I watched the 2 male paramedics carefully lift Lila on a stretcher and put her into the wagon. I committed the Modi to one of them and reminded him to give it to no one but Dr. Yinignani. He nodded hurriedly and climbed back behind the steering wheel. I watched the ambulance drive off, out of the Budayin, toward whatever medical science might or might not be able to do for Lila. I clutched my own 2 purchases and locked and shut the door to the old woman's shop. Then I got the hell out of there. I shuddered on the sidewalk. I'd be jammed if I knew what I'd learned. First, granting the huge condition that the bootleg Modi originally belonged to the throat cutter, did he wear it, or did he give it to his victims? Would a timber wolf or a Siberian tiger know how to burn a helpless person with cigarettes? No, it made better sense to picture the Modi chipped into a raging but well-secured victim. That accounted for the wrist bruises, and Tammy, Abdullahi, and Nikki had all had their skulls socketed. What did the assassin do if the victim wasn't a Modi? Probably just iced the sucker and sulked all afternoon. All I could figure was that I was looking for a pervert who needed a savage, caged carnivore to get his juices flowing. The notion of resigning flashed through my mind, the often-played scene of quitting despite Friedlander Bay's soft-spoken threats. This time I went as far as to imagine myself beside the cracked roadway, waiting for the ancient electric bus, with its crowd of peasants on top. My stomach was turning, and it had only just so much room to move. It was too early to find the half-hudge and talk him into being my accomplice. Maybe about 3 or 4 o'clock he'd be at the Café Solace, along with Mahmoud and Jacques. I hadn't seen or spoken to any of them in weeks. I hadn't seen Saïd at all since the night he'd sent Courvoisier Sonny on the Great Circle route to Paradise, or somewhere. I went back home. I thought I might take the Nero Wolf Modi out and look at it, and turn it over in my hand a couple of dozen times, and maybe peel off the shrink wrap and find out if I'd have to swallow a few pills or a bottle of Tende to get the nerve to chip the damn thing in. Yasmin was in my apartment when I got there. I was surprised. She, however, was upset and hurt. "You got out of the hospital yesterday and you didn't even call me," she cried. She dropped down on the corner of the bed and scowled at me. "Yasmin." "Okay. You said you didn't want me to visit you in the hospital, so I didn't." "But I thought you'd see me as soon as you came home." "I did want to, but then why didn't you call me?" "I'll bet you were here with somebody else." "I went to see Papa last night. Hassan told me that I was supposed to report in." She gave me a dubious look. And you were there all night long?
No, I admitted.
So who else did you see?
I took a deep breath and let it out. I saw Salima.
Yasmin's scowl turned into a grimace of utter contempt. Oh, is that what trigs you these days? And how was she? As good as her advertisements?
Salima's on the list now, Yasmin, with her sisters.
She blinked at me for a moment. Tell me why I'm not surprised. We told her to be careful.
You just can't be that careful, I said. Not unless you go live in a cave 100 miles from your nearest neighbor, and that wasn't Salima's style.
No.
There was silence for a while. I guess Yasmin was thinking that it wasn't her style either, that I was suggesting that the same kind of thing might happen to her. Well, I hope she was thinking that, because it's true. It's always true. I didn't tell her about the bloodogram Salima's killer left for me in the hotel suite's bathroom. Somebody had figured Marid Odran for an easy mark. So it was time for Marid Odran to play things close to the chest. Besides, mentioning it wouldn't improve Yasmin's mood, or mine either.
I got a Mahdi I want to try, I said. She raised an eyebrow. Anybody I know?
No, I don't think so. It's a detective out of some old books, but he might help me stop these murders.
Uh-huh. Did Papa suggest it?
No, Papa doesn't know what I'm really going to do. I told him I was just going to follow along after the police and look at the clues through a magnifying glass and all that. He believed me.
Sounds like a waste of time to me, said Yasmin.
It is a waste of time, but Papa likes things orderly. He operates in a steady, efficient, but dreary and minimal velocity way.
But he gets things done.
Yes, I have to admit that he gets things done. Still, I don't want him looking over my shoulder, vetoing every other step I take. If I'm going to do this job for him, I have to do it my way.
You're not doing the job just for him, Marit. You're doing it for us, all of us. And besides, remember the I Ching? It said no one would believe you. This is that time, evil, patterned scars and filed teeth. I'll be right you think is right, and you'll be vindicated in the end.
Sure, I said, smiling grimly. I only hope my fame doesn't come posthumously.
And covet not that which Allah hath made some of you excel others. Unto men a fortune from that which they have earned, and unto women a fortune from that which they have earned. Do not envy one another, but ask Allah of His bounty. Behold, Allah is the knower of all things.
Right, Yasmin quoted me. Suddenly you're all religious.
You're the one worrying about where your devotions lie. I already believe. I just don't practice.
Fast without prayer is like a shepherd without a crook, Yasmin. And you don't even fast either.
Yeah, but nothing. You're evading the subject again.
She was right about that. So I changed evasions. To be or not to be, sweetheart, that is the question. I tossed the Mahdi a few inches into the air and caught it. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind.
Will you plug the goddamn thing in already?
So I took a deep breath, murmured, "In the name of God," and plugged it in. The first frightening sensation was of being suddenly engulfed by a grotesque glob of flesh. Nero Wolfe weighed 1/7 of a ton, 285 pounds or more. All Odran's senses were deceived into believing he had gained 130 pounds in an instant.
He fell to the floor, stunned, gasping for breath. Audran had been warned that there would be a time lag while he adjusted to each modi he used. Whether it had been recorded from a living brain or programmed to resemble a fictional character, it had probably been intended for an ideal body, unlike Audran's own in many ways. Audran's muscles and nerves needed a little while to learn to compensate. Nero Wolfe was grossly fatter than Audran and taller as well. When Audran had the modi chipped in, he would walk with Wolfe's steps, take things with Wolfe's reach and grasp, settle his imaginary corpulence into chairs with Wolfe's care and delicacy. It hit Audran harder than he had even expected. After a moment, Wolfe heard a young woman's voice. She sounded worried. Audran was still writhing on the floor, trying to breathe, trying merely to stand up again. "Are you all right?" the young woman asked. Wolfe's eyes narrowed to little slits in the fat pouches that surrounded them. He looked at her. "Quite all right, Miss Nablusi," he said. He sat up slowly, and she came toward him to help him stand. He waved at her impatiently, but he did lean on her a bit as he got to his feet. Wolfe's recollections, artfully wired into the modi, mixed with Audran's submerged thoughts, feelings, sensations, and memories. Wolfe was fluent in many languages: English, French, Spanish, Italian, Latin, Serbo-Croatian, and others. There wasn't room to pack so many language daddies into a single modi. Audran asked himself what the French word for alcool was, and he knew it: le chien. Of course, Audran spoke perfect French himself. He asked for the English and Croatian words for alcohol, but they eluded him right on the tip of the tongue, a mental tickle, one of those frustrating little memory lapses. They, Audran and Wolfe, couldn't remember which people spoke Croatian or where they lived. Audran had never heard of the language before. All this made him suspect the depth of this illusion. He hoped they wouldn't hit bottom at some crucial moment when Audran was depending on Wolfe to get them out of some life-threatening situation. "Pfui," said Wolfe. But Nero Wolfe rarely got himself into life-threatening situations. He let Archie Goodwin take most of those risks. Wolfe would uncover the Budayin's assassins by sitting behind his familiar old desk, figuratively, of course, and ratiocinating his way to the killers' identities. Then peace and prosperity would descend once more upon the city, and all Islam would resound with Marid Audran's name. Wolfe glanced again at Miss Nablusi. He often showed a distaste for women that bordered on open hostility. How did he feel toward a sex change? After a moment's reflection, it seemed the detective had only the same mistrust he held for organically grown, nothing artificially added, low-cal, high-fiber females in general. On the whole, he was a flexible and objective evaluator of people. He could hardly have been so brilliant a detective otherwise. Wolfe would have no difficulty interviewing the people of the Budayin, or comprehending their outre attitudes and motivations. As their body grew more comfortable with the modi, Marid Audran's personality retired even further into passivity, able to do little more than make suggestions, while Wolfe assumed more control. It became clear that wearing a modi could lead to the expenditure of a lot of money. Just as the murderer who'd worn the James Bond modi had reshaped his physical appearance and his wardrobe to match his adopted personality, so too did Audran and Wolfe suddenly want to invest in yellow shirts and yellow pajamas, hire one of the world's finest chefs, and collect thousands of rare and exotic orchid plants. All that would have to wait. "Pfui," grumbled Wolfe again. They reached up and popped the modi out. There was another dizzy swirl of disorientation, and then I was standing in my own room, staring stupidly down at my hand and at the module it held. I was back in my own body and my own mind.
"How was it?" asked Yasmin.
I looked at her. "Satisfactory," I said, using Wolf's most enthusiastic expression. "It might do," I admitted. "I have the feeling that Wolf will be able to sort through the facts and find the explanation, after all, if there is one."
"I'm glad, Marit. And remember, if this one isn't good enough, there are thousands of other Mahdi's you can try too."
I put the Mahdi on the floor beside the bed and lay down. Maybe I ought to have had my brain boosted a long time ago. I suspected that I'd been missing a bet, that I'd been wrong and everybody else had been right. Well, I was all grown up, and I could admit my mistakes. Not out loud, of course, and never to someone like Yasmin, who'd never let me forget about it. But deep down inside I knew, and that's what counted. It had only been my pride and fear, after all, that had kept me from getting wired sooner. My feeling that I could show up any Mahdi with my own native good sense and one cerebral hemisphere tied behind my back. I unclipped my phone and called the half-hodge at home. He hadn't gone out yet for lunch, and he promised to pass by my apartment in a few minutes. I told him I had a little gift for him. Yasmin lay down beside me while we waited for Saeed to arrive. She put a hand across my chest and rested her head on my shoulder.
"Marit," she said softly, "you know that I'm really proud of you."
"Yasmin," I said slowly, "you know that I am really scared, out of my wits."
"I know, honey, I'm scared too. But what if you hadn't done your part in all this? What about Nikki and the others? What if more people are killed, people you could have saved? What could I think about you then?"
"What would you think?" "I'll make a deal with you, Yasmin. I'll go on and do what I can, and take whatever chances I can't avoid. Just stop telling me all the time that I'm doing the right thing and that you're so glad I may be dead in the next half hour. All the cheering in the reserved seats is great for your morale, but it doesn't help me in the least. After a while it gets kind of tiresome, and it won't make bullets or knives bounce off my hide, okay?" She was, of course, hurt, but I meant exactly what I'd said. I wanted to nip all this "go out there and get 'em, boy" chew in the bud. I was sorry that it had been so hard on Yasmin, though. To cover it, I got up and went to the bathroom. I closed the door and ran a glass of water. The water is always warm in my apartment, summer or winter, and I rarely have ice in the little freezer. After a while you can drink the tepid water with its swirling, suspended particles in it. Not me, though. I'm still working on that. I like a glass of water that doesn't stare back at you. I took my pillowcase from my jeans and scrabbled out a cluster of Sunnin. These were the first Sunnies I'd taken since I got out of the hospital. Like some kind of addict, I was celebrating my abstinence by breaking it. I dropped the Sunnies into my mouth and took a gulp of warm water. There, I thought, that's what will keep me going. A couple of Sunnies and a few Trifets are worth a stadium full of well-wishers with their bedsheet banners. I closed the pillowcase quietly. Was I trying to keep Yasmin from hearing? Why? And flushed the toilet. Then I went back into the big room. I was halfway across the floor when Saeed knocked on the door. "Bismillah," I called and swung it open. "Yeah, you're right," said the half-hodge. He came into the room and dropped himself on the corner of the mattress. "What you got for me?"
"He's amped now, Saeed," said Yasmin.
He turned toward her slowly and gave her that rough and tough glare of his. He was in that hit-her frame of mind again. A woman's place is in certain areas of the home, seen and not heard. Maybe not even seen, if she knows what's good for her. The half-Hodge looked back at me and nodded.
I was wired when I was 13 years old, he said. I wasn't going to arm wrestle with him about anything. I reminded myself that I was asking him to help me, and that it would truly be dangerous for him. I flipped the Archie Goodwin Modi to him, and he caught it easily with one hand. "Who is it?" he asked. "A detective from some old books. He works for the greatest detective in the world. The boss is big and fat and never leaves his home, so Goodwin does all the legwork for him. Goodwin is young and good-looking and smart." "Uh-huh. And I suppose this Mahdi is just an end of Ramadan gift? A little late, right?" "No. You took Papa's money, and you took his wire job, and so you're really going out after whoever's been disenfranchising our friends and neighbors? Now you want me to chip in sturdy, reliable Goodwin and ride along with you after adventure or something?" "I need someone, Saeed," I said. "You were the first person I thought of." He looked a little flattered by that, but he was still far from enthusiastic. "This just isn't my line," he said. "Chip it in and it will be." He looked at that one from both sides and realized I was right. He took off his kufiya, which he'd shaped into a kind of turban, popped out the Mahdi he was wearing, and plugged in Archie Goodwin. I walked by him toward the sink. I watched as his expression lost focus and then reformed subtly into something else. He seemed more relaxed, more intelligent now. He gave me a wry, amused smile, but he was measuring me in the new contents of his mind. His eyes took in everything in the room, as if he'd have to make an item-by-item catalogue of it all later. He waited, giving me a look that was part insolent and part devotion. He wasn't seeing me, I knew. He was seeing Nero Wolfe. Goodwin's attitudes and personality would appeal to Saeed. He'd loved the chance to jazz me with Goodwin's sardonic remarks. He liked the idea of being devastatingly attractive. Wearing that Mahdi, he'd even be able to overcome his own aversion to women. "We'd have to discuss the matter of salary," he said. "Of course, you know that Friedlander Bay is underwriting my expenses." He grinned. I could see visions of expensive suits and intimate dinners and dancing at the Flamingo whirl through his rectified mind. Then suddenly the grin receded. He was riffling through Goodwin's artificial memories. "I've been punched around more than a little working for you," he said thoughtfully. I wiggled a finger at him in Wolfe's manner. "That is part of your job, Archie, and you are well aware of it. I surmise it is the part you enjoy most." The grin filled his face again. "And you enjoy surmising about me and my surmising? Well, go ahead, it's the only exercise you get. And you might be right about that. Anyway, it's been a long time since we had a case to work on." Maybe I should have had my Wolfe Mahdi chipped in, too. Without it, watching the half-Hodge do his sidekick imitation solo was almost embarrassing. I gave a Wolfe grunt because it was expected and paused. "Then you'll help me?" I asked. "Just a minute." Saeed popped the Mahdi out and chipped in his old one. It took less time for him to get used to going from a Mahdi to his own naked brain and into a second Mahdi. Of course, as he said, he'd been doing it since he'd been 13. I'd only done it once, a few minutes ago. He looked over me sourly, from my face down to the floor and back up again. When he started talking, I knew immediately that he wasn't in a good mood. Without Goodwin's Mahdi to make it all seem fun and romantic and excitingly risky, the half-Hodge was having none of it. He stepped closer to me and spoke with his jaws clenched tightly together. "Look," he said,
I'm real sorry Nikki got killed. It bothers me that somebody's aced out the Black Widow sisters too, though they were never friends of mine. It's just a bad thing all the way around. As for Abdullahi, he got what was coming to him, and if you ask me, he got it later than he deserved. So it comes down to a grudge match between you and some blaze brain on account of Nikki. I say, wonderful. You got the whole Budayin and the city and Papa himself on your side. But I don't see where you get the goddamn nerve. And he poked me real hard in the chest with a forefinger that was like a heavy iron rod, to ask me to screen you from everything bad that might happen. You'll take the reward, all right. But the bullet holes and the stab wounds, you figure you can palm off onto me? Well, Saeed can see what you're doing. Saeed isn't as crazy as you think he is. He snorted, almost amazed at my audacity. Even if you get out of all this alive, Maghribi, even if everybody in the world thinks you're some kind of hero, we're going to have to settle this business between us. He looked at me, his face fierce and red, his jaw muscles working, trying to cool down enough to get his rage out coherently. At last he gave up. For a few seconds I thought he was going to slug me. I didn't move an inch. I waited. He raised his fist, hesitated, then grabbed the Archie Goodwin Mahdi from his other hand. He threw the Mahdi to the floor, chased it a few yards as it skidded across the room, then raised one foot and brought it down, crushing the plastic Mahdi beneath the heavy wooden stacked heel of his leather boot. Shattered pieces of the plastic case and bright-colored bits of the circuitry within flew in all directions. The half-Hajj stared down at the ruined Mahdi for a moment, his eyes blinking stupidly. Then he slowly looked up at me again. "You know what that guy drinks?" he shouted. "He drinks milk, goddammit!" Deeply offended, Saeed headed toward the door. "Where are you going?" asked Yasmin timidly. He glanced at her. "I'm going to find the biggest porterhouse steak in the city and put it where it belongs. I'm going to have a hell of a good time in honor of how close I came to getting conned to death by your boyfriend here." Then he threw open the front door and stalked out, slamming the door shut behind him. I laughed. It had been a great performance, and just the release I had been needing. I wasn't looking forward to the reckoning Saeed had threatened. But if the two assassins didn't make the matter trivial, I was sure that the half-Hajj would get over his anger soon enough. If I did end up a hero, unlikely as it seemed, he'd been an unpopular minority, sounding spiteful and envious. I was sure that Saeed would never stay in any unpopular group, if he could do anything about it. I'd just have to keep breathing long enough, and the half-Hajj would eventually be my friend again. My good humor, I guessed, coincided with the rising of the sunnies. "See," I told myself, "how already they're helping you stay in control. What good would it have done to get into a fistfight with Saeed?" "Now what?" asked Yasmin. I wished she hadn't asked that. "I'll go find another Mahdi, as you suggested. In the meantime, I have to put all the information together the way Papa wants and try to sort all this out and see if there's a definite pattern or line of investigation to follow." "You weren't being a coward, were you, Marit? About getting the brain implants?" "Sure. I was afraid. You know that. I wasn't being a coward about it, though. It's more as if I was putting off the inevitable. I felt like Hamlet a lot lately. Even when you admit that the thing you fear is inevitable, you're not sure it's still the correct thing to do. Maybe Hamlet could have solved things with less bloodshed another way, without forcing his uncle's hand. Maybe getting my brain amped only seems right. Maybe I'm overlooking something obvious. If you just diddle with yourself like this, more people will die, maybe even yourself. Don't forget, if half the Budayin knows you're on the killer's trail, the killers know it too. That hadn't yet occurred to me. Even the Sunnies couldn't buoy me up after that piece of news. An hour later, I was in Lieutenant Ocking's office. As usual, he didn't show much enthusiasm when I looked in on him. "Udran," he said, "collected another dead body for me. If all's right with the world, then you're dragging yourself in here, mortally wounded, desperate for my forgiveness before you kick off." "Sorry, Lieutenant," I said. "Well, I can dream, can't I?" Ya salam, he was always so goddamn amusing. "I'm supposed to work more closely with you, and you're supposed to cooperate willingly with me. Papa thinks it's best if we pool all our information." He looked like he'd just sniffed something decomposing nearby. He muttered a few words unintelligibly under his breath. "I don't like his high-handed butting in, Udran, and you can tell him that for me. He's going to make it harder for me to close this case. Friedlander Bay's only endangering himself more by having you interfere with police business." "He doesn't see it that way." Ocking nodded glumly. "All right, what do you want me to tell you?" I sat back and tried to look casual. "Everything you know about Lut Zaipolt and the Russian who was killed in Chitty's club." Ocking was startled. It took him a moment to compose himself. "Udran, what possible connection could there be between the two?" he asked. We'd been through this before. I knew he was just stalling. "There have to be overlapping motives or some broad conflict we don't understand being played out in the Budayin." "Not necessarily," said the lieutenant. "The Russian wasn't part of the Budayin. He was a political nobody who set foot in your quarter only because you asked him to meet you there." "You're doing a good job of changing the subject, Ocking. Answer the question. Where is Zaipolt from, and what does he do?" "He came to the city 3 or 4 years ago from some place in the Fourth Reich, Frankfurt, I think. He set himself up as an import-export agent. You know how vague a description that is. His main business is food and spices, coffee, some cotton and fabrics, oriental rugs, junk copper and brass pieces, cheap jewelry, musky glass from Cairo, and other minor things. He's big in the European community. He seems to turn a nice profit, and he has never shown any signs of being involved in any high-level illicit international trade. That's about all I know. Can you imagine why he pulled a gun on me when I asked him a few questions about Nikki?" Ocking shrugged. "Maybe he just likes his privacy. Look, you aren't the most innocent-looking guy in the world, Udran. Maybe he thought you were there to put the arm on him and run off with his collection of ancient statuary and scarabs and mummified mice. Then you've been to his place." Ocking shook his head. "I get reports," he said. "I'm an influential police administrator, remember?" "That's right, I keep forgetting. So the Nikki Zaipolt angle is a dead end. What about the Russian, Bogatyrev?" "He was a mouse working for the Belarusians. First his kid went missing, and then he had the bad luck to stop this James Bond slug. He has even less of a connection to the other murders than Zaipolt does." I smiled. Thanks, Lieutenant. Friedlander Bay wanted me to make sure you hadn't turned up any new evidence lately. I really don't want to disrupt your investigation. Just tell me what I should do next." He made a face. "I'd suggest that you go on a fact-finding mission to Tierra del Fuego or New Zealand or somewhere out of my hair. But you'd only laugh and not take me seriously. So check on anyone who had a grudge against Abdullahi, or if anyone particularly wanted to kill the Black Widow sisters. Find out if any of the sisters had been seen with an unknown or suspicious person just before she was killed." "All right," I said, standing up. I'd just been given a first-class runaround, but I wanted Ocking to think he had me snowed. Maybe he had some definite leads that he didn't want to share with me, despite what Papa had said. That might explain his offhand lying. Whatever the reason, I planned to come back soon, when Ocking wasn't around, and use the computer records to dig a little deeper into the backgrounds of Zypolt and Bogatyrev. When I got home, Yasmin pointed to the table. "Somebody left a note for you." "Oh, yeah?" "Just slipped it under the door and knocked. I went to the door, but there wasn't anybody there. I went downstairs, but there was nobody on the sidewalk either." I felt a chill. I tore open the envelope. There was a short message printed out on computer paper. It said, "Odran, you're next. James Bond is gone. I'm someone else now, can you guess who? Think about Salima and you'll know. It won't do you any good because you'll be dead soon." "What does it say?" asked Yasmin. "Oh, nothing," I said. I felt a little tremor in my hand. I turned away from Yasmin, crumpled the paper, and stuffed it in my pocket. Chapter 15. Since the night Bogatyrov had been killed in Chiriga's place, I had felt almost every strong emotion a person can. There had been disgust, and terror, and elation. I had known hate and love, hope and despair. I had been by turns timid and bold. Yet nothing had filled me so completely as the fury that surged in me now. The preliminary jostling was over, and ideas like honor, justice, and duty were submerged beneath the overpowering need to stay alive, to keep from being killed. The time for doubt had passed. I had been threatened, me, personally. That anonymous message had gotten my attention. My rage was directed immediately at Ocking. He was hiding information from me, maybe covering up something, and he was endangering my life. If he wanted to endanger Abdullahi or Tammy, well, I guess that's police business, but endangering me, that's my business. When I got to his office, Ocking was going to learn that. I was going to teach it to him the hard way. I was striding fiercely up the street, seething and rehearsing what I was going to say to the lieutenant. It didn't take me long to get it all worked out. Ocking would be surprised to see me again, only an hour after I'd left his office. I planned to storm in, slam his door so hard the glass would rattle, shove the death threat into his face, and demand a complete recitation of facts. Otherwise, I would haul him down to one of the interrogation rooms and bounce him off his own walls for a while. I bet Sergeant Hajar would give me all the help I wanted, too. As I got to the gate of the eastern end of the Budayin, I faltered a bit between steps. A new thought had rammed its way into my mind. I had felt that little tickle of unfinished business this morning when I'd talked to Ocking. I'd felt it after seeing Salima's corpse, too. I always let my unconscious mind work on those tickles, and sooner or later it puzzled them out. Now I had my answer like an electric buzzer going off in my head. Question: what is missing from this picture? Answer: let's take a close look. First, we've had several unsolved murders in the neighborhood in the last several weeks. How many? Bogatirov, Tammy, Devi, Abdullaye, Nikki, Salima. Now, what do the police do when they hit a brick wall in a homicide investigation? Police work is repetitive, tedious, and methodical. They bring in all the witnesses again and make them go over their statements in case some vital clue had been neglected. The cops ask the same questions 5, 10, 20, 100 times. You get dragged down to the station, or they wake you up in the middle of the night. More questions, more of the same dull answers. With a scoreboard showing 6 unsolved, apparently related killings, why hadn't the police been doing more plotting and inspecting and badgering? I hadn't had to go through my stories a second time, and I doubt that Yasmin or anyone else had to either. Ocking and the rest of the department had to be laying off. By the life of my honor and my eyes, why weren't they pursuing this thing? 6 dead already, and I was sure that the count would go higher. I had been personally promised at least one more corpse, my own. When I got to the cop shop, I went by the desk sergeant without a word. I wasn't thinking about procedures and protocol. I was thinking about blood. Maybe it was the look on my face or a midnight black aura I was carrying with me, but no one stopped me. I went upstairs and cut through the maze of corridors until I came to Hajar, sitting outside Ocking's meager headquarters. Hajar must have noticed my expression too, because he just jerked a thumb over his shoulder. He wasn't going to stand in my way, and he wasn't going to take his chances with the boss either. Hajar wasn't smart, but he was tricky. He was going to let Ocking and me beat on each other, but he wasn't going to be nearby himself. I don't remember if I said anything to Hajar or not. The next thing I recall, I was leaning over Ocking's desk with my right fist wrapped tightly in the bunched cotton cloth of his shirt. We were both screaming. "What the hell does this mean?" I shouted, waving the computer paper in front of his eyes. That's all I could get out, before I was spun around, dropped, and pinned to the floor by 2 policemen, while 3 more covered me with their needle guns. My heart was already racing. It couldn't beat any faster without exploding. I stared at one of the cops, looking into the tiny black mouth of his pistol. I wanted to kick his face in, but my mobility was restricted. "Let him go," said Ocking. He was breathing hard, too. "Lieutenant," objected one of the men. "If let him go, now!" They let me go. I got to my feet and watched the uniforms holster their weapons and leave the room. They were all muttering. Ocking waited for the last one to cross the threshold, then he slowly closed the door, ran a hand through his hair, and returned to his desk. He was spending a lot of time and effort calming himself. I suppose he didn't want to talk to me until he got himself under control. Finally, he sat down in his swivel chair and looked at me. "What is it?" he asked. No bantering, no sarcasm, no cops' veiled threats or wheedling. Just as my time for fear and uncertainty had passed, so had Ocking's time for professional disdain and condescension. I laid the note on his blotter and let him read it. I sat down in a hard, angular plastic chair beside Ocking's desk and waited. I saw him finish reading. He closed his eyes and rubbed them wearily. "Jesus," he murmured. Whoever that James Bond was, he traded in that Modi for another one. He said I'd know which one if I thought about it. Nothing rings any bells with me. Hawking stared at the wall behind me, calling up the scene of Selima's murder in his mind. First his eyes got a little wider, then his mouth fell open a bit, and then he groaned. "Oh my God," he said. "What?" "How does Chargas Mogadil Khan sound?" I'd heard that name before, but I wasn't sure who Khan was. I knew that I wasn't going to like him, though. "Tell me about him," I said. "It was about 15 years ago. This psychopath proclaimed himself the new prophet of God in Assam or Sikkim or one of those places to the east. He said a gleaming blue angel presented him with revelations and divine proclamations, the most urgent being that Khan go out and jam every white woman he could find and murder anybody who got in his way. He bragged about settling 200 or 300 men, women, and children before he was stopped. Killed 4 more in prison before they executed him. He liked to hack organs out of his victims as sacrifices to his blue metal angel. Different organs for different days of the week, or phases of the moon, or some goddamn thing. There was an anxious silence for a few seconds. "He's going to be a lot worse as Khan than he was as Bond," I said. Hawking nodded grimly. "Chargas Mogadil Khan by himself makes the whole of the Budayyin's collection of thugs look like cartoon cats and mice." I closed my eyes, feeling helpless. We've got to find out if he's just some lunatic hatchet man or if he's working for somebody. The lieutenant stared past me at the far wall for a moment, turning some idea over in his mind. His right hand toyed nervously with a cheap bronze figure of a mermaid on his desk. Finally he looked at me. "I can help you there," he said softly. "I was sure you knew more than you were telling. You know who this Bond Khan guy is working for. You know I was right about the murders being assassinations, don't you? We don't have time for back-patting and metal pinning. That can come later. You'd better come across with the whole story now. If Friedlander Bay hears that you're holding back this information, he'll have you out of your job before you have time to say you're sorry." "I don't know that for sure, Odran," said Hawking, "but I don't want to test it. So spell it out. Who was James Bond working for?" The cop turned away again. When he glanced back at me, there was anguish in his expression. "He was working for me, Odran." The plain truth is, that wasn't what I was expecting to hear. I didn't know how to react. "Wallahi al-Azim," I murmured. I just let Hawking take care of explaining it however he wanted. "You're stumbling around in something bigger than a few serial murders," he said. "I guess you know that, but you don't have any idea how much bigger." "All right. I was getting money from a European government to locate somebody who had fled to the city. This person was in line to rule another country. A political faction in the fugitive's homeland wanted to assassinate him. The government I work for wanted to find him and bring him back unharmed. You don't need to know all the details of the intrigue, but that's the basic idea. I hired James Bond to find the man and also to disrupt the other party's attempt to assassinate him." I took a few seconds to take that all in. It was a pretty good-sized chunk to swallow. "Bond killed Bogatirov and Devi and Selima after he became Chargas Khan. So I was on the right track from the beginning. Bogatirov was iced on purpose It wasn't an unfortunate accident, as you and Papa and everybody else kept insisting. And that's why you haven't been digging deeper into these murders. You know exactly who killed them all.
I wish I did, Audran.
Hawking looked tired and a little sick.
I don't have the slightest idea who's working for the other side. I have enough clues, the same awful M.O., the bruises and handprints on the tortured bodies, a pretty good description of the killer's size and weight, and a lot of little forensic details like that. But I don't know who it is, and it scares me.
You're scared.
You got a hell of a lot of nerve. Everybody in the Budayin has been hiding under their covers for weeks, wondering if these two psychos would tap them next, and you're scared. What the hell are you scared of, Hawking? The other side won. The prince was assassinated. But the murders didn't stop. I don't know why. The assassination should have ended the matter. The killers are probably eliminating anyone who might identify them. I chewed my lip and thought. I need to back up a little, I said. Bogatyrev worked for the legation of one of the Russian kingdoms. How does he tie up with Devi and Selima? I told you I didn't want to give out all the details. This gets dirty, Audran. Can't you be satisfied with what I've already told you? I felt myself getting furious again. Hawking, your fucking hitman is coming after me next. I've got a goddamn right to know the whole story. Why can't you tell your killer to lay off now? Because he's disappeared. After the prince was killed by the other side, Bond dropped out of sight. I don't know where he is or how to get in contact with him. He's working on his own now. Or else someone else has given him a new set of instructions. I couldn't suppress a shudder when the first name that crossed my mind was not Zeipolt's, the logical choice, but Friedlander Bay's. I knew then that I'd been kidding myself about Papa's motives. Fear for his own life? And a laudable interest in protecting the other citizens of the city? No, Papa was never so straightforward. But could he somehow be behind these terrible events? It was a possibility I could neglect no longer. Hawking was lost in thought too, a glint of fear in his eyes. He played with his little mermaid some more. Bogatyrev wasn't just a minor clerk with that Russian legation. He was the Grand Duke Vasily Petrovich Bogatyrev, the younger brother of King Vyacheslav of Byelorussia and the Ukraine. His nephew, the Crown Prince, had gotten to be too much of an embarrassment at court and had to be sent away. Neo-fascist parties in Germany wanted to find the prince and bring him back to Byelorussia, thinking that they could use him to topple his father from the throne and replace the monarchy with a German-controlled protectorate. Remnants of the Soviet communists supported them. They wanted the monarchy destroyed too, but they planned to replace it with their own sort of government. A temporary alliance of the far right wing and the far left, I said. Hawking smiled wanly. It's happened before. And you were working for the Germans. That's right. Through Zeipolt. Hawking nodded. He wasn't enjoying any bit of this. Bogatyrev wanted you to find the prince. When you did, the Duke's man, whoever he is, would kill him. I was astonished. Bogatyrev was setting up the murder of his own nephew. His brother's son? To preserve the monarchy at home, yes. They'd decided it was unfortunate, but necessary.
I told you it was dirty. When you wander into the highest level of international affairs, it's almost always dirty. Why did Bogatyrev need me to find his nephew? Hawking shrugged. In the past 3 years of the prince's exile, he'd managed to disguise himself and hide pretty well. Sooner or later he must have realized his life was in danger. Bogatyrev's son wasn't killed in a traffic accident then. You lied to me. He was still alive when you told me the matter was closed. But you say the Byelorussians did kill him after all. He was that sex-change friend of yours, Nicky. Nicky was really the Crown Prince Nikolai Konstantin. Nicky, I said in a flat voice. I was unnerved by the accumulated weight of the truths I demanded to hear and by the weight of regret. I remembered Nicky's terrified voice during that short, interrupted telephone call. Could I have saved her? Why hadn't she trusted me more? Why didn't she tell me the truth? Tell me what she must have suspected? Then Devi and the other 2 sisters were killed. Just because they were too close to her? It didn't make any difference whether or not they really knew anything dangerous. The German killer, Khan, now, and the Russian guy aren't taking any chances. That's why you're on the list, too. That's why this. The lieutenant opened a drawer and took something out, flipped it across his desk toward me. It was another note on computer paper just like mine, only it was addressed to Hawking. I'm not leaving the police station until this is all over, he said. I'm staying right here, with 150 friendly cops watching my back. I hope none of them is Bogatyrev's knifemen, I said. Hawking winced. The idea had already occurred to him, too. I wished I knew how long the hit lists were, how many names followed mine and Hawking's. It was a shock when I realized that Yasmin could very well be on them. She knew at least as much as Selima had, more because I'd told her what I knew and what I guessed. And Chiriga, was her name there? What about Jacques, Said, and Mahmoud? And how many other people that I knew? Thinking about Nicky, who'd gone from prince to princess to dead. Thinking about what I had ahead of me. I felt crushed. I looked at Hawking and realized that he was crushed too, far worse than I. His career in the city was over, now that he had admitted to being a foreign agent. I don't have any more to tell you, he said. If you learn something, or if I need to get in touch with you, I'll be here, he said, in a dead voice. Inshallah. I got up and left his office. It was like escaping from prison. Outside the station house, I unclipped my phone and spoke into it as I walked. I called the hospital and asked for Dr. Yenignani. "Hello, Mr. Odran," came his deep voice. "I wanted to find out about the old woman, Lila. It's too soon to tell, to be quite frank. She may recover with the passage of time, but it doesn't seem likely. She is old and frail. I have her sedated, and she's under constant observation. I'm afraid she might fall into an irreversible coma. Even if that doesn't happen, there's an extremely high probability that she will never regain her intelligent faculties. She will never be able to care for herself or perform the simplest tasks." I took a deep breath and let it out. I felt that I was to blame. "All is as Allah ordains," I said numbly. "Praise be to Allah. I will ask Friedlander Bey to take upon himself the cost of her medical expenses. What happened to her was a result of my investigations. I understand, said Dr. Yanignani. There is no need to speak to your sponsor. The woman is being treated as a charity case. I speak for Friedlander Bay as well as myself. We cannot adequately express our thanks. It is a sacred duty, he said simply. Our technicians have determined what was recorded on that module. Do you wish to know? Yes, of course, I said. There are 3 bands. The first, as you know, is a recording of the responses of a large, powerful, but starved, maltreated, and ruthlessly provoked cat, apparently a Bengal tiger. The second band is the brain impression of a human infant. The last band is the most repellent of all. It is the captured, fading consciousness of a very recently murdered woman. I knew I was looking for a monster, but I've never heard anything so depraved in all my life. I was thoroughly disgusted. This lunatic had no moral restraints on him at all. A piece of advice, Mr. Audran: never use such a cheaply manufactured module. They are crudely recorded, with a great deal of harmful noise. They lack the safeguards built into the industrially made modules. Too frequent use of underground modis results in damage to your central nervous system, and through it, your whole body. I wonder where it will end. Simple enough to predict. The killer will get a duplicate module made. Unless Hawking or I or someone else gets to him first. Take heed, Mr. Audran. He is, as you say, a monster. I thanked Dr. Yanignani and returned the phone to my belt. I couldn't stop thinking about how wretched and miserable a life Lila had remaining to her. I thought also about my nameless foe, who used a commission from the Belarusian royalists as a license to indulge his repressed desire to commit atrocities. The news from the hospital changed my half-formed plans entirely. Now I knew precisely what I had to do, and I had some good ideas about how to get it done. Going up the street, I met Fouad, the terminally witless. "Marhaba," he said. He squinted up at me, one hand shading his weak eyes. "How's it going, Fouad?" I said. I wasn't in the mood to stand around and talk with him. I had some preparations to make.
"Hassan wants to see you. Something to do with Friedlander Bay. Said you'd know what he meant."
"Thanks, Fouad."
"Do you know what he means?"
He blinked at me, hungry for gossip. I sighed. "Yeah, right, I know. Gotta run." I tried to tear myself away from him.
"Hassan said it was really important. What's it all about, Marid? You can tell me, I can keep a secret."
I didn't answer. I doubted that Fouad could keep anything, least of all a secret. I just clapped him on the shoulder like a pal and gave him my back. I stopped in Hassan's shop before I went home. The American kid was still sitting on a stool in the empty room. He gave me a chilling come-hither smile. I was sure now this boy liked me. I didn't say a word, but ducked into the back and found Hassan. He was doing what he was always doing, checking invoices and packing lists against his cartons and crates. He saw me and smiled. Apparently he and I were on good terms now. It was so hard keeping track of Hassan's moods that I had stopped trying. He set down his clipboard, put one hand on my shoulder, and kissed my cheek in the Arabic manner. "Welcome, oh my darling nephew." "Fouad said you had something to tell me from Papa." Hassan's face grew serious. "That is only what I told Fouad. I'll tell you this from myself. I am worried, O Maghrebi. I am more than worried. I am terrified. I have not slept soundly for 4 nights, and when I do nap, I have the most horrible dreams. I thought nothing could be worse than when I found Abdullahi. When I found him, his voice faltered. Abdullahi was not a good man. We both know that. Yet he and I were closely associated for a number of years. You know that I employed him, even as Friedlander Bey employs me. Now I have been warned by Friedlander Bey that... Hassan's voice broke, and he was unable to say anything for a moment. I was afraid that I would have to watch this bloated pig go to pieces right in front of me. The idea of patting his hand and saying, there, was absolutely loathsome. He got himself collected, though, and went on. Friedlander Bey warned me that more of his friends may yet be in danger. That includes you, O clever one, and myself as well. I am sure you understood the risks weeks ago, but I am not a brave man. Friedlander Bey did not choose me to perform your task because he knows I have no courage, no inner resources, no honor. I must be harsh with myself because now I can see the truth. I have no honor. I think only of myself, of the danger that may confront me, of the possibility that I may suffer and end up just as... At that point, Hassan did break down. He wept. I waited patiently for the shower to pass. Slowly the clouds parted, but even then no sun glimmered through. I'm taking my own precautions, Hassan. We all should take precautions. Those who've been killed died because they were foolish or too trusting, which is the same thing. I trust no one, said Hassan. I know. That may keep you alive, if anything will. How reassuring, he said dubiously. I don't know what he wanted, a written promise that I would guarantee his scabrous, pitiful little life. You'll be all right, Hassan. But if you're so afraid, why not ask Papa for asylum until these killers are caught? Then you think there are more than one. I know it. That makes it all twice as bad. He struck his chest with his fist several times, appealing to Allah for justice. What had Hassan ever done to deserve this? What will you do? The plump, fat-faced merchant said. I don't know yet, I said. Hassan nodded thoughtfully. Then may Allah protect you, he said. Peace be upon you, Hassan, I said, and upon you be peace. Take with you this gift from Friedlander Bey. The gift was another envelope thick with crisp currency. I went back out through the cloth hanging and the bare shop without giving Abdul Hassan a glance. I decided to stop in to see Chiri, to give her a warning and some advice. I also wanted to hide out there for half an hour and forget that I was running for my life. Chirika greeted me with her characteristic enthusiasm. Habari gani, she cried, the Swahili equivalent of what's up. Then she narrowed her eyes when she saw my implants. I heard, but I was waiting to see you before I believed. 2? 2, I admitted. She shrugged. Possibilities, she murmured. I wondered what she was thinking. Chiri was always a couple of steps ahead of me when it came to figuring out ways to pervert and corrupt the best-intentioned of legal institutions. How have you been? I asked. All right, I guess. No money, nothing happening. Same old goddamn boring job. She showed me her sharpened teeth to let me know that while the club might not be making money and the girls and changes weren't making money, Chiri was making money. And she wasn't bored either. Well, I said, We're all going to have to work to keep it all right. She frowned. Because of the, She waved a hand in a little circle. I waved a hand in a little circle, too. Yeah, because of the, Nobody but me wants to believe these killings aren't over, and that just about everybody we know is a possible slab-sitter.
Yeah, you're right, Marid,
said Chidi in a soft voice.
What the hell do you think I should do?
She had me there. As soon as I talked her into agreeing, she next wanted me to explain the logic the assassins were using. Hell, I'd wasted a lot of time running up and down looking for that, too. Anybody could get bumped any time for any reason. Now, when Chidiga asked for practical advice, all I could say was be careful. It looked like you had two choices. You went about things just the same, but with more eyes open. Or you could live on another continent just to be on the safe side. The latter is assuming you didn't pick the wrong continent and walk right into the heart of the matter, or let it follow along with you. So I shrugged and told her it looked like a gin and bingara kind of afternoon. She poured herself a big drink, poured me a double on the house, and we sat around and looked into each other's unhappy eyes for a while. No kidding. No flirting, no mentioning the honey pilar Mahdi. I didn't even look at her new girls, and Chidi and I were huddled together too closely for the others to barge in and say hello. When I killed my drink, I took a glass of her tende. It was starting to taste better. The first time I'd tried it, it was like I'd bitten into the side of some animal that had died under a log a week ago. I stood up to go, but then some true tenderness that I wasn't quick enough to hide made me touch Chidi's scarred cheek and pat her hand. She flashed me a smile that was almost back to full strength. I got out of there before we both decided to retire to Free Kurdistan or somewhere. Back at my apartment, Yasmin was working on being late to work. She had got up early that morning to drop her pain and suffering on me, so to get to Frenchie's late, she just about had to go back to sleep and start all over again. She gave me a drowsy smile from the mattress.
Hi,
she said in a small voice. I think she and the half-Hajj were the only people in the city who weren't completely terrified. Saeed had his Mahdi to simulate courage, but Yasmin just had me. She was absolutely confident that I was going to protect her. That made her even dumber than Saeed. Yasmin, look, I got a million things to do, and you're going to have to stay at your own place for a few days, okay? She looked hurt again. You don't want me around? Meaning, you got somebody else now? I don't want you around, because I'm a big shiny target now. This apartment is going to be too dangerous for anybody. I don't want you getting into the line of fire, understand? She liked that better. It meant I still cared for her, the dizzy bitch. You have to keep telling them that every 10 minutes, or they think you're sneaking out the back.
Okay, Marid. You want your keys back?
I thought about that a second. Yeah. That way I know where they are. I know somebody won't lift them from you to get into my place. She took them out of her purse and tossed them toward me. I scooped them up. She made going-to-work motions, and I told her 20 or 30 times that I loved her, that I'd be extra crafty and sly, and that I'd call her a couple of times a day just to check in. She kissed me, took a quick glance at the time, and gave a phony gasp, and hurried out the door. She'd have to pay Frenchie's big 50 again today. As soon as Yasmin was gone, I started putting together what I had, and I soon saw how little that was. I didn't want either of the freezers to pop me in my own house, so I needed a place to stay until I felt safe again. For the same reason, I wanted to look different on the street. I still had a lot of Papa's money in my bank account, and the cash I'd just gotten from Hassan would let me move around with a little freedom and security. It never took me long to pack. I stuffed some things into a black nylon zipper bag, wrapped my case of special daddies in a t-shirt and put it on top, then zipped the bag and left the apartment. When I hit the sidewalk, I wondered if Allah would be pleased to let me come back to this place. I knew I was just worrying myself for no good reason, the way you keep pushing at a sore tooth. Jesus, what a nuisance it was, being desperate to stay alive. I left the Budayin and crossed the big avenue into a rather pricey collection of shops. These were more like boutiques than like the souks you'd expect. Tourists found just the souvenirs they were looking for here, despite the fact that most of the junk was made in other countries, many thousands of miles away. There probably aren't any native arts and crafts in the city at all, so the tourists browsed happily through gaily colored straw parrots from Mexico and plastic folding fans from Kowloon. The tourists didn't care, so nobody had any kick coming. We were all very civilized, out here on the edge of the desert. I went into a men's clothing store that sold European business suits. Usually I didn't have the money to buy half a pair of socks, but Papa was taking me to a whole new look. It was so different I didn't even know what I needed. I told the clerk I was looking for someone genuinely interested in helping customers. I let him know I was serious. Sometimes fellahin go into these shops just to get their sweat all over the Oxford suits. I told him I wanted to be outfitted completely from the ground up. I told him how much I was willing to spend and let him put the wardrobe together. I didn't know how to match shirts and ties. I didn't know how to tie a tie. I got the printed brochure about different knots, so I really needed the clerk's help. I figured he was getting a commission, so I let him oversell me by a couple of 100 kyom or so. He wasn't just putting on an act about being friendly, the way most shopkeepers do. He didn't even shrink away from touching me, and I was about as scruffy then as you could get. In the Budayin alone, that takes in a wide range of shabbiness. I paid for the clothes, thanked the clerk, and carried my packages a couple of blocks to the Hotel Palazzo di Marco Aurelio. It was part of a large, international, Swiss-owned chain. All of them looked alike, and none of them had any of the elegance that had made the original so charming. I didn't care. I wasn't looking for elegance or charm. I was looking for a place to sleep, where no one would sizzle me in the night. I wasn't even curious enough to ask why the hotel in this Islamic stronghold was named after some Roman son of a bitch. The guy at the desk didn't have the attitude of the salesman at the clothing store. I knew immediately that the room clerk was a snob, that he was paid to be a snob, that the hotel had trained him to raise his natural snobbery to ethereal heights. There was nothing I could say to crack his contempt. He was as set in his ways as a sidewalk. There was something I could do, though, and I did it. I took out all the money I had with me and spread it out on the pink marble counter. I told him I needed a good single room for a week or two, and I'd pay in cash in advance. His expression didn't change. He still hated my guts, but he called over an assistant and instructed him to find me a room. It didn't take long. I carried my own packages up in an elevator and dumped them on the bed in my room. It was a nice room, I guess, with a good view of the back ends of some buildings in the business district. I had my own hollow set, though, and a tub instead of just a shower. I emptied the zipper bag onto the bed, too, and changed into my Arab costume. It was time to pay another call on Herr Lutz Zeipold. This time, I took a few daddies along with me. Zeipold was a shrewd man, and his boy Reinhardt might give me problems. I chipped in a German-language daddy and took along some of the body and mind controls. From now on, I was only going to be a blur to normal people. I didn't plan to hang around anywhere long enough for someone to draw a bead on me. Marid Odran, the Superman of the Sands. Bill was sitting in his beat-up old taxi, and I got in beside him on the front seat. He didn't notice me. He was waiting for orders from the inside as usual. I called his name and shoved his shoulder for almost a minute before he turned and blinked at me. "Yeah," he said. "Bill, will you take me out to Lutz Zeipolt's place?" "I know you." "Uh-huh. We went out there a few weeks ago."
"That's easy for you to say." "Zeipolt, huh? The German guy with the thing for blondes with legs? I can tell you right now, you're not his type at all."
Zeipolt had told me he didn't have a thing for anybody anymore. My God, Zeipolt had lied to me too. I tell you, I was shocked. I sat back and watched the city scream by the car as Bill forced his way through it. He always made the trip a little more difficult than it had to be. Of course, he was avoiding things in the road most people can't even see, and he did it well, too. I don't think he smacked a single efreet all the way out to Zeipolt's. I got out of the cab and walked slowly to Zeipolt's massive wooden door. I knocked and rang the bell and waited, but no one came. I started to go around the house, hoping to run into the old fella caretaker I'd met the first time I'd come out here. The grass was lush, and the plants and flowers ticked along on their botanical timetables. I heard the chirping of birds high in a tree, a rare enough sound in the city, but I didn't hear anything that might mean the presence of people in the estate. Maybe Zeipolt had gone to the beach. Maybe Zeipolt had gone shopping for brass storks in the Medina. Maybe Zeipolt and blue-eyed Reinhardt had taken the afternoon and evening off to make the rounds of the city's hot spots, dining and dancing under the moon and stars. Around the big house to the right, between two tall palmettos, was a side door set into the whitewashed wall. I didn't think Zeipolt ever used it. It looked like a convenience for whoever had to carry the groceries in and the garbage out. This side of the house was landscaped with aloes and yucca and flowering cactus, different from the front of the villa and its tropical rainforest blossoms. I grabbed the doorknob and it turned in my hand. Somebody had probably just gone into town for the newspaper. I let myself in and found myself looking down a flight of stairs into an arid darkness and up a shorter flight into a pantry. I went up through the pantry, through a well-equipped and gleaming kitchen, and into an elaborate dining room. I didn't see anyone or hear anyone. I made a little noise to let Zeipolt or Reinhardt know I was there. I wouldn't want them to shoot me down, thinking I was spying or something. From the dining room I passed through a parlor and down a corridor to Zeipolt's collection of ancient artifacts. I was on familiar ground now. Zeipolt's office was just over there. The door was closed, so I crossed to it and rapped on it loudly. I waited and rapped again. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped into Zeipolt's office. It was dim, the drapes were closed across the window, the air was stifling and stale as if the air conditioning wasn't working and the room had been shut up for a while. I wondered if I dared go through the stuff on Zeipolt's desk. I went up to it and riffled quickly through some reports on the top of a stack of papers. Zeipolt lay in a kind of alcove formed by the bay window behind his desk and two file cabinets against the left-hand wall. He was wearing a dark suit stained darker now with blood, and when I first glanced over the desktop, I thought he was a charcoal-gray throw rug on the light brown carpet. Then I saw a bit of his pale blue shirt and one hand. I took a few steps toward him, not really interested in seeing just how badly cut to pieces he was. His chest was opened from his throat to his groin. and a couple of dark, bloody things were spilled out on the carpet. One of his own internal organs had been crammed into his other stiff hand. The Chargas Mogadil Khan had done this. That is to say, James Bond, who worked for Zeipold. Until just recently. Another witness and lead, obliterated. I found Reinhardt in his own upstairs suite in the same shape. The nameless old Arab had been murdered on the lawn in back of the house, as he worked among the lovely flowers he nurtured in defiance of nature and climate. All had been killed quickly, then dismembered. Khan had crept from one victim to the next, killing fast and quiet. He moved more silently than a ghost. Before I went back into the house, I chipped in a few daddies that suppressed fear, pain, anger, hunger, and thirst. The German daddy was already in place, but it looked as if it wouldn't be very useful this afternoon. I headed toward Zeipold's office. I intended to go back in there and search through the desk. Before I got to the room, though, someone called out to me, "Lutz?" I turned to look. It was the blonde with the legs.
"Lutz," she asked, "bist du noch bereit?"
Ich heiße Marido dran, Fräulein.
Wissen Sie, wo Lutz ist? At that point my brain swallowed the German add-on whole. It wasn't as if I could just translate the German into Arabic, but as if I was speaking a language I'd known since early childhood. "Isn't he down here?" she asked. "No, and I can't find Reinhardt either."
"They must have gone into the city. They were saying something about that over lunch."
"I'll bet they've gone to my hotel. We had a dinner engagement, and I understood that I was to meet him here. I hired a car all the way out here. What a damn stupid thing. I guess I'll just give the hotel a ring and leave a message for Lutz and then call another taxi. Would you like to come along?" She bit her thumbnail.
"I don't know if I should," she said.
"Have you seen the city yet?" She frowned.
"I haven't seen anything but this house since I've been here," she said grumpily.
I nodded. "That's how he is. He drives himself too hard. He always says he'll take it easy and enjoy himself, but he works himself and he works everybody around him. I don't want to say anything against him. After all, he's one of my oldest business associates and dearest friends, but I think it's bad for him to keep going the way he does. Am I right?"
"That's just what I tell him," she said.
"Then why don't we go back to the hotel? Maybe once we're there together, the four of us, we'll get him to relax a little tonight. Dinner and a show as my guests, I insist." She smiled.
Just let me—"
"We must hurry," I said. "If we don't get back quickly, Lutz will turn around and come back here. He's an impatient man. Then I'll have to make still another trip out here. It's an awful ride, you know. Come along. We don't have any time to spare."
"But if we're going out to dinner—"
I should have guessed. "I think that dress suits you perfectly, my dear, but if you prefer, why, I beg that you allow me to accommodate you with another outfit of your choice, and whatever accessories you feel are necessary. Lutz has given me many gifts over the years. It would give me great pleasure to acknowledge his generosity in this small way. We can go shopping before dinner. I know several very exclusive English, French, and Italian shops. I'm sure you'd enjoy that. Indeed, you might choose your garments for the evening while Lutz and I take care of our little business. It will all work out beautifully." I held her by the arm and out the front door. We were walking up the gravel drive to Bill's taxi. I opened one of the car's rear doors and helped her in, then I walked around the back of the cab and got on the other side. "Bill," I said in Arabic, "back to the city. The Hotel Palazzo di Marco Aurelio." Bill looked at me sourly. "Marcus Aurelius is dead too, you know," he said. as he started up the taxi. I got a frosty feeling, wondering what he meant by 2. I turned to the beautiful woman beside me. "Pay no attention to the driver," I said in German. "Like all Americans, he is mad. It is the will of Allah."
"You didn't phone the hotel," she said, giving me a sweet smile.
She liked the idea of a new suit of clothes and jewelry just because we were going to dinner. I was just a crazy Arab with too much money. She liked crazy Arabs. I just knew it. "No, I didn't. I'll have to call as soon as we get there." She wrinkled up her nose and thought.
"But if we're there—"
"You don't understand," I told her. "For the common run of guests, the desk clerk is capable of handling matters like this, but when the guests are, shall we say, special, like Herr Seipold or myself, then one must speak directly with the manager." Her eyes got bigger.
"Oh," she said.
I looked back at the freshly watered garden that Seipold's money had imposed on the very edge of the creeping dunes. In a couple of weeks that place would look as dry and dead as the middle of the empty quarter. I turned to my companion and smiled easily. We chatted all the way back to the city. Chapter 16. At the hotel, I left the blonde in a comfortable chair in the lobby. Her name was Trudy. Trudy nothing, she told me blithely. Just Trudy. She was a close personal friend of Lud Seipold. She'd been at his house for more than a week. They'd been introduced by a mutual friend. That Trudy, she was just the nicest, most outgoing girl, and Seipold, you couldn't ask for a sweeter man. Down under all that murder and intrigue he wore just to fool people. I went to make my phone call, but it wasn't to anyone in the hotel that I needed to talk. It was Auking. He told me to babysit Trudy until he could get his fat ass moving. I popped out the daddies I was wearing, then put back the German-language one. I wouldn't be able to say a word to Trudy without it. That's when I learned, vital and important fact, number 154, about the special add-ons Papa had given me. You pay for everything in this world. See, I knew that. I learned it many years ago at my mama's knee. It's just that it's something you keep forgetting and have to relearn every once in a while. Don't nobody get nothing for free. All the time I'd been out at Seipold's, the daddies were holding my hormones in check. When I went back into the house to search Seipold's desk, I would have been helpless with nausea, knowing that the hacked-up bodies hadn't been dead very long, knowing that bastard Khan might still be around the place somewhere. When Trudy called out Lutz, I would have split my skin, jumping in 20 directions at once. When I popped the daddies out, I found that I hadn't avoided those terrible feelings. I'd only postponed them. Suddenly my brain and my nerves were tied in an agonizing jumble like a tangled ball of yarn. I couldn't untwist the separate emotional currents. There was wide-eyed gasping horror, stifled by the daddies for a few hours. There was sudden fury directed at Khan, for the satanic method he had chosen to remain unknown, and for making me witness the results of his heinous acts. There was physical pain and utter weariness, as the fatigue poisons in my muscles rendered me almost helpless. The daddy had told my brain and the meat part of me to ignore injury and fatigue, and I was suffering from both now. I realized that I was awfully thirsty, and I was getting pretty damn hungry, and my bladder, which the daddies had ordered not to communicate with any other part of my body, was near bursting. ACTH was pouring into my bloodstream, making me even more upset. Epinephrine pumped out of my adrenals, making my heart beat faster still, getting me ready for fight or flight. It made no difference that the threat was long gone. I was getting the entire reaction I would normally have experienced over a period of 3 or 4 hours, condensed into a solid, crippling blow, of emotion and deprivation. I chipped those daddies back in as fast as I could, and the world stopped lurching. In a minute I was smoothly back in control. My breathing became normal, my heartbeat slowed down, the thirst, hunger, hatred, tiredness, and the sensation of my full bladder all vanished. I was grateful, but I knew that I was only postponing the payback yet again. When it came due at the end of all this, it would make the worst drug hangover I'd ever known seem like a quick kiss in the dark. Paybacks. Ils sont un motherfucker, n'est-ce pas, monsieur? I would have to agree with that. As I was going back to the lobby and Trudy, someone called my name. I was glad I had the daddies back in. I never liked having my name called in public places anyway, particularly when I was in disguise. Monsieur Audran? I turned and gave one of the hotel clerks a cool look. Yes, I said. A message for you, monsieur, left in your books. I could tell he was having trouble with my galabia and keffiyeh. He was under the impression that only Europeans stayed in his nice, clean hotel. It was moderately impossible that anyone had left a message for me, on 2 counts. The first was that no one knew I was staying here, and the second was that I checked in under a made-up name. I wanted to see what kind of foolish mistake had been made, and then throw it in the faces of the hotel's stuffed shirts. I took the message. Computer paper, right? Audran. Saw you at Zypolt's, but the time wasn't right. Sorry. I want you all to myself, alone and quiet. I didn't want anyone to think you were just part of a random group of victims. When they find your body, I want to be sure they know. You received individual attention. Khan. My knees were trying to buckle, brain implants or no. I folded the note and put it in my shoulder bag. "Are you all right, monsieur?" asked the clerk. "The altitude," I said. "It always takes me a while to adjust." "But there is none," he said, bewildered. "That's just what I mean." I went back to Trudy. She smiled at me as if life had lost its savor while I was away. I wondered what she thought about all by herself, all alone and quiet. I winced. "I'm sorry to have been gone so long," I murmured. I gave her a little bow and took the chair beside her. "I was just fine," she said. She took a long time uncrossing her legs and crossing them the other way. Everyone between here and Osaka must have watched her do it. "Did you speak to Lutz?" "Yes, he was here, but he had some urgent matter to clear up. Something official with Lieutenant Ocking." "Lieutenant?" "He's in charge of making sure nothing awkward happens in the Budayin. You've heard of that part of our city." She nodded. "But why would the lieutenant want to talk with Lutz? Lutz doesn't have anything to do with the Budayin, does he?" I smiled. "Forgive me, my dear, but you sound a trifle naive. Our friend is a very busy, very industrious man. I doubt if anything happens in the city without Lutz Zypolt knowing about it." "I suppose so." That was all bull. Zypolt was middle management at best. He was certainly no Friedlander Bey. "They are sending a car for us, so we'll all meet together just as we planned. Then we can decide what we'll do for the rest of the evening." Her face lit up again. She wasn't going to miss out on her new outfit, and the free night in the town, after all. "Would you care for a drink while we wait?" I asked. That's how we passed the time, until a couple of plain-clothes gold shields shuffled tiredly across the thick blue carpet toward us. I stood up, made some introductions, and we all left the hotel lobby the best of friends. We continued our pleasant little conversation all the way to the precinct station. We went upstairs, but I was stopped by Sergeant Hajar. The two plainclothesmen escorted Trudy in to see Ocking.
"What happened?"
asked Hajar grimly. I think he was being all-cop now, just to show me he could still do it.
"What do you think happened?" "Chargas Khan, who worked for Zypolt and your boss, covered a few more of his tracks. Very thorough, this guy is. If I were Ocking, I'd be nervous as hell. I mean, the lieutenant is a standout uncovered track himself."
"He knows it. I've never seen him so shook. I made him a present of 30 or 40 Paxium. He took a bunch of them for lunch." Hajar grinned. One of the uniformed cops came out of Ocking's office. "Odran," he said, and jerked his head at me. I was just part of the team. They all had a lot of respect for me. "In a minute," I turned back to Hajar. "Listen," I said, "I'm going to want to look through what you pull out of Zypolt's desk and file cabinets."
"I figured," said Hajar.
"The lieutenant's too busy to worry about all that, so he'll tell me to take care of it. I'll make sure you get first crack at it."
"All right, it's important, I hope."
I went into Ocking's glass-walled enclosure just as the two soft-clothes guys led Trudy out. She smiled at me and said, "Marhaba." That's when I guessed that she spoke Arabic, too.
"Sit down, Odran,"
said Ocking. His voice was hoarse. I sat down.
"Where's she going?"
"We're just going to question her in a little more depth. We're going to sift her brain thoroughly. Then we'll let her go home, wherever the hell that is." It sounded like good police work to me. I just wondered if Trudy would be in any shape to go when they got done sifting her. They'd use hypnosis and drugs and electrical brain stimulation, and it all left you feeling kind of wrung out. That's what I've heard.
"Khan is getting closer," said Ocking, "but the other one hasn't made a peep since Nicky."
"I don't know what that means. Say, Lieutenant, Trudy isn't Khan, is she? I mean, could she ever have been James Bond?" He looked at me like I was crazy.
"How the hell would I know? I never met Bond in person. We just dealt over the phone by mail. As far as I know, you're the only living person who ever saw him face to face. That's why I can't get over this little nagging suspicion I have, Audran. There's something not quite right about you."
About me, I thought. A lot of damn nerve again coming from a foreign agent, cashing checks from the National Socialists. I was unhappy to hear that Ocking wouldn't be able to pick Khan out of a lineup if we should get so lucky. I didn't know if the lieutenant was lying, but he was probably telling the truth. He knew he was high on the list, if not next, to be slashed. He'd been serious about not leaving that room, too. He'd set up a cot in the office, and there was a tray with an unfinished meal on it on his desk. The only thing we probably know for sure is that both of them used their moddies, not only to kill, but to spread a little terror. "It's working fine, too," I said. "Your guy." Ocking shot me an ugly look, but hell, it was the truth. "Your guy's changed from Bond to Khan. The other guy's the same as he was, as far as we know. I just hope the Russians' bumper has gone home. I wish we could know for sure that we don't have to worry about him anymore."
"Yeah,"
said Ocking. "Did you get anything useful out of Trudy before you sent her downstairs?" Ocking shrugged and flipped over half a sandwich on the tray. "Just the polite information. Her name and all that. I'd like to know how she got involved with Zypolt in the first place." Ocking raised his eyebrows. "Easy, Audran. Zypolt was the highest bidder this week." I let out an exasperated breath. I figured that much, Lieutenant. She told me she'd been introduced to Zaipold by somebody. Mahmoud. Mahmoud. My friend Mahmoud? The one who used to be a girl over by Joe Mama's before his sex change? You're right. What's Mahmoud got to do with this? While you were in the hospital, Mahmoud got promoted. He took over the position that was left vacant when Abdullaye got creased. Mahmoud. Gone from sweet young thing working in the Greek clubs to petty shakedown artist to big-time white slaver in a couple of easy steps. All I could think was, where else but in the Budayin? You talk about equal opportunity for all. I'll have to talk to Mahmoud, I muttered. Get in line. He's coming in here in a little while, as soon as my boys can roust him. Let me know what he tells you. Hawking sneered. Of course, friend. Didn't I promise you? Didn't I promise Papa? Anything else I can do for you? I got up and leaned over his desk. Look, Hawking, you're used to looking at pieces of bodies splashed around nice people's living rooms, but I can't do it without throwing up. I showed him my latest message from Khan. I want to know if I can get myself a gun or something. What the hell do I care? He said softly, almost hypnotized by Khan's note. I waited. He looked up at me, caught my eye, and sighed. Then he pulled open a lower drawer in his desk and took out some weapons. What do you want? There were a couple of needle guns, a couple of static pistols, a big seizure gun, and even a large automatic projectile pistol. I chose a small Smith & Wesson needle gun and the General Electric seizure cannon. Hawking put a box of formatted needle clips on his blotter for me. 12 needles to a magazine, 100 magazines in the box. I scooped them all up and tucked them away. Thanks, I said. Feel protected now? They give you a sense of invulnerability? You feel invulnerable, Hawking? His sneer tilted over and crashed. The hell, he said. He waved me out of there. I went, as grateful as ever. By the time I got out of the building, the sky was getting dusky in the east. I heard the recorded cries of muezzins from minarets all over the city. It had been a busy day. I wanted a drink, but I still had some things to do before I could let myself ease off a little. I walked into the hotel and went up to my room, stripped off my robe and headgear, and took a shower. I let the hot water pound against my body for a quarter of an hour. I just rotated under it like a lamb on a spit. I washed my hair and soaped my face 2 or 3 times. It was regrettable but necessary. The beard had to come off. I had gotten clever, but Khan's reminder in my mailbox made it plain that I still wasn't clever enough. First I cut my long reddish-brown hair short. I hadn't seen my upper lip since I was a teenager, so the short, harsh swipes with the razor gave me some twinges of regret. They passed quickly. After a while I was actually curious about what I looked like under it all. In another 15 minutes I had eliminated the beard completely, going back over every place on my neck and face until the skin stung and blood stood out along bright red slashes. When I realized what I reminded myself of, I couldn't look at my reflection any longer. I threw cold water on my face and toweled off. I imagined thumbing my nose at Friedlander Bay and the rest of the sophisticated undesirables of the city. Then I could find my way back to Algeria and spend the rest of my life there, watching goats die. I brushed my hair and went into the bedroom, where I opened the packages from the men's store. I dressed slowly, turning some thoughts over in my mind. One notion eclipsed everything else. Whatever happened, I wasn't going to chip in a personality module again. I would use every daddy that offered help, but they just extended my own personality. No human thinking machine of fact or fiction was any good to me. None of them had ever faced this situation. None of them had ever been in the Budayin. I needed to keep my own wits about me, not those of some irrelevant construct. It felt good to get that settled. It was the compromise I'd been searching for ever since Papa first told me I'd volunteered to get wired. I smiled. Some weight, negligible, a quarter-pound maybe, lifted from my shoulders. I won't say how long it took me to get my necktie on. There were clip-on ties, but the shop where I'd bought everything frowned on their existence. I tucked my shirt into my trousers, fastened everything, put on my shoes, and threw on the suit jacket. Then I stepped back to look at my new self in the mirror. I cleaned some dried blood from my neck and chin. I looked good. Faster than light, with a little money in my pocket. You know what I mean? I was the same as always. The clothes looked first-rate. That was fine because most people only look at the clothes anyway. It was more important that, for the first time, I believed the whole nightmare was close to resolution. I had gone most of the way through a dark tunnel, and only one or two obscure shapes hid the welcome light at the end of it. I put the phone on my belt, invisible beneath the suit coat. As an afterthought, I slipped the little needle gun into a pocket. It barely made a bulge, and I was thinking, better safe than sorry. My malicious mind was telling me safe and sorry. But it was too late at night to listen to my mind. I'd been doing that all day. I was just going down to the hotel's bar for a little while. That's all. Nevertheless, Chargas Khan knew what I looked like, and I knew nothing about him except that he probably didn't look anything like James Bond. I remembered what Hassan had said only a few hours ago. I trust nobody. That was the plan, but was it practical? Was it even possible to go through a single day being totally suspicious? How many people did I trust without even thinking about it? People who, if they felt like getting rid of me, could have murdered me quickly and simply. Yasmin, for one, the half-hutch. I'd even invited him up to my apartment. All he needed to be the assassin was the wrong Mahdi. Even Bill, my favorite cabbie. Even Chiri, who owned the hugest collection of Mahdis in the Budayin. I'd go crazy if I kept thinking like that. What if Aking himself was the very murderer he was pretending to track down? Or Hajar? Or Friedlander Bey? Now I was thinking like the Maghrebi bean-eater they all thought I was. I shook it off, left the hotel room, and rode the elevator down to the mezzanine and the dimly lighted bar. There weren't many people there. The city had few enough tourists to begin with, and this was an expensive and quiet hotel. I looked along the bar and saw 3 men on the stools, all leaning together and talking quietly. To my right there were 4 more groups, mostly men, sitting at tables. Recorded European or American music played softly. The theme of the bar seemed to be expressed in potted ferns and stucco walls, painted pastel pink and orange. When the bartender raised his eyebrows at me, I ordered a gin and bingara. He made it just the way I liked, down to the splash of roses. That was a point for the cosmopolitans. The drink came and I paid for it. I sipped at it, asking myself why I'd thought sitting here would help me forget my problems. Then she drifted up to me, moving in an unhuman slow motion, as if she were half asleep or drugged. It didn't show in her smile or her speech, though. "Do you mind if I sit with you?" Trudy asked. "Of course not." I smiled graciously at her, but my mind was roiling with questions. She told the barman she wanted peppermint schnapps. I would have put 50 kyum on that. I waited until she got her drink, I paid for it, and she thanked me with another languorous smile. "How do you feel?" I asked. She wrinkled her nose. "What do you mean?" "After answering questions all day for the lieutenant's men." "Oh, they were all as nice as they could be." I didn't say anything for a few seconds. "How did you find me?" "Well," she gestured vaguely, "I knew you were staying here. You brought me here this afternoon. And your name—" "I never told you my name." "I heard it from the policeman." "And you recognized me, though I don't look anything like the way I did when you met me, even though I'd never worn clothes like these before, or been without my beard?" She gave me one of those smiles that tell you that men are such fools. "Aren't you glad to see me?" she asked, with that glaze of hurt feelings that the Trudys do so well. I went back to my gin. "One of the reasons I came down to the bar, just on the chance you'd come in." "And here I am." "I'll always remember that," I said. "Would you excuse me? I'm a couple of drinks ahead of you." "Sure, I'll be fine." "Thanks." I went off to the men's room, got myself in a stall and unclipped my phone. I called Ocking's number. A voice I didn't recognize told me he was in his office, asleep for the night, and he wasn't going to be awakened except for an emergency. Was this an emergency? I said I didn't think so, but that if it was, I'd get back to him. I asked for Hajar, but he was out on an investigation. I got Hajar's number and punched it. He let his phone ring a while. I wondered if he were really investigating anything or just soaking up ambience. "What is it?" he snarled. "Hajar, you sound out of breath. Lifting weights or something?" "Who is this? How'd you get—" "Odran. Ocking's out for the night. Listen, what did you learn from Zypolt's blonde?" The phone went mute for a moment, then Hajar's voice came back on, a little more friendly. "Trudy, we knocked her out, dug around as deep as we could and brought her back up. She didn't know anything. That worried us, so we put her out a second time. Nobody should know as much nothing as she does and still be alive, but she's clean, Odran. I've known tent stakes that have more going for them than she does. But all she knows about Zypolt is his first name." "Then why is she still alive and Zypolt and the others aren't?" "The killer didn't know she was there. Chargis Khan would have jammed the living daylights out of her, then maybe killed her. As it happened, our Trudy was in her room taking a nap after lunch. She doesn't remember if she locked her door. She's alive because she'd only been there a few days, and she wasn't part of the regular household." "How'd she react to the news?" "We fed her the facts while she was under and took out all the horribleness for her. It's like she read about it in the papers." "Praise Allah, you cops are nice. Did you put anybody on her when she left?" "You see anybody?" "That stung me. What makes you so sure I'm with her?" "Why else would you be calling me about her this time of night? She's clean, Sakar, as far as we could tell. As for anything else, well, we didn't give her a blood test, so you're on your own." The line went dead. I grimaced, clipped the phone back on my belt, and went out to the bar. I spent the rest of that gin and tonic looking for Trudy's shadow, but I didn't see a likely candidate. We went out to have something to eat to give me the chance to ease my mind. By the end of the supper, I was sure no one was following either Trudy or me. We went back to the bar and had a few more drinks and got to know each other. She decided we knew each other well enough just before midnight. "It's kind of noisy in here, isn't it?" she said. I nodded, solemnly. There were only 3 other people in the bar now, and that included the block of wood who was making our drinks. It was just that time when either Trudy or I had to say something stupid, and she beat me to it. It was right then that I simultaneously misplaced my caution and decided to teach Yasmin a lesson. Listen, I was mildly drunk, I was depressed and lonely, Trudy was really a sweet girl and absolutely gorgeous. How many do you need? When we went upstairs, Trudy smiled at me and kissed me a few times, slowly and deeply, as though morning wasn't coming until after lunch sometime. Then she told me it was her turn to use the bathroom. I waited for her to close the door. Then I called down to the desk and asked them to be sure I was awake by 7 the next morning. I took out the small plastic needle gun, threw back the bedspread, and hid the weapon quickly. Trudy came out of the bathroom with a dress hanging loosely, its fastenings left undone. She smiled at me, a lazy, knowing smile. As she came toward me, my only thought was that this would be the first time I'd ever gone to sleep with a gun under my pillow. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Oh, just that you don't look bad for a real girl." "You don't like real girls?" she whispered in my ear. "I just haven't been with one for a while. It's just worked out that way." "You like toys better?" she murmured. But there was no more room for discussion. Chapter 17. When the phone rang, I was dreaming that my mother was shouting at me. She was screaming so loud that I couldn't recognize her. I just knew it was her. We started arguing about Yasmin, but that changed. We fought about living in the city, and we fought about how I could never be expected to understand anything, because the only thing I ever thought about was myself. My part was limited to crying, "I am not," while my heart thudded in my sleep. I thrashed awake, bleary and still tired. I squinted at the phone, then picked it up. A voice said, "Good morning. 7 o'clock. Then there was a click. I put the phone back and sat up in bed. I took a deep breath that hesitated and hitched 2 or 3 times on the way in. I wanted to go back to sleep, even if it meant nightmares. I didn't want to get up and face another day like yesterday. Trudy wasn't in bed. I swung my feet to the floor and walked naked around the small hotel room. She wasn't in the bathroom either, but she had written a note from me and left it on the bureau. It said, "Dear Muddied, thanks for everything. You're a dear, sweet man. I hope we meet again sometime. I have to go now, so I'm sure you won't mind if I borrow the fare from your wallet. Love ya, Trudy." My real name is Gunther Erich von S. You mean you really didn't know? Or were you just being nice? There is very little I've missed in my life as far as sex goes. My secret fantasies don't concern what, they concern who. I'd seen and heard everything, I thought. The only thing I'd never heard faked, until evidently last night, was that involuntary animal catch in a woman's breathing. The very first one before the lovemaking has even had time to become rhythmical. I glanced down at Trudy's note again, remembering all the times Jacques Mahmoud Said and I had sat at a table at the Solace, watching people walk by. Oh, her! She's a female-to-male sex change in drag. I could read everybody. I was famous for it. I swore I'd never tell anyone anything ever again. I wondered if the world ever got tired of its jokes. No, that was too much to hope for. The jokes would go on and on, getting worse and worse. Right now I was certain that if age and experience couldn't stop the jokes, there was nothing about death that would make them stop either. I folded my new clothing carefully and packed it in the zipper bag. I wore my white robe and keffiyeh again today, making yet another new look. Arab costume, but clean-shaven. The man of 1,000 faces. Today I wanted to take Hajar up on his promise to let me use the police computer files. I wanted to fill in a little background on the police themselves. I wanted to find out as much as I could about Ocking's link to Bond/Khan. Instead of walking, I took a cab to the police station. It wasn't that I was getting spoiled by the luxury Papa was paying for. I just felt the urgent pressing of events. I was killing time as fast as it was killing me. The daddies were buzzing in my head, and I didn't feel muscle-weary, hungry, or thirsty. I wasn't angry or afraid either. Some people might have warned me that not being afraid was dangerous. Maybe I should have been afraid. A little. I watched Ocking eat a late breakfast in his flimsy fortress while I waited for Hajar to get back to his desk. When the sergeant came in, he gave me a distracted look. "You're not the only baked brain I have to worry about, O'Dron," he said in a surly voice. "We've got 30 other jerks giving us fantasy information and inside words they dig out of dreams and teacups." "You'll be glad I don't have a goddamn piece of information for you, then. I came to get some from you. You said I could use your files?" "Oh, yeah, sure. But not here. If Ocking saw you, he'd split my skull. I'll call downstairs. You can use one of the terminals on the second floor." "I don't care where it is," I said. Hajar made the phone call, typed out a pass for me, and signed it. I thanked him and found my way down to the databank. A young woman with Southeast Asian features led me to an unused screen, showed me how to get from one menu to the next, and told me that if I had any questions, the machine itself would answer them. She wasn't a computer expert or a librarian. She just managed traffic flow in the big room. First I checked the general files, which were much like a news agency's morgue. When I typed in a name, the computer gave me every fact available to it concerning the person. The first name I entered was Ocking's. The cursor paused for a second or two, then led it steadily across the display in Arabic, right to left. I learned Ocking's first name, his middle name, his age, where he'd been born, what he'd done before coming to the city, all the stuff that gets put on a form above the important double line. Below that line comes the really vital information. Depending on whose form it is, that can be the subject's medical record, arrest record, credit history, political involvement, sexual preferences, or anything else that may one day be pertinent. As for Ocking, below that double line, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Al-Sifra. 0. At first I assumed there was some kind of computer problem. I started over again, returning to the first menu, choosing the sort of information I was looking for and typing in Ocking's name. And waited. Mashi. Nothing. Ocking had done this, I was sure. He had covered his tracks, just as his boy Khan was now covering his own. If I wanted to travel to Europe, to Ocking's birthplace, I might learn more about him, but only to the point when he left there to come to the city. Since then, he did not exist at all, not officially speaking. I typed in Universal Export, the code name of James Bond's espionage group. I had seen it on an envelope on Ocking's desk once. Again, there were no entries. I tried James Bond, without hope, and turned up nothing. Similarly with Charges Khan. The real Khan and the real Bond had never visited the city, so there was no file on either of them. I thought about other people I might spy on. Yasmin, Friedlander Bey, even myself. But I decided to leave my curiosity unsatisfied until a less urgent occasion. I entered Hajar's name and was not astonished by what I read. He was about 2 years younger than I was, Jordanian, with a moderately long arrest record before coming to the city. The psychological profile agreed, point for point, with my own estimation of him. You didn't dare trust him as far as he could run with a camel on his back. He was suspected of smuggling drugs and money to prisoners. He was once investigated in connection with the disappearance of a good deal of confiscated property, but nothing definite came of it. The official file put forth the possibility that Hajar might be profiting from his position on the police force, that he might be selling his influence to private citizens or criminal organizations. The report suggested that he might not be above such abuses of authority as extortion, racketeering, and conspiracy, among other law enforcement frailties. Hajar? Come now, whatever gave you that idea, Allah forfend? I shook my head ruefully. Police departments all over the world are identical in 2 respects. They all have a fondness for breaking your head open, with little or no provocation, and they can't see the simple truth, if it's lying in front of them, naked with its legs spread. The police don't enforce laws. They don't even get busy until after the laws are broken. They solve crimes at a pitifully low rate of success. What the police are, to be honest, is a kind of secretarial pool that records the names of the victims and the statements of the witnesses. After enough time passes, they can safely shove this information to the back of the filing system to make room for more. Oh yeah, the police help little old ladies across the street, so I'm told. One by one I entered the names of everyone who'd been connected to Nikki, beginning with her uncle, Bogatyrev. The entries on the old Russian and on Nikki matched exactly what Oking had finally told me about them. I figured that if Oking could excise himself from this system, he could alter its remaining records in other ways too. I wouldn't find anything useful here, except by accident or Oking's oversight. I went on with a diminished hope of success. I had none. At last I changed my mind and read the entries on Yasmin, Papa, and Chiri, on the Black Widow sisters, on Zaipolt and Abdullaye. The files told me that Hassan was likely a hypocrite, because he would not use brain implants for his business on religious grounds, yet he was a known pederast. That wasn't news to me. The only thing that I might suggest to Hassan someday was that the American boy, who already had his skull wired, might be more useful as an accounting tool than just sitting on a stool in Hassan's bare shop. The only person I knew on whom I didn't peep was myself. I didn't want to know what they thought about me. After I searched the files for my friends' histories, I looked at telephone company records for the phones in the police station. There was nothing enlightening there either. Oking wouldn't have used his office phone to call Bond. It was like I was standing at the hub of a lot of radiating roads, all of them dead ends. I walked out of there with food for thought, but no new facts. I liked knowing what the files had to say about Hajar and the others, and the reticence it showed toward Oking, and not so mysteriously toward Friedlander Bey, was provocative, if not informative. I thought about it all as I wandered into the Budayin. In a few minutes I was back at my apartment building. Why had I come here? Well, I didn't want to sleep in the hotel room another night. At least one assassin knew I was there. I needed another base of operations, one that would be safe for at least a day or two. As I got more accustomed to letting the daddies help me in my planning, my decision-making got faster and less influenced by my emotions. I now felt completely in control, cool and assured. I wanted to get a message to Papa, and then I would find another temporary place to sleep. My apartment was just the way I'd left it. Truthfully, I hadn't been away long, although it felt like weeks. My time sense was all distorted. Tossing the zipper bag onto the mattress, I sat down and murmured Hassan's comm code into my phone. It rang 3 times before he answered. "Marhaba," he said. He sounded tired. Hello, Hassan, this is Odran. I need to have a meeting with Friedlander Bey, and I was hoping you could fix it for me. He will be glad that you are showing interest in doing things the proper way, my nephew. Certainly he will want to see you and learn from you what progress you are making. Do you wish an appointment for this afternoon? As soon as you can, Hassan. I will take care of it. Oh, clever one, and I will call you back to tell you of the arrangements. Thanks. Before you go, I want to ask you a question. Do you know if there's any connection between Papa and Lute Zeipold? There was a long silence while Hassan framed his reply. Not any longer, my nephew. Zeipold is dead, is he not? I know that, I said impatiently. Zeipold was involved only in the import-export trade. He dealt only in cheap trinkets, nothing that would be of interest to Papa. And so far as you know, Papa never tried to cut himself a piece of Zeipold's business. My nephew, Zeipold's business was barely worth mentioning. He was just a small businessman like myself. But, also like yourself, he felt he needed a secondary income to make ends meet. You work for Friedlander Bey, and Zeipold worked for the Germans. By the life of my eyes. Is that so? Zeipold a spy? I'd be willing to bet you already knew that. Never mind. Did you ever have any dealings with him? What do you mean? Hassan's voice became harsh. Business, import-export, you have that in common. Oh, well, I bought items from him now and then, if he offered some particularly interesting European goods. But I don't think he ever bought anything from me. That didn't get me anywhere. At Hassan's request, I gave him a quick rundown of the events since my discovery of Zeipold's body. By the time I finished, he was thoroughly frightened again. I told him about Ocking and the doctored police records. That's why I need to see Friedlander Bey, I said. You suspect something? Asked Hassan. It isn't only the missing information in the files and the fact that Ocking's a foreign agent. I just can't believe that he has the full resources of the department looking into these murders, and yet he hasn't come forward with a single useful piece of information for me. I'm sure he knows much more than he's telling me. Papa promised that he'd pressure Ocking into sharing what he knows. I need to hear all that. Of course, my nephew, don't worry about that. It shall be done, inshallah. Then you have no true idea of how much the lieutenant actually knows. That is the way of the fleek. He might have the whole case wrapped up, or he may know even less than I do. He's a master at giving you the runaround. He cannot give Friedlander Bey the runaround. He'll try. He won't succeed. Do you need more money, O clever one? Hell, I could always use more money. No, Hassan, I'm doing fine for now. Papa has been more than generous. If you need cash to further your investigation, you have only to contact me. You are doing an excellent job, my son. At least I'm not dead yet. You have the wit of a poet, my darling. I must go now. Business is business, you know. Right, Hassan. Call me back after you've spoken with Papa. Praise be to Allah for your safety. Allah yisalamak, I said. I stood up and tucked the phone away again. Then I began looking for the one other object that I'd found in Nikki's purse. The scarab she had taken from Zeipold's collection. That brass reproduction tied Nikki directly to Zeipold, as did her ring that I'd seen in the German's house. Of course, with Zeipold now among the dear departed, these items were of questionable value. True, Dr. Yinignani still had the homemade modi. That might be an important piece of evidence. I thought it was time to begin preparing a presentation of all I'd learned, so that I could eventually turn it all into the authorities. Not Ocking, of course, and not Hajar. I wasn't sure who the proper authorities were, but I knew there had to be some somewhere. The 3 items were not enough to convict anyone in a European court of law. But according to Islamic justice, they were plenty. I found the scarab under the edge of the mattress. I unzipped my bag and stuffed Zipol's tourist souvenir down under my clothing. I packed carefully, wanting to be sure that everything I owned was out of the apartment. Then I kicked a lot of scraps and rubbish into low piles here and there. I didn't feel like spending a lot of time cleaning. When I finished, there was nothing in the room that showed that I'd ever lived there. I felt a stinging sadness. I'd lived in that apartment longer than in any other single place in my life. If anywhere could truly be called my home, this little apartment should be it. Now, though, it was a big, abandoned room with dirty windows and a torn mattress on the floor. I went out, shutting the door behind me. I returned my keys to Qasim, the landlord. He was surprised and upset that I was going. "I've liked living in your building," I told him, "but it pleases Allah that I now must move on." He embraced me and called on Allah to lead each of us in righteousness unto paradise. I went to the bank and used the card to withdraw my entire account, closing it. I stuffed the bills into the envelope Friedlander Bey had sent me. When I got myself another place to stay, I'd take it out and see how much I had altogether. I was kind of teasing myself by not peeking now. My third stop was the Hotel Palazzo di Marco Aurelio. I was dressed now in my galabia and keffiyeh, but with my short haircut and clean-shaven face. I don't think the desk clerk recognized me. "I paid for a week in advance," I said, "but business matters forced me to check out earlier than I planned." The desk man murmured, "We're sorry to hear that, sir. We've enjoyed having you." I nodded and tossed my room's tag onto the counter. "Just let me look at—" He keyed the room number into his terminal, saw that the hotel did indeed owe me a little money, and began getting the voucher printed out. "You've all been very kind," I said. He smiled. "It is our pleasure," he said. He handed me the voucher and pointed to the cashier. I thanked him again. A few moments later, I crammed the partial refund in my zipper bag with the rest of my money. Carrying my cash, my moddies and daddies, and my clothing in the zipper bag, I walked south and west away from the Budayin and away from the expensive shopping district beside the Boulevard Il Jamil. I came to a fellahin neighborhood of twisting streets and alleys where the houses were small, flat-topped, needing whitewash, with windows covered by shutters or thin wooden lattices. Some were in better repair with attempts at gardening in the dry earth at the base of the walls. Others looked derelict, their gap-toothed shutters hanging in the sun like tongues of panting dogs. I went up to a well-kept house and rapped on the door. I waited a few minutes until it opened. A large, heavily muscled man with a full black beard glared down at me. His eyes were narrowed suspiciously, and in the corner of his mouth his teeth were chewing away at a splinter of wood. He waited for me to speak. With no confidence at all, I launched into my story. "I have been stranded in this city by my companions. They stole all my merchandise and my money too. I must beg in the name of Allah and the Apostle of God, may the blessings of Allah be upon him and peace, your hospitality for today and for this evening." "I see," said the man in a surly voice. "The house is closed." "I will give you no cause for offense. Why don't you try begging where the hospitality is more generous? People tell me there are families here and about with enough to eat for themselves, and also for dogs and strangers as well. Me, I'm lucky to earn a little money for beans and bread for my wife and my 4 children." I understood. "I know you don't need trouble. When I was robbed, my companions didn't know that I always keep a little extra cash in my bag. They greedily took everything in plain sight, leaving me with enough to live on for 1 or 2 days, until I can make my way back and demand a lawful accounting of them." The man just stared at me, waiting for something magical to appear. I unslung my zipper bag and opened it. I let him watch me shove the clothing aside, my shirts, my trousers, socks, until I reached down and pulled out a paper banknote. 20 kyam, I said sadly. That's all they left me with. My new friend's face went through a rapid selection of emotions. In this neighborhood, 20 kyam notes made their presence felt with noise and shouting. The man may not have been sure of me, but I knew what he was thinking. If you would give me the benefit of your hospitality and protection for the next 2 days, I said, I will let you have all the money you see here. I thrust the 20 closer to his widening eyes. The man wavered, visibly. If he'd had big flat leaves, he would have rustled. He didn't like strangers. Hell, no one likes strangers. He didn't like the idea of inviting one into his house for a couple of days. 20 kyam, though, was equal to several days' pay for him. When I looked closely at him again, I knew that he wasn't sizing me up anymore. He was spending the 20 kyam 100 different ways. All I had to do was wait. We are not wealthy people, O sir. Then the 20 kyam will ease your life. It would indeed, O sir, and I desire to have it. However, I am shamed to permit such an excellent one as you to witness the squalor of my house. I have seen squalor greater than any you can imagine, my friend, and I have risen above it even as you may. I was not always as I appear to you. It was only the will of Allah that I be flung down to the deepest pits of misery, in order that I might return to take back what has been torn from me. Will you help me? Allah will bring good fortune to all who are generous to me and my way. The fella looked at me in confusion for a long while. At first I knew he thought I was just crazy, and the best thing was to run as far away from me as possible. My babbling sounded like some kidnapped prince's speech from the old tales. The stories were fine for late at night, for murmuring around the fire after a simple supper and before sleep and troubled dreams. In the light of day, however, a confrontation like this had nothing to make it seem plausible. Nothing except the money, waving like the frond of a date palm in my hand. My friend's eyes were fixed on the 20 kyam, and I doubt that he could have described my face to anyone. In the end, I was admitted into the house of my host, Ishak Jarir. He maintained a strict discipline, and I saw no women. There was a second floor above, where the family members slept, and where there were a few small closets for storage. Jarir opened a plain wooden door in one of these and roughly shoved me inside. "You will be safe here," he said in a whisper. "If your treacherous friends come and inquire about you, no one in this house has seen you. But you may stay only until after morning prayers tomorrow." I thank Allah that in His wisdom He has guided me to so generous a man as you. I have yet an errand to run, and if everything occurs as I foresee, I will return with a banknote the twin of that you hold in your hand. The twin shall be yours as well. Jarir didn't want to hear any of the details. "May your undertaking be prosperous," he said. "Be warned, though. If you come back after last prayers, you will not be admitted." "It is as you say, Honorable One." I looked over my shoulder at the pile of rags that would be my home that night, smiled innocently at Ishak Jarir, and got out of his house, suppressing a shudder. I turned down the narrow stone-paved street that I thought would take me back to the Boulevard Il Jamil. As the street began a slow curve to the left, I knew that I'd made a mistake. But it was going in the right direction anyway, so I followed it. When I got around the turn, however, there was nothing but the blank brick rear walls of buildings hedging in a reeking dead-end alley. I muttered a curse and turned around to retrace my steps. There was a man blocking my way. He was thin, with a patchy, slovenly kept beard and a sheepish smile on his face. He was wearing an open-necked yellow-knit shirt, a rumpled and creased brown business suit, a white keffiyeh with red checks, and scuffed brown Oxford shoes. His foolish expression reminded me of Fuad, the idiot from the Budayin. Evidently he had followed me up the dead-end street. I hadn't heard him come up behind me. I don't like people cat-footing up behind me. I unzipped my bag while I stared at him. He just stood there, shifting his weight from one foot to the other and grinning. I took out a couple of daddies and zipped the bag closed again. I started to walk by him, but he stopped me with a hand on my chest. I looked down at the hand and back up at his face. "I don't like being touched," I said. He shrank back as if he had defiled the Holy of Holies. "1,000 pardons," he said weakly. "You following me for some reason?" "I thought you might be interested in what I have here." He indicated an imitation leather briefcase he carried in one hand. "You a salesman?" "I sell moddies, sir, and a wide selection of the most useful and interesting add-ons in the business. I'd like to show them to you." "No, thanks." He raised his eyebrows, not so sheepish now, as if I'd asked him to go right ahead. "It won't take a moment, and very possibly I have just the thing you're looking for." "I'm not looking for anything in particular." "Sure you are, sir, or you wouldn't have gotten wired now, would you?" I shrugged. He knelt down and opened his sample case. I was determined that he wasn't going to sell me anything. I don't do business with weasels. He was taking moddies and daddies out of the case and lining them up in a neat row in front of his briefcase. When he was finished, he looked up at me. I could tell how proud he was of his merchandise. "Well," he said. There was an anticipatory hush. "Well, what?" I asked. "What do you think of them?" "The moddies, they look like every other moddie I've ever seen. What are they?" He grabbed the first moddie in the line. He flipped it to me, and I caught it. A quick glimpse told me it was unlabeled, made of tougher plastic than the usual moddies I saw at Lila's and in the souks. Bootleg. "You know that one already," the man said, giving me that sorry smile again. That earned him a sharp look. He pulled off his keffiyeh. He had thinning brown hair hanging down and covering his ears. It looked like it hadn't been washed in a month. One hand popped out the moddie he'd been wearing. The timid salesman vanished. The man's jaws went slack and his eyes lost their focus, but with practiced speed he chipped in another of his homemade moddies. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and his mouth set in a hard, sadistic leer. He had transformed himself from one man to another. He didn't need the usual physical disguises. The entirely different set of postures, mannerisms, expressions, and speech patterns was more effective than any combination of wigs and makeup could be. I was in trouble. I held James Bond in my hand, and I was staring into the cold eyes of Chargas Mogadil Khan. I was staring into madness. I reached up and chipped in the two daddies. One would let me get unnatural, desperate strength from my muscles, without weariness or pain, until the tissue actually tore apart. The second cut out all sound. I needed to concentrate. Khan snarled at me. There was a long, vicious dagger in his hand now, its hilt of silver decorated with colored stones, its guard of gold. "Sit down," I read his lips. "On the ground." I wasn't going to sit down for him. My hand moved about 4 inches, seeking the needle gun under my robes. My hand moved a little and stopped because I remembered that the needle gun was still beneath the pillow in the hotel room. By now, the chambermaid would have found it, and the seizure gun was zipped away safely in my bag. I backed away from Khan. "I've been following you for a long time, Mr. Odran. I watched you at the police station, at Friedlander Base, at Zeipol's house, at the hotel. I could have killed you that night, when I pretended you were just a goddamn robber. But I didn't want to be interrupted. I waited for the right moment. Now, Mr. Audran, now you will die." It was wonderfully simple to read his lips. The whole world had relaxed and was moving only half as fast as normal. He and I had all the time we needed. Khan's mouth twisted. He enjoyed this part. He stalked me back deeper into the alley. My eyes were fixed on his gleaming knife, with which Khan intended not only to kill me, but also to hack my body to pieces. He meant to drape my bowels over the filthy stones and the refuse like holiday garlands. Some people are terrified of death. Others are even more terrified of the agony that might come first. To be honest, that's me. I knew that someday I'd have to die, but I hoped it would be quick and painless, in my sleep, if I was lucky. Tortured first by Khan, that was definitely not how I wanted to go out. The daddies kept me from panicking. If I let myself get too scared, I'd be souvlaki in 5 minutes. I backed away further, scanning the alley for something that would give me a chance against this maniac and his dagger. I was running out of time. Khan's lips pulled back from his teeth, and he charged me, uttering wordless cries. He held the dagger overhand at shoulder height, coming at me like Lady Macbeth. I let him take 3 steps, then I moved to my left and rushed him. He expected me to flee backward, and when I went at him, he flinched. My left hand reached for his right wrist, my right arm swung behind his forearm and held his hand steady. I bent his knife hand back with my left hand against the fulcrum of my right arm. Usually you can disarm an attacker like that, but Khan was strong. He was stronger than that nearly emaciated body should have been. The insanity gave him a little extra power, and so did his Mahdi and daddies. Khan's free hand had me by the throat, and he was forcing my head back. I got my right leg behind his and pulled his feet out from under him. We both went down, and, as we fell, I covered his face with my right hand. I made sure to slam the back of his head into the ground as hard as I could. I landed on his wrist with my knee, and his hand opened. I threw his dagger as far as I could, then used both hands to beat Khan's head on the slimy pavement a few more times. Khan was dazed, but it didn't last long. He rolled out of my grasp and flung himself back on me, tearing and biting at my flesh. We wrestled, each trying to get an advantage, but we were grappling so tightly that I couldn't swing my fists. I couldn't even work my arms free. Meanwhile, he was hurting me, raking me with his black nails, drawing blood with his teeth, bludgeoning me with his knees. Khan shrieked and heaved me to the side. Then he leaped, and before I could get away, he landed on top of me again. He held my arms pinned with one knee and one hand. He raised a fist, ready to smash it down on my throat. I cried out and tried to roll him off, but I couldn't move. I struggled, and I saw the lunatic light of victory in his eyes. He was crooning some inarticulate prayer. With a wild bellow, he slammed his fist down and caught the side of my face. I almost lost consciousness. Khan ran for his knife. I forced myself to sit up and search wildly for my zipper bag. Khan found the dagger and was coming at me. I got my bag open and threw everything out on the ground. Just as Khan was 3 feet from me, I nailed him with one long burst from the seizure gun. Khan gave a gurgling cry and toppled beside me. He would be out for hours. The daddies blocked most of my pain, but not all. The rest they held at a distance. Still, I couldn't move yet, and it would be a few minutes before I could do anything useful. I watched Khan's skin turn a cyanotic blue as he fought to draw air into his lungs. He went into convulsions and then suddenly relaxed completely, only a few inches from me. I sat and gasped, until I was able to shake off the effects of the fight. Then the first thing I did was pop the con Modi out of his head. I called Lieutenant Ocking to give him the good news. Chapter 18. I found my pill case in the zipper bag and took 7 or 8 sunnies. I was trying something new. My body was aching after the fight with Khan, but it wasn't the pain so much. Purely in the interest of science, I wanted to see how the opiate would affect my augmented sensations. While I waited for Ocking, I learned the truth empirically. The daddy that cleared alcohol from my system at a faster rate also kicked out the sunnies, too. Who needs that? I popped that Modi and took another hit of sunnine. When Ocking arrived, he was buoyant. That was the only word to describe him. I'd never seen him so pleased. He was attentive and gracious to me, concerned for my wounds and pain. He was so nice. I figured the Hollow News people were around taping, but I was wrong. "I guess you're one up on me now, Odron," he said. I figured he owed me a lot more than that. "I've done your whole goddamn job for you, Ocking." Even that didn't puncture his elation. Maybe. At least now I can get some sleep. I couldn't even eat without imagining Selima, Zypolt, and the others. Khan roused. Without a Mahdi in his socket, however, he began to scream. I recalled how awful I felt when I took the daddies out after just a few days. Who knows how long Khan, whatever his real name was, had gone, hiding beneath first one Mahdi and then another. Maybe without a false personality chipped in, he wasn't able to confront the inhuman acts he'd performed. He lay on the pavement, his hands cuffed behind him and his ankles chained together, thrashing and thundering curses at us. Ocking watched him for a few seconds. "Drag him out of here," he said to a couple of uniformed officers. They were none too gentle about it, and Khan got no sympathy from me. "Now what?" I asked Ocking. He sobered up a little. "I think it's about time for me to offer my resignation," he said. "When the news gets around that you've accepted money from a foreign government, you're not going to be very popular. You've dented your credibility." He nodded. "The word has already gotten around, at least in the circles that count. I've been given the choice of finding employment out of the city or spending the rest of my life behind bars in one of your typical WOG hellholes. I don't see how they can fling people into those prisons. They're right out of the Dark Ages. You've put the numbers on your share of the population, Ocking. You'll have a big welcoming committee waiting for you." He shivered. "I think as soon as I get my personal affairs tied up, I'll just pack my bags and slip away into the night. I wish they'd give me a character reference, though. I mean, foreign agent or no, I've done good work for the city. I never compromised my integrity, except a few times." "How many other people can honestly say the same? You're one of a kind, Ocking." He was just the kind of guy who would walk away from this and turn it into a recommendation on his resume. He'd find work somewhere. "You like seeing me in trouble, don't you, Odron?" As a matter of fact, I did. Rather than answer, though, I turned to my zipper bag and repacked it. I'd learned my lesson, so I tucked the seizure gun under my robe. From Ocking's conversation, I gathered that the formal questioning was finished, that I could go now. "Are you going to stay in the city until Nikki's killer is caught?" I asked. "Are you at least going to do that much?" I turned to face him. He was surprised. "Nikki, what are you talking about?" "We got the killer. He's on his way to the chopping block right now," You're obsessed, Odran. You don't have any proof of your second killer. Lay off, or you'll learn how fast heroes can become ex-heroes. You're getting boring. If that wasn't a cop's way of thinking. I caught Khan and turned him over to Ocking. Now Ocking was going to tell everybody that Khan had bumped them all, from Bogatirov to Zaipold. Of course, Khan had killed Bogatirov and Zaipold, but I was sure that he hadn't killed Nikki, Abdullaya, or Tammy. Did I have any proof? No. Nothing tangible, but none of it hung together any other way. This was an international rat's nest. One side tried to kidnap Nikki and bring her alive to her father's country, and the other side wanted to kill her to prevent the scandal. If Khan had murdered agents of both parties, it made sense only if he was merely a psychotic who cut up people senselessly in no pattern. That just wasn't true. He was an assassin whose victims had been put away to further his employer's scheme and to protect his own anonymity. The man who cut Zaipold up was not a madman. He was not really Khan. He only wore a Khan Mahdi. And that man had nothing to do with Nikki's death. There was still another killer loose in the city, even if Ocking found it convenient to forget him. About 10 minutes after Ocking and his crew and I went our separate ways, the telephone rang. It was Hassan calling back to tell me what Papa had said. "I've got some news too, Hassan," I said. "Friedlander Bey will see you shortly. He will send a car for you in 15 minutes. I trust you are at home." "No, but I'll be waiting outside the building. I had some interesting company, but they've all gone away now." "Good, my nephew. You deserved some pleasant relaxation with your friends." I stared up at the cloud-covered sky, thinking about my confrontation with Khan, wondering if I should laugh at Hassan's words. "I didn't get much relaxing done," I said. I told him what had happened, from the time I'd last talked to him until they carted Ocking's hired killer away. Hassan stammered at me in amazement. "Odran," he said when he finally regained control. "It pleases Allah that you are safe, that the maniac has been captured, and that Friedlander Bey's wisdom has triumphed." "You're right," I said. "Give all the credit to Papa. He was giving me the benefit of his wisdom, all right. Now that I think about it, I didn't get a hell of a lot more help from him than I got from Ocking. Sure, he backed me into a corner and made me go along with having my head opened, but after that he just sat back and tossed money my way. Papa knows everything that goes on in the Budayin, Hassan. You mean to tell me both he and Ocking have been standing around with their thumbs in their ears absolutely baffled? I don't buy that. I found out what Ocking's part in all this was. I'd like even better to know what Papa's been doing behind the scenes." "Silence, son of a diseased dog!" Hassan dropped his ingratiating manner and let his real self peek out, something he didn't do very often. "You still have much to learn about showing respect to your elders and betters." Then, just as suddenly, the old Hassan the mendacious near-buffoon, returned. "You are still feeling the strain of the conflict. Forgive me for losing my patience with you. It is I who must be more understanding. All is as Allah wills, neither more nor less. So, my nephew, the car will call for you soon. Friedlander Bey will be well pleased. There isn't time to get him a little gift, Hassan." He chuckled. "Your news will be gift enough. Go in peace, Odran." I didn't say anything, but broke the connection. I resettled my zipper bag on my shoulder and walked toward my old apartment building. I would meet with Papa, and then I would hide in Ishak Jarir's closet. The bright side was that Khan was now out of the picture. Khan had been the only one of the two murderers who'd shown any desire to eliminate me. That meant the other one probably felt like letting me live. At least I hoped so. While I waited for Papa's limo to come, I thought about the battle with Khan. I hated the man, violently. All I had to do was call to mind the horror of Selima's mutilated corpse, the revulsion I had felt while stumbling upon the dismembered bodies at Zaipol's house. First, he had killed Bogatyrev, Nikki's own uncle who wanted her dead. Nikki was the key. All the other homicides were part of the frantic cover-up that was supposed to keep the Russian scandal secret. I suppose it worked. Oh, a lot of people here in the city knew about it, but without a live crown prince to embarrass the monarchy, there was no scandal back in White Russia. King Vyacheslav was safe on his throne, the royalists had won. In fact, with some clever and careful work on their part, they could use Nikki's murder to strengthen their grip on the unstable nation. I didn't care about any of that. Following the brawl with Khan, I'd let him live. For a little while. He had a date now with the headsman in the courtyard of the Shamal Mosque. Let him relive his brutalities and terror of Allah in the meantime. The limo arrived and carried me to Friedlander Bey's estate. The butler escorted me to the same waiting room I'd seen twice before. I waited for Papa to complete his prayers. Friedlander Bey didn't make a great show of his devotion, which in a way made it all the more remarkable. Sometimes his belief shamed me. On those occasions I called up memories of the cruelties and crimes he was responsible for. I was only fooling myself. Allah knows none of us is perfect. I'm sure Friedlander Bey had no such illusions about himself. At least he asked his God to forgive him. Papa had explained it to me once before. He had to take care of a great number of relatives and associates, and sometimes the only way to protect them was to be unduly hard on outsiders. In that light, he was a great leader and a stern but loving father to his people. I, on the other hand, was a nobody, who did a lot of illicit things myself, to no one's benefit. And I didn't even have the saving grace to beg Allah's pardon. At last one of the two huge men who guarded Papa motioned to me. I entered the inner office. Friedlander Bey was waiting for me, seated on his antique lacquered divan. "Once again you do me great honor," he said. He indicated that I should be seated across the table from him on the other divan. "It is my honor to wish you good evening," I said. "Will you take a morsel of bread with me?" "You're most generous, O Sheikh," I said. I didn't feel wary or self-conscious, as I had in my previous meetings with Papa. After all, I had done the impossible for him. I had to keep reminding myself that the great man was now in my debt. The servants brought the first course of the meal, and Friedlander Bey steered the conversation from one trivial subject to another. We sampled a little of many different dishes, everything succulently prepared and fragrant. I decided to chip out the hunger override daddy, and when I did, I realized just how hungry I was. I was able to do justice to Papa's banquet. I wasn't, however, ready to pop the other daddy out. Not quite yet. The servants brought platters of lamb, chicken, beef, and fish, served with delicately seasoned vegetables and savory rice. We ended with a selection of fresh fruit and cheeses. When all the dishes were cleared away, Papa and I relaxed with strong coffee flavored with spices. "May your table last forever, O Sheikh," I said. "That was the finest meal I've ever enjoyed." He was pleased. "I give thanks to God it was to your liking. Will you drink some more coffee?" "Yes, thank you, O Sheikh." The servants were gone, and so too were the stones who speak. Friedlander Bey poured my coffee himself, a gesture of sincere respect. "You must agree now that my plans for you were all in order," he said softly.
"Yes, O Sheikh. I am grateful."
He waved that aside. "It is we, the city, and myself, who are grateful to you, my son. Now we must speak of the future."
"Forgive me, O Sheikh, but we cannot safely think of the future until we are secure in the present. One of the murderers who menaced us has been accounted for, but there is yet another at large. That evil one may have returned to his homeland, it is true. It is some time now since he struck down his victims, yet it would be prudent for us to consider the possibility that he is still in the city. We would be well advised to learn his identity and his whereabouts." The old man frowned and pulled at his grey cheek.
"Oh, my son, you alone believe in the existence of this other assassin. I do not see why the man who was James Bond, who was also Chargas Khan, could not also be the torturer who slew Abdullaya in so unspeakable a manner. You mentioned the many personality modules Khan had in his possession. Could not one of them make him the demon who also murdered the Crown Prince Nikolai Konstantin?"
"What did I have to do to persuade these people?" "Oh, Sheikh," I said, "your theory requires that one man was working for both the fascist-communist alliance and the Belarusian loyalists. He would, in effect, be neutralizing himself at every turn. It would postpone the outcome, which might be to his advantage, although I don't understand how, and he would be able to report positive results to both sides for a time. Yet, if all that were true, how would he resolve the situation? He would finally be rewarded by one side and punished by the other? It's foolish to think that one man might simultaneously be protecting Nikki and trying to murder her. In addition, the police examined and determined that the man who killed Tammy, Abdullaya, and Nikki was shorter and heavier than Khan, with thick stubby fingers." Friedlander Bey's face flickered with a weak smile. "Your vision, respected one, is acute, but limited in scope. I myself have sometimes found it worthwhile to support both sides of a quarrel. What else can one do when one's beloved friends dispute a matter? With your forgiveness, O Sheikh, I point out that we are speaking of many cold-blooded homicides, not quarrels or disputes, and neither the Germans nor the Russians are our beloved friends. Their internal bickerings are of no importance to us here in the city." Papa shook his head. "Limited scope," he repeated softly. "When the infidel lands of the world break apart, we are revealed in our strength. When the great shaitans, the United States and the Soviet Union, each fell into separate groups of states, it was a token from Allah." "A token?" I asked, wondering what all this had to do with Nikki and the wires in my skull and the poor forgotten people of the Budayin. Friedlander Bey's brows drew together, and he looked suddenly like a desert warrior, like the mighty chieftains who had come before him, all wielding the irresistible sword of the Prophet. "Jihad," he murmured. "Jihad. Holy war." I felt a prickle on my skin, and the blood roared in my ears. Now that the once great nations were growing helpless in their poverty and dissension, it was time for Islam to complete the conquest that had begun so many centuries before. Papa's expression was very much like the look I had seen in the eyes of Chargas Khan. "It is what pleases Allah," I said. Friedlander Bey let out his breath and gave me a benevolent, approving smile. I was humoring the man. He was more dangerous now than I ever suspected. He had almost dictatorial power in the city. That, coupled with his great age and this delusion, made me walk carefully in his presence. "You will do me a great favor if you will accept this," he said, leaning over the table with still another envelope.
I suppose someone in his position thinks money is the perfect gift for the man who has everything. Anyone else might have found it offensive. I took the envelope. "You overwhelm me," I said. "I cannot adequately express my thanks. The debt is mine, my son. You have done well, and I reward those who carry out my wishes." I didn't look in the envelope. Even I knew that would have been a breach of manners anywhere. "You are the father of generosity," I said. We were getting along just fine. He liked me a lot better now than at our first meeting so long ago. "I grow tired, my son, and so you must forgive me. My driver will return you to your home. Let us visit together again soon, and then we shall speak of your future. On the eyes and head, O Lord of men, I am at your disposal. There is no might or power save in Allah, the exalted and great." That sounds like a formula reply, but it's usually reserved for moments of danger or before some crucial action. I looked at the gray-haired man for some clue, but he had dismissed me. I made my farewells and left his office. I did a lot of thinking during the ride to the Budayin. It was a Monday evening, and Frenchie's was already getting crowded. There was a mix of naval and merchant marine types who'd come 50 miles from the port. There were 5 or 6 male tourists looking for one kind of action and about to find another, and there were a few tourist couples looking for racy, colorful stories they could take home with them. There was a sprinkling of businessmen from the city, too, who probably knew the score but came in anyway to have a drink and look at naked bodies. Yasmin was sitting between 2 sailors. They were laughing and winking at each other over her head. They must have thought they'd found what they were looking for. Yasmin was sipping a champagne cocktail. She had 7 empty glasses in front of her. Very definitely she had found what she was looking for. Frenchie charged 8 kyam for a cocktail, which he split with the girl who ordered it. Yasmin had cleared 32 kyam already off those 2 jolly sea rovers, and from the look of it there was more to come. The night was still young. And that's not including tips either. Yasmin was wonderful at pulling tips. She was a joy to watch. She could separate a mark from his money faster than anyone I knew, except maybe Chitika. There were several seats open at the bar, one near the door and a few in the back. I never liked to sit near the door. You looked like some kind of tourist or something. I headed for the shadowy interior of the club. Before I got to the stool, Indahar came up to me. "You'll be more comfortable in the booth, sir," she said. I smiled. She didn't recognize me in my robes and without my beard. She suggested the booth because if I sat on the stool, she wouldn't be able to sit next to me and work on my wallet. Indahar was a nice enough person. I'd never gotten into any kind of hassle with her. "I'll sit at the bar," I said. "I want to talk to Frenchie." She gave me a little shrug, then turned and sorted out the rest of the crowd. Like a hunting hawk, she sighted 3 affluent-looking merchants sitting with 1 girl and 1 change. There was always room for 1 more. Indahar pounced. Frenchie's barmaid Dahlia came over to me, trailing her wet towel on the counter. She made a couple of passes at the spot just in front of me and plopped a cork coaster down. "Beer?" she asked. "Gin and bingara with a hit of roses," I said. She squinted her eyes at me. "Married?" "My new look," I said. She dropped her towel onto the bar and stared at me. She didn't say a word. That went on until I started to get self-conscious. "Dahlia," I said. She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "Frenchie!" she cried. "Here he is!" I didn't know what that meant. People all around turned to look at me. Frenchie got up from his seat near the cash register and lumbered over to me. "Married," he said.
Heard about you taking on that guy that wiped the sisters. It dawned on me that I was a big shot now. Oh, I said. It was more like he took me on. He was doing pretty well, too, until I decided to get serious. Frenchie grinned. You were the only one that had the balls to go after him. Even the city's finest were 10 steps behind you. You saved a lot of lives, Marit. You drink free in here and every other place on the street from now on. No tips either. I'll give the word to the girls. It was the only meaningful gesture Frenchie could make, and I appreciated it. Thanks, Frenchie, I said. I learned how quickly being a big shot can get embarrassing. We talked for a while. I tried to get him to see that there was still another killer around, but he didn't want to know about it. He preferred to believe the danger was over. I had no proof that the second assassin was still in the city after all. He hadn't used a cigarette on anybody since Nicky's death. "What are you looking for?" asked Frenchie. I stared up at the stage where Blanca was dancing. She was the one who had actually discovered Nicky's corpse in the alley. I have one clue and an idea of what he likes to do to his victims. I told Frenchie about the Modi Nicky had in her purse, and about the bruises and cigarette burns on the bodies. Frenchie looked thoughtful. "You know," he said, "I do remember somebody telling me about a trick they turned." "What about it? Did the trick try to burn her or something?" Frenchie shook his head. "No, not that. Whoever it was said that when she got the trick's clothes off, he was all covered with the same kind of burns and marks." "Whose trick was it, Frenchie? I need to talk to her." He gazed off toward the middle of next week, trying to remember. "Oh," he said, "it was Maribel." "Maribel?" I said in disbelief. Maribel was the old woman who occupied a stool at the angle of the bar. She always took that stool. She was somewhere between 60 and 80 years old, and she'd been a dancer half a century ago, when she still had a face and a body. Then she stopped dancing and concentrated on the aspects of the industry that brought more immediate cash benefits. When she got even older, she had to lower her retail markup in order to compete with the newer models. Nowadays she wore a red nylon wig that had all the body and bounce of the artificial lawns in the European district. She had never had the money for physical or mental modifications. Surrounded by the most beautiful bodies money could buy, her face looked even older than it was. Maribel was at a distinct disadvantage. She overcame that, however, through shrewd marketing techniques that stressed personalized attention and customer satisfaction. For the price of one champagne cocktail, she would give the man next to her the benefit of her manual dexterity and her years of experience. Right at the bar, sitting and chatting as if they were all alone in a motel room somewhere. Maribel subscribed to the classical Arab proverb, "The best kindness is done quickly." She had to carry most of the conversation, of course, but unless you watched closely or the guy couldn't keep the glazed look off his face, you'd never know that an intimate encounter was taking place. Most girls wanted you to buy them 7 or 8 cocktails before they'd even begin to negotiate. Maribel's clock was running out. She didn't have time for that. If Yasmin was the Neiman Marcus, and she was, in my opinion, then Maribel was the crazy Abdul's discount mart of hustlers. That's why I found Frenchie's story hard to believe. Maribel would never have the opportunity to see scars on her trick, not sitting at the corner of the bar like that. "She took this guy home," said Frenchie, grinning. Who'd go home with Maribel? It was hard to believe. Someone who needed the money. Son of a bitch, she pays men to jam her.
Money cycles through this world like anything else. I thanked Frenchie for the information and told him I needed to talk to Maribel. He laughed and went back to his stool. I moved over to the seat beside her. "Hi, Maribel," I said. She had to look at me a while before she recognized me.
"Married,"
she said happily. Between the first syllable and the second, her hand plopped in my lap.
"Buy me a cocktail?"
"All right." I signaled to Dahlia, who put a champagne cocktail in front of the old woman. Dahlia gave me a crooked smile, and I just shrugged helplessly. The girls in changes in Frenchie's club always got a tall stainless steel cup of ice water with their drinks. They said it was because they didn't like the taste of liquor, and to get all that alcohol down they had to drink ice water with it. They sipped some champagne and some hard liquor, then went to the ice water. The Marks thought it was tough on these poor girls, having to guzzle 2 or 3 dozen drinks every night if they didn't enjoy the stuff. The truth was that they never swallowed the drink. They'd spit it out into the metal cup. Every so often, Dahlia would take the cup away and empty it on the pretext of freshening up the ice water. Maribel didn't want the spit-back cup. She liked her booze. I had to admit, Maribel's hand was as skilled as any silversmith's. Practice makes perfect, I guess. I was about to tell her to stop, but then I said to myself, what the hell? It was a learning experience. "Maribel," I said, "Frenchie told me you saw somebody with burn marks and bruises all over his body. Do you remember who?"
"I did."
"Somebody you went home with?"
"When?"
"I don't know. If I could find that person, he might be able to tell me something that would save some lives."
"Really? Would I get some kind of reward for that?"
100 kyam, if you can remember. That stopped her. She hadn't seen 100 kyam in one lump since her glory days, and they belonged to another century. She hunted through her disordered memories, desperately trying to come up with a mental picture.
"I'll tell you," she said. "There was somebody like that. I remember that much, but I can't for the life of me remember who. I'll get it, though. Will the reward still be good?"
"Whenever you remember, give a call or tell Frenchie."
"I won't have to split the money with him, will I?"
"No," I said. Yasmin was on stage now. She saw me sitting with Maribel. She saw Maribel's arm moving up and down. Yasmin gave me a disgusted look and turned away. I laughed. "Thanks, but that's all right, Maribel." "Going married?" asked Dahlia. "That didn't take very long." "Rotate, Dahlia," I said. I left Frenchie's, worried that my friends, like Aking, Hassan, and Friedlander Bey, believed they were all safe now. I knew they weren't, but they didn't want to listen to me. I almost wished something terrible would happen, just so they'd know I was right. But I didn't want to bear the guilt for it. In the midst of their relief and celebration, I was more alone than ever before. Chapter 19. "You do not wish it." Audran looked at him. Wolf sat there like a self-satisfied statue, his eyes half closed, his lips pushing out a little, pulling in, then pushing out again. He turned his head a fraction of an inch and gazed at me. "You do not wish it," he said again. "But I do," cried Audran. "I just want all of this to be over." "Nevertheless," he raised a finger and wiggled it, "you continue to hope that there will be some simple solution, some way that doesn't threaten danger or, what is yet worse to your way of thinking, ugliness. If Nikki had been murdered cleanly, simply, Then you might have tracked her killer down relentlessly. As it is, the situation becomes ever more repellent, and you desire only to hide from it. Consider where you are now. Huddled in the linen closet of some impoverished, nameless fella. He frowned disapprovingly. Audran felt condemned. You mean I didn't go about it the right way? But you're the detective, not me. I'm just Audran, the sand nigger who sits on the curb with the plastic cups and the rest of the garbage. You always say yourself that any spoke will lead the ant to the hub. His shoulders raised a quarter of an inch in a shrug and then fell. He was being compassionate. Yes, I say that. However, if the ant walks all the way around the rim, 3/4 of the circumference, before choosing a spoke, he may lose more than merely time. Audran spread his hands helplessly. I'm getting near the hub in my own clumsy way. So why don't you use your eccentric genius and tell me where I can find this other killer? Wolf put his hands on the arms of his chair and levered himself up. His expression was set, and he barely noticed me as he walked by. It was time to go up to his orchids. When I chipped out the Mahdi and replaced the special daddies, I was sitting on the floor of Jarir's closet, my head on my drawn-up knees. With the daddies back in, I was invincible, not hungry, not tired, not thirsty, not afraid, not even angry. I set my jaw, I ran my hand through my rumpled hair. I did all those valiant things. Step aside, buddy. This is a job for me, I guess. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was early evening. That was all right, too. All the little throat slashers and their victims would be out. I wanted to show that bloated Nero Wolf that real people have their own low cunning, too. I also wanted to live the rest of my life without feeling forever, like I had to throw up in the next few seconds. That meant catching Nikki's killer. I took out the envelope of money and counted it. There was over 57,000 kyam. I had expected a little more than 5. I stared at all that money for a long time, then I put it away, took out my pill case, and swallowed 12 Paxium without water. I left the little room and passed Jarir. I didn't say a word to him going out. The streets in that part of town were deserted already, but the nearer I got to the Budayin, the more people I saw. I passed through the eastern gate and went up the street. My mouth was dry despite the daddies that were supposed to keep the lid clamped down on my endocrines. It was a good thing I wasn't afraid, because I was scared stiff. I passed the half-hodge and he said a few words. I just nodded and went by as if he'd been a total stranger. There may have been a convention or a tour group in town, because I remember little knots of strangers standing in the street, staring into the clubs and the cafes. I didn't bother walking around them. I just shoved my way through. When I got to Hassan's shop, the front door was closed. I stood there and stared at it stupidly. I couldn't remember it ever being closed before. If it had just been me, I'd have reported it to Aking. But it wasn't just me. It was me and my daddies. So I kicked the door beside the lock. 1, 2, 3, and it finally sprang open. Naturally, Abdul Hassan, the street American kid, wasn't on a stool in the empty shop. I crossed the shop in 2 or 3 strides and ripped the cloth hanging aside. There was no one in the storeroom in the back either. I hurried across the dark area between the stacks of wooden crates and went out the heavy iron door into the alley. There was another iron door in the building across the way. Behind it was the room in which I'd bargained for Nikki's short-lived freedom. I went up to it and pounded on it loudly. There was no response. I pounded again. Finally, a small voice called out something in English. "Hassan!" I yelled. The small voice said something, went away for a few seconds, then shouted something else. I promised myself that if I lived through this, I was going to buy that kid an Arabic language daddy. I took out the envelope of money and waved it, yelling, "Hassan! Hassan!" After a few seconds, a small crack opened. I took out a 1,000 kyam note, put it in the kid's hand, showed him all the rest of the cash, and said, "Hassan! Hassan!" The door shut with a woof, and my 1,000 kyam disappeared. A moment later the door opened again, and I was all ready for it. I grabbed the edge and pulled, wrenching the door out of the kid's grasp. He cried out and swung with it, but he let go. I flung the door open, then doubled over as the kid kicked me as hard as he could. He was too short to reach where he was aiming, but he still hurt me pretty bad. I grabbed a fistful of his shirt and slapped him a few times, then whacked the back of his head against the wall and let him fall into the refuse-strewn alley. I let my breathing catch up. The daddies were doing a fine job. My heart was pumping away as if I were just humming along with Fazluria, not running for my life. I paused only to bend down and snap back the 1,000K bill the Ricane kid was still holding. Take care of the feeks, my mother always taught me. There was no one in the ground floor room. I thought about slamming and locking the iron door behind me, so that American kid or any other bogeyman couldn't sneak up without my knowing. But I decided instead that I might need a handy exit in a hurry. I made no noise as I walked carefully and slowly toward the stairway against the wall to my left. Without the daddies, I would have been elsewhere, whispering into a stranger's ear in some romantic language. I took out my rack of daddies and considered them. The 2 Carimbic implants I had were not fully loaded. I could still chip in another 3, but I was already wearing everything I thought I might need in a crisis. All but one, to tell the truth. There was still the special black daddy that plugged directly into my punishment cells. I didn't think I'd ever use that one voluntarily. But if I had to face somebody like Chargas Mogadil Khan again with nothing but a butter knife, I'd rather go out a snarling, vicious beast than a rational, whimpering human being. I held the black daddy in my left hand and went on up the stairs. In the room above there were 2 people. Hassan, smiling faintly and looking just a little distracted, was standing in a corner and rubbing his eyes. He looked sleepy. "Audran, my nephew," he said. "Hassan," I said. "Did the boy let you in?" I gave him 1,000 and took the decision out of his hands. Then I took the 1,000 out of his hands, too. Hassan gave me his little ingratiating laugh. "I am fond of the boy, as you know, but he's an American." I'm not sure what he meant by that. He's an American, so he's a little stupid, or he's an American, there are plenty more. "He won't be bothering us," I said. "Good. Oh, excellent one," said Hassan. His eyes flicked down to Lieutenant Ocking, who was spread-eagled on the floor, his wrists and ankles tied with nylon cords to rings set into the walls. It was obvious that Hassan had used this setup before. Often. Ocking's back, legs, arms, and head were marked with cigarette burns and streaked with long, bright slashes of blood. If he was screaming, I didn't notice, because the daddies had my senses concentrated on Hassan. Ocking was still alive, though. I could see that much. "You finally got around to the cop," I said. "Are you sorry his brain isn't wired? You like to use your bootleg Monty, don't you?" Hassan raised an eyebrow. "It is a pity," he said. "But, of course, your implant will suffice. I am already looking forward to that with pleasure." "I owe you thanks, my nephew, for suggesting the policeman.
It was my belief that my guest here was as witless a fool as he acted. You insisted that he was withholding information. I couldn't take the chance that you were correct." I frowned and looked at Ocking's writhing body. I promised myself that later, when I was in my own mind, I'd get sick. "All along," I said, as if we were merely discussing the price of beauties, "I thought there were 2 killers wearing moddies. I've been so stupid. It turned out to be 1 moddy and 1 old-fashioned crackpot. Here I was trying to outthink some international high-tech hoodlum, and it turns out to be the neighborhood dirty old man. What a waste of time, Hassan. I should be ashamed to take Papa's money for this." As I was saying all this, of course, I was edging slowly closer to him, looking down at Ocking and shaking my head, and generally acting like a kindly police sergeant in a movie, trying to soft-talk a frantic slob from jumping off a ledge. Take my word for it. It's harder than it looks. "Friedlander Bey has paid you the last kyam you'll ever see." Hassan actually sounded sad. "Maybe. Maybe not," I said, still moving slowly. My eyes were on Hassan's thick, stubby fingers wrapped around a cheap, curved adobe knife. I've been so blind. "You were working for the Russians." "Of course," Hassan snapped. "And you kidnapped Nikki." He looked up at me, surprised. "No, my nephew, it was Abdullaya who took her, not me. But he was following your orders." "Bogatirov's." "Abdullaya took her from Zaipol's villa." Hassan only nodded. "So she was still alive the first time I questioned Zaipold. She was somewhere in his house. He wanted her alive. Then when I went back to demand answers from him, he was dead." Hassan stared at me, fingering the blade. "After Bogatirov died, you killed her and dumped her body. Then you killed Abdullaya and Tammy to protect yourself. Who made her write those notes?" "Zaipold, oh clever one." "Ocking's the last, then. The only one left who can link you to the murders." "And yourself, of course." "Of course," I said. "You're a hell of a good actor, Hassan. You had me fooled. If I hadn't found your underground Mahdi—" His teeth flashed in a startled snarl. "And some things that connected Nikki to Zaipold, I would never have had anything to go on. Both you and the German's assassin did first-rate work. I would never have guessed you until I realized that every goddamn important piece of information passed through you. From Papa to me, from me to Papa. It was right in front of me the whole time. All I had to do was see it. Finally, I just had to figure it out. It was you. You and your goddamn fat, short, stubby fingers." I was only about 10 feet from Hassan, ready to take another cautious step, when he shot me. He had a small white plastic pistol, and he stitched a row of needles in the air in a big looping arc. The last 2 needles in the clip caught me in the side, just below my left arm. I felt them faintly, almost as if they'd happened to someone else. I knew they'd hurt bad in a little while, and part of my mind beneath the baddies wondered if the needles were juiced or if they were just sharp bits of metal to tear my body apart. If they were drugged or poisoned, I'd find out soon enough. It had become time for desperation. I completely forgot I had my seizure gun with me. I had no intention of having a sharpshooting match with Hassan anyway. I took the Black Daddy and slapped it into place, even as I was collapsing from the wounds. It was like
being strapped to a table and having a dentist drilling up through the roof of my mouth. It was like being right on the edge of an epileptic fit and not quite making it, wishing that it would either go away or seize me and get it over with. It was like having the brightest lights in the world blazing in my eyes, the loudest noises exploding in my ears, demons sandpapering my flesh, unnameable vile odors clogging my nose, the foulest muck in my throat. I would gladly have died then, just to have it all stop. I would kill. I grabbed Hassan by his wrists and fastened my teeth in his throat. I felt his hot blood spurting in my face. I remember thinking how wonderful it tasted. Hassan howled with pain. He beat on my head, but he couldn't free himself from the purely insane, purely animal hold I had on him. He thrashed and we fell to the floor. He got loose and slammed another clip into his pistol and shot me again, and again I leaped on his throat. I tore at his windpipe with my teeth, and my stiff fingers dug into his eyes. I felt his blood running down my arms, too. Hassan's shrieks were horrible, maddened, but they were almost drowned out by my own. The Black Daddy was still torturing me, still burning like acid inside my head. All my screaming, all the infuriated savage ferocity of my attack did nothing to lessen my torment. I slashed and clawed and ripped at Hassan's bloody body. Much later I woke up, heavily tranquilized, in the hospital. 11 days had passed. I learned that I had mangled Hassan until he was no longer alive, and even then I did not stop. I had avenged Nikki and all the others, but I had made every crime of Hassan's look like the gentlest of children's games. I had bitten and torn Hassan's body until there was barely enough left to identify. And I had done the same to Aking. Chapter 20. It was Doc Yeniknani, the gentle Sufi Turk, who released me from the hospital at last. I had taken my share of hurts from Hassan, but I don't remember getting them, for which I thank Allah. The needle wounds, lesions, and lacerations were the easy part. The med staff just crammed me back together and covered me all over with gel strips. My medication was taken care of by computer this time, no snippy nurses. The doctor programmed a list of drugs into the machine, along with the quantity of how often I was allowed to request them. Every time I wanted a jolt, I just punched a button. If I punched it too often, nothing happened. If I waited just the right amount of time, the computer slipped me intravenous sunine right through my feeding tube. I was in the hospital for almost 3 months, and when I got out, my ass felt as nice and smooth as the day I was born. I will have to get one of those mechanical drug pushers for myself. It could revolutionize the street narcotics industry. Oh, they'll put a few people out of work, but that's always been the price of free enterprise and progress. The physical beating I took while I was reducing the former Hassan the Shiite to soup bones wasn't bad enough to keep me in bed so long. Actually, those wounds could have been treated in the emergency room, and I could have been out dining and dancing a few hours later. The real problem was inside my head. I had seen and done too many terrible things, and Dr. Yeniknani and his colleagues considered the possibility that if they just disconnected the punishment daddy and the other override daddies, when all the facts and memories hit my poor unbuffered brain, I'd end up as crazy as a spider on ice skates. The American kid found us, me and Hassan and Aking, and called the cops. They got me to the hospital, and apparently the highly paid, highly skilled specialists didn't want any part of me. No one wanted to risk his reputation by taking charge. Do we leave the add-ons in? Do we take them out? If we take them out, he might go permanently insane. If we leave them in, they might burn their way right down into his belly. All those hours, that Black Daddy was still juicing the punishment center in my brain. I passed out again and again, but I wasn't dreaming about Honey Pilar, you can bet on that. They popped the punishment chip first and left the others in to leave me in a kind of insensible limbo. They brought me back to full, unaugmented consciousness slowly, testing me every step of the way. I'm proud to say that I'm as sane today as I ever was. I have all the daddies in their plastic box, in case I get nostalgic. I didn't have any visitors in the hospital this time either. I guessed that my friends had good memories. I took the opportunity to grow my beard back, and my hair was getting long again. It was a Tuesday morning when Dr. Yanignani signed my releases. "I pray to Allah that I never see you here again," he said. I shrugged. "From now on, I'm going to get myself a quiet little business selling counterfeit coins to tourists. I don't want any more trouble." Dr. Yanignani smiled. "No one wants trouble, but there is trouble enough in the world. You cannot hide from it. Do you remember the shortest surah in the Noble Quran? It is actually one of the earliest revealed by the Prophet, may blessings be upon his name and peace. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of mankind, the King of mankind, the God of mankind, from the evil of the sly whisperer, who whispers in the hearts of mankind, of the jinn and of mankind." "Jinn and mankind and guns and knives," I said. Dr. Yanignani shook his head slowly. "If you look for guns, you will find guns. If you look for Allah, you will find Allah." "Well then," I said wearily, "I will just have to start my life fresh when I get out of here. I'll just change all my ways and how I think and forget all the years of experience I've had." "You mock me," he said sadly. "But someday you will listen to your own words. I pray to Allah that when that day comes you will yet have time to do as you say." Then he signed my papers and I was free again. Me again. With nowhere to go. I didn't have an apartment anymore. All I had was a zipper bag with a lot of money in it. I called a cab from the hospital and rode over to Papa's. This was the second time I'd dropped by without an appointment, but this time I had the excuse that I couldn't phone Hassan to make an arrangement. The butler recognized me, even favoring me with a minute change in his expression. Evidently, I had become a celebrity. Politicians and sex stars may cuddle up to you and it doesn't prove a thing, but when the butlers of the world notice you, you realize that some of what you believe about yourself is true. I even got to give the waiting room a miss. One of the stones that speak appeared in front of me, did an about-face, and marched off. I followed. We went into Friedlander Bey's office, and I took a few steps toward Papa's desk. He stood up, his old face so shriveled up in smiles that I was afraid it would snap into a million pieces. He hurried toward me, took my face, and kissed me. "Oh, my son!" he cried. Then he kissed me again. He couldn't find the words to express his joy. For my part, I was a little uncomfortable. I didn't know whether I should play the brick-fronted hero or the aw-shucks kid who just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The truth was, I only wanted to get out of there as fast as I could with another thick envelope of reward money and never have anything to do with the old son of a bitch again. He was making it difficult. He kept kissing me. At last it got thick, even for an old-fashioned Arab potentate like Friedlander Bey. He let me go and retreated behind the formidable bastion of his desk. It seemed that we weren't going to share a pleasant lunch or tea and swap stories of mangled corpses while he told me how terrific I was. He just stared at me for a long time. One of the stones crept up beside me, just behind my right shoulder. The other stone planted himself behind my left shoulder. It felt eerily reminiscent of my first interview with Friedlander Bay in the motel. Now, in these grander surroundings, I was somehow reduced from the conquering hero to some slimy miscreant who'd been caught with his hand in someone else's pocket and was now on the carpet. I don't know how Papa did it, but it was part of his magic. Uh-oh, I thought, and my stomach started to grumble. I still hadn't learned what his motives had been. "You have done well, O excellent one," said Friedlander Bay. His tone was thoughtful and not wholly approving. "I was granted good fortune by Allah in His greatness and by you in your foresight," I said. Papa nodded. He was used to being yoked together with Allah that way. "Take, then, the token of our gratitude." One of the stones shoved an envelope against my ribs, and I took it. "Thank you, O Sheikh." "Thank not me, but Allah in His beneficence." "Yeah, you're right." I pushed the envelope into a pocket. I wondered if I could go now. "Many of my friends were slain," mused Papa, "and many of my valued associates. It would be well to guard against such a thing ever happening again." "Yes, O Sheikh. I have need of loyal friends in positions of authority on whom I can rely. I am shamed when I recall the trust I put in Hassan." "He was a Shiite, O Sheikh." Friedlander Bay waved a hand. "Nevertheless, it is time to repair the injuries that have been done to us. Your task is not finished, not yet, my son. You must help build a new structure of security." "I will do what I can, O Sheikh." I didn't like the way this was going at all, but once again I was helpless. "Lieutenant Ocking is dead and gone to his paradise, inshallah. His position will be filled by Sergeant Hajar, a man whom I know well and whose words and deeds I need not fear. I am considering a new and essential department, a liaison between my friends of the Budayin and the official authorities. I never felt so small and so alone in my life." Friedlander Bay went on. "I have chosen you to administer that new supervisory force." "Me, O Sheikh?" I asked in a quavery voice. "You don't mean me?" He nodded. "Let it be done." I felt a surge of rage and stepped toward his desk. "The hell with you and your plans!" I shouted. "You sit there and manipulate. You watch my friends die. You pay this guy and that guy and don't give a good goddamn what happens to them as long as your money rolls in. I wouldn't doubt that you were behind Ocking and the Germans and Hassan and the Russians." Suddenly I shut up quick. I hadn't been thinking fast. I'd just been letting my anger out, but I could tell by the sudden tightness around Friedlander Bay's mouth that I'd touched something pretty goddamn sensitive. "You were, weren't you?" I said softly. "You didn't give a flying fuck what happened to anybody. You were playing both sides. Not against the middle. There wasn't any middle, just you walking cadaver. You don't have a human atom in you. You don't love, you don't hate. You don't care. For all your kneeling and praying, you got nothing in you. I've seen handfuls of sand with more conscience than you." The really strange thing was that during that whole speech, neither of the stones that speak came any nearer or shoved me around or broke my face for me. Papa must have given them a signal to let me have my little oration. I took another step toward him, and he lifted the corners of his mouth in a pitiful, ancient man's attempt at a smile. I stopped short as if I'd walked into an invisible glass wall. Baraka. The charismatic spell that surrounds saints and tombs and mosques and holy men. I couldn't have harmed Friedlander Bey, and he knew it. He reached into a desk drawer and brought out a gray plastic device that fitted nicely into the palm of his hand. "Do you know what this is, my son?" he asked. "No," I said. "It is a portion of you." He pressed a button, and the screaming nightmare that had made an animal of me, that had driven me to rend and tear Oking and Hassan, flooded my skull in its full, unstoppable fury. I came to, in a fetal position on Papa's rug. That was only 15 seconds. He told me calmly. I stared at him sullenly. "That's how you're going to make me do what you want." He gave me that piece of a smile again. "No, my son." He tossed the control device in a gentle arc, and I caught it. I looked at him. "Take it," he said. "It is your loving cooperation I desire, not your fear." Baraka. I pocketed the remote control unit and waited. Papa nodded. "Let it be done," he said again. And just like that, I was a cop. The stones that speak moved closer toward me. In order to breathe, I had to keep skipping a couple of feet in front of them. They squeezed me out of the room and down the hall and out of Friedlander Bey's house altogether. I didn't have another chance to say anything. I was standing in the street, a lot richer. I was also some kind of imitation law enforcement agent with Hajar as my immediate boss. Even in my worst drug-induced half-crazed nightmares, I'd never concocted anything as horrible as that. As the word does, it got around fast. They probably knew about it before I did, while I was still recuperating and playing solitaire with the Sunnin. When I went into the Silver Palm, Heidi wouldn't serve me. At the Solace, Jacques, Mahmoud, and Said stared about 6 inches above my shoulder into humid air and talked about how much garlic was enough. They never even acknowledged my presence. I noticed that Said the Half-Hajj had inherited custody of Hassan's American kid. I hoped they'd be very happy together. I finally went into Frenchie's, and Dahlia set a coaster in front of me. She looked very uncomfortable. "Where are you at, Marit?" she asked. "I'm all right. You still talking to me?" "Sure, Marit. We've been friends a long time." She gave a long, worried look down at the end of the bar, though. I looked, too. Frenchie stood up from a stool and came slowly toward me. "I don't want your business, Audran," he said gruffly. "Frenchie, after I caught Khan, you told me I could drink free in here for the rest of my life. That was before what you done to Hassan and Oking. I never had no use for either of them, but what you did—" He turned his head aside and spat. "But Hassan was the one who—" He cut me off. He turned to the barmaid. "Dahlia, if you ever serve this bastard in here again, you're fired. You got that?" "Yeah," she said, looking nervously from Frenchie to me. The big man turned back to me. "Now get out," he said. "Can I talk to Yasmin?" I asked. "Talk to her and get out." Then Frenchie turned his back on me and walked away, the way he'd walk away from something he didn't want to have to see or smell or touch. Yasmin was sitting in a booth with a mark. I went up to her, ignoring the guy. "Yasmin," I said. "I don't—" "You best go away, Marit," she said in an icy voice. "I heard what you did. I heard about your sleazy new job. You sold out to Papa. I'd have expected that from anybody else, but you, Marit. I couldn't believe it at first. But you did it, didn't you? Everything they say. It was the daddy, Yasmin. You don't know how it made me feel. Anyway, you're the one who wanted me to. I suppose it was the daddy that made you a cop, too? Yasmin. Here I was, the man whose pride sufficeth, who needed nothing, who expected nothing, who wandered the lonely ways of the world unappalled, because there were no more surprises. How long ago had I believed that, actually been conned by it, seen myself that way? And now I was pleading with her. Go away, Marit, or I'll have to call Frenchie. I'm working. Can I call you later? She made a small grimace. No, Marit, no. So I went away. I've been on my own before, but this was something new in my experience. I suppose I should have expected it, but it still hit me harder than all the terror and ugliness I'd gone through. My own friends, my former friends, found it simpler to draw a line through my name and cut me out of their lives than to deal with the truth. They didn't want to admit to themselves the danger they'd been in, the danger they might be in again someday. They wanted to pretend that the world was nice and healthy and worked according to a few simple rules that somebody had written down somewhere. They didn't need to know what the rules were precisely. They just needed to know that they were there, just in case. I was now a constant reminder that there were no rules, that insanity was loose in the world, that their own safety, their own lives, were always in jeopardy. They didn't want to think about that, so they made a simple compromise. I was the villain. I was the scapegoat. I took all the honor and all the punishment. Let Audran do it. Let Audran pay for it. Fuck Audran. Okay. If that's how it was going to be. I thundered into Chiri's place and threw a young black man off my usual stool. Maribel got off a stool down at the end of the bar and wobbled drunkenly toward me.
Been looking for you, Marit,
she said in a thick voice. Not now, Maribel. I'm not in the mood. Chiriga looked from me to the young black man, who was thinking about starting something with me.
Jinan Bingara?
She asked, raising her eyebrows. That's as much expression as she showed me.
Or Tende?
Maribel sat down next to me.
You got to listen, Marit.
I looked at Chiri. It was a tough decision. I went with vodka gimlets.
I remember who it was, Maribel said. The one I went home with the scars, who you was looking for. It was Abdul Hassan, the American kid. See? Hassan must have put them scars on him. I told you I'd remember. Now you owe me.
She was pleased with herself. She tried to sit up straight on the stool. I looked at Chiri and she gave me just the merest hint of a smile. What the hell? I said.
What the hell?
She said. The young black man was still standing there. He gave us each a puzzled look and walked out of the club. I probably saved him a small fortune.